Chapter 1. A Royal Hunt. Gaywick Forest, Perthshire, Scotland. 3 middle-aged men dressed in green camouflage overalls and hiking boots tread heavily through dense forest. The morning air is cool and fresh with a distinct pine aroma. The wood is a typical Scottish forest with a variety of different trees. Oak trees, silver birch, majestic Scots pine, ash, sycamore, Douglas fir, the ancient yew tree, horse chestnut trees and many more. The morning chorus, courtesy of singing thrushes and crested tits, and the tapping from relentless woodpeckers, and the peculiar beat clicking from lecking capercaillies, creates an extraordinary ambience. 2 of the men carry on their shoulders a carved wooden pole, and tied to that pole, hanging from its feet and swinging lifelessly, is the dead body of a stag. The third man, leading the other 2, carries 2 hunting rifles, one over each shoulder. They are in high spirits after a satisfying hunt, laughing and jeering.
They can camp outside of the old hag's palace for all the good it will do them,
sneers the man in front, the eldest of the trio, a regal-looking man whose pink and bloated demeanour reveals his obvious overindulgence living the high life. His platinum-coloured side parting clings to the sweat on his brow.
What they forget is it's the 1% that give them the freedom and the means to have their bloody protests.
Jesus, don't talk to me about protests,
laughs the man at the rear. His English has a slight Low Countries ring to it. He is balding but sports a full and furry, mahogany-coloured beard to compensate.
I'm now under investigation,
he calls to the man up front.
From none other than the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds.
Well, that's nothing to do with me, Povson. I'm the Duke of Gloucester, not the president of the RSPB. What's the charge?
Poisoning the predatory birds in the forest?
It's your bloody forest, snarls the third man. Another balding man, tall and chunky with an extraordinarily large head. He has the jowly, ruddy face of a banker with 2 blue, penetrating, deadpan eyes that are oddly positioned too close to each other. He is out of breath. He is clearly not used to this level of sustained exercise.
Exactly, Stephen. I can't have falcons and the like killing all the valuable game birds. Can I? I can get £40 per bird.
What, are the farming subsidies not enough for you?
The Duke teases.
Alleged farming subsidies.
I thought First Minister Hammerin was easing off on the hunting bans. I attended last year's Warwickshire hunt without incident.
Foxes, maybe.
Bloody hippie, liberal, left-wing busybodies.
Bloody internet, more precisely. Used to be a lot easier to conceal one's affairs back in the day.
True.
But nowadays, with alternative media sites and viral videos, any degenerate journalist, any 12-year-old with a laptop computer can snoop into anyone's business, sign some online petition, pore over WikiLeaks. And then there's the bloody hackers. No one seems to really be doing anything to stop it. It's simply bad for business.
I hear you were forced to waive another bonus.
Well, it's hard being under so much public scrutiny. The preconceptions that come with being a civil servant. And I couldn't very well live up to their expectations, could I? At least not openly. What do I get for my trouble? I lose a neat million.
Damned if you do and damned if you don't, huh?
Well, it's just a thorn in our sides. An unwelcome and unnecessary thorn nonetheless. Let's just see what our friends in the RIIA, Downing Street and across the pond can do with these censorship bills. And a reliable source tells me that tackling certain social media sites and hacking groups are definitely on the CFR, Trilateral Commission and the Bilderberg agenda this year. It's only a matter of time.
Just up ahead, the Duke carrying the rifles breaks through the bracken, his boots finding gravel. He says, back to the other 2.
Here's the road.
It's about bloody time. They may be able to spring around the forest like the light of an air, but this bastard's heavy.
They all chuckle and make their way down the dilapidated single-lane road to Povson's Land Rover.
It's been a splendid hunt, though, I must say. Truly thrilling.
The Duke says. He gazes at the dead deer as it bobs and swings lifelessly, its tongue hanging from its loose jaw, flapping with each step.
And his magnificent head will make a fine addition to my study.
What with all the others? Must be getting a bit crowded in there now.
The Duke chortles.
Yes, I suppose it is. But I'll squeeze him in somewhere.
Well, I wish I had the luxury of just taking trophies home. But I'll have to sell the meat. Unlike you, Your Highness. Some of us have to earn a living.
Careful.
The Duke laughs, but thumbs his nose and winks at Povson.
Listen, nobody's asking the public to pay our wages. I mean, pay their taxes.
And here is me thinking they're the same thing.
They laugh together, but their laughter soon fades when they arrive at the vehicle and drop their prey with a wet thud. In shock,
What the hell?
Povson exclaims. The vehicle is badly vandalised. The tyres are slashed, the windows are smashed, the panels and roof are caved in. The hood is open and the engine parts have been destroyed, presumably with a sledgehammer. Needless to say, a write-off. Povson runs to his jeep and looks in at the broken engine.
Oh, that's just great. That's just fucking wonderful.
Well, who the hell? They all spin around, desperately searching the forest to see if the vandals are still around.
Stephen? Got the police here? No.
The Duke says quietly, nervously scanning through the trees.
Oh, Jesus.
Whispers Stephen as he hurriedly reaches into his coat. He finds his mobile phone and pulls it out of his pocket.
Oh, fuck it all to hell! No signal. We're miles from anywhere.
Well, try it anyway.
Stephen dials 999. Nothing. He tries a few other numbers in vain.
Fuck, cunting bugger, blast it!
He utters, fumbling with his phone.
Bloody Branson! I'll squeeze his fucking throat closed.
Stephen! Just calm down.
Povson turns to the Duke.
We have to leave right now.
The colour drains from the Duke's face and he drops the guns. They clatter onto the road.
This is those animal rights people.
Povson says in a hushed voice.
They've already sent me threats.
Who? The RSPB?
Oh, I hardly think the RSPB are going to send threats or trash the Jeep, Stephen. Jesus. No, a different group. Ape or Ace, something like that. They obviously mean business. Jesus, Povson. What the hell have you gotten us into?
The Duke asks, wiping sweat from his upper lip.
This is bad. Really bad. We have to walk back. Follow the road. But we have to go now. Bring the guns.
Well, how the hell did they find us?
As the Duke begins to bend down to pick up the weapons, there is a loud crack of gunfire. Stephen screams and falls to the floor, clutching his thigh.
Jesus!
Yells Povson. He grabs the Duke, who is standing there feckless in shock, and drags him to cover behind the Jeep. They duck down at the rear wheel arch. Stephen is crying out in agony, holding his bloodied leg.
They shot Stephen. They shot him. Christ! We're all going to die.
Oh, God! Help! Help me! Povson!
Povson slowly peers around the Jeep. He can see Stephen reaching out a hand towards him.
Please! Don't leave me!
Stephen screams, his voice a couple of octaves higher than normal, much like a frightened child. Another gunshot. Stephen's face erupts in a black and red explosion. Povson, wide-eyed, mouth agape, looks down at Stephen's gaping head. Blood and pink mush pour from the hole that used to be his face.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh God.
Povson says, as he stumbles backwards in a panic.
Run! Povson? Just run!
They bolt into the forest, followed by another gunshot which ricochets off a few pine trees. For men in their later years, they find they have the speed and agility of the deer that they had killed just an hour ago. But the Duke lacks stamina. Blood pumps into his cloudy head, and he clutches his tightening chest.
I can't go on.
He gasps as they run. The Duke tumbles and crashes down onto the forest floor. Povson looks back over his shoulder and skids to a stop.
Povson!
The Duke calls out. Povson follows the sound of the Duke's voice and finds him a few feet away in the undergrowth.
Help me.
the Duke says, gasping for air.
I can't go on. I can't breathe.
Povson quickly scans the forest and then turns back to the Duke. He makes the decision to leave him. He takes a couple of steps backwards, looking into the Duke's desperate, confused eyes.
I'm so sorry.
Another gunshot. Povson's shoulder bursts open, spraying hot blood across the Duke's aghast face. The force of the impact spins Povson, hurtling him to the ground and out of sight. The Duke, terrified, suddenly finds his second wind and clambers to his feet. He aimlessly takes off deeper into the forest. Povson clasps the mess that used to be his shoulder, trying to stifle his groans. The pain immense. He drags himself along the forest floor. He edges towards unconsciousness.
I'll live.
He tells himself.
I can survive a shot to the shoulder. I'll live.
As pain overwhelms him, he hisses. Spit runs down his chin. His vision blurs and fades to grey. He almost welcomes passing out, but he shakes his head, trying to dispel the fog.
I'll live.
He tells himself again. But he then hears footsteps, slowly drawing closer. His heart sinks.
Still alive?
A man says in a gruff voice.
I suppose I'd better finish you off. It's the humane thing to do.
No!
Cries Povson. He slowly flips himself onto his back. He grasps his shoulder in pain and his vision fluctuates. He looks up, straining his eyes, to see a hazy figure raising the nozzle of a high-powered rifle towards his face.
No, please,
Povson pleads, shaking his head, trying to clear his vision.
please, don't kill me. Please, you can't do this. I have money. I can give you money. I own this forest. I can die in my own forest. This is my forest.
There is a pause. Ravens call melodramatically in the distance.
You don't own this forest. You can't. But you can become this forest. When I kill you, and I will, should I leave your body here, the animals, the insects will move in. Eventually, the forest will take your body and replenish itself. And what better way to repay the forest for the crimes you've committed against it? Now, I've got a legal and moral right to make the humane kill. So I'm gonna let you choose the method.
Povson just stares in shock and says nothing.
You've got 3 choices. 1, a shot to the brain, quick and easy. 2, the neck break, a little bit trickier but still effective. Or 3, my favorite, clubbing the head. 1 good blow should kill the brain.
Povson remains silent, petrified.
Well, come on. According to the literature on your hunting events website titled The Best Methods for a Fast and Humane Dispatch, these are all legitimate ways to kill. So, Anders H. Povson, Laird of Gaywick, what's it gonna be?
Elsewhere in the forest, the Duke gawkily heaves his exhausted body further. His lungs burn and his muscles ache. His heart feels like it might pop any moment, and it very nearly does when he hears a gunshot in the distance behind him. He looks over his shoulder.
Povson. No.
The Duke doesn't notice the ground before him steeply dropping away. His stepping foot finds air, and he topples forward, falling down into a lowered clearing. He lands awkwardly on his leg with a snap and a sharp jolt of excruciating pain. He screams, hitting the ground like a flailing stag. Air rushes out of him, winding him. He rolls back and forth, clutching his flapping, broken leg, gasping for a breath. A wave of cold calm washes through his body and mind as his brain is flooded with numbing chemicals. He thinks he is dying. Slowly, his lungs begin to accept air back into them, and he breathes a little easier. But the pain returns. He's never experienced such pain before. A life of privilege and luxury has ultimately made him weak. He's never fought for anything in his life before, but he knows he has to fight now, fight to save his skin. He summons strength and begins to drag himself on his belly to the middle of the clearing.
He can see a heavy growth of ferns on the far side, ahead of him. If only he can reach it and hide and rest. His broken leg snags on foliage, yanking and twisting it. Another wave of pain makes him cry out again, but then he hears a heavy thud behind him. He knows it is his assailant, jumping down into the clearing. He looks ahead at the undergrowth, his hiding spot. He thinks he can still reach it and drags himself further.
Ah, Your Royal Highness!
Bellows a man's voice from behind him.
Lovely day for a hunt.
It is too late. The Duke flops down, face on the ground, with a defeated groan.
Or do you prefer Prince Richard?
The voice asks, now closer.
Or is it just Dick?
The Duke realises he is going to die and begins to sob. For all his wealth, his title, his perceived sense of glory, he knows he's going to die, alone in this forest, and no one and nothing can save him.
Please, I don't want to die.
Oh, come now, Dickie. We all have to die. Even royalty. And I didn't see you shed any tears for that dead deer back there.
Is that what this is about? One dead deer.
That's reason enough.
Please, don't kill me. It was old Hobson's idea, the hunt.
The Duke says, beginning to look around at his assailant.
Don't turn around.
The Duke quickly looks ahead and resumes his sobbing.
No, Dickie. It's not just about this hunt, or the many previous hunts. Your death is a message to your people.
A message?
You're all accountable for the slaughter, the abject terror and cruelty. And when you kill them, you kill me. When you torture them, you torture me. And we won't be tortured anymore. I can only take much too much before I strike back.
I don't understand.
The Duke cries.
You see, Prince Dick, no one is untouchable. You can all be gotten to, anytime and any place. You and your cronies won't even see us coming. We've been watching you, watching for so long, while you raped, pillaged, and destroyed. Centuries of imperialistic brutality, privilege, and internal decadence. People like you think land can be claimed, bought and sold, and innocent life can be hunted, killed, and priced. Well, no more. Not on my watch, bitch. You and your kind call yourselves chosen, sacred mediators to God? Where is your God? Your Christ? Your Saint John? Will you make your blood sacrifices? Where is your God, as I make mine?
The Duke hears the rifle being reloaded and continues to cry. He knows it is time. There is no way out. He is going to be murdered, and he knows his God has deserted him.
Or more to the point, the Duke had given up on his god a long time ago.
Quietly sobbing, he carefully begins to pick himself up. He cries out in pain, but slowly gets himself upright and onto one leg, the other useless and hanging limp. He finds some balance and composure. He stands straight, corrects his side parting, arches his back, raises his chin and holds his head high, and begins to sing loudly.
God save our precious Queen.
It is either the pain, his dire situation, or he clearly just doesn't know the words. He even sings the brass section.
This soul for us. God save the...
Gunshot. He is executed. A startled flock of game birds tear upwards, through the light mist and lush green canopy, into the celestial late morning sky.
Chapter 2. He's not loving it anymore. He's dead. New York, Avenue of the Americas. A cream Mercedes stretch limo with tinted windows glides down 47th Street. A 40-something man sits in the back seat, cleaning makeup from his face with a towelette. He leans back into the luxury leather in his $1,000 slate-coloured suit, ruffles his saddle brown hair, and loosens his silk tie. He lets out a long breath.
The interview went well, Mr. Eastbrook?
The driver asks. He's an older man, in his late 50s, dressed in a modest navy blue woolen suit and tie, bald, but with a carefully kept silvery beard, as though his hair had dropped to the bottom of his face.
That place just gives me the creeps. Republicans always have. That damn ignoramus interviewer, he kept interrupting me at every opportunity. I think he forgets he was in our goddamn commercial. I couldn't get into my flow. Of course, I was collected and in control, but inside I just wanted to smash his skull in with his own laptop. Ugh. Fox News. Well, I got the spiel across despite that uncharismatic prick.
The driver chuckles. The opening bars to Mac the Knife plays on the stereo.
Oh, the shark bay has such teeth deep, and he shows them pearly white. Always loved this song.
Stuart says, perking up slightly.
Well, it should have a special meaning for you, sir. And why is that? Seeing as how the company used the song in a string of advertisements to promote a special. Is that so? Yeah, it was in the late 80s. As I recall, they changed the lyrics from Mac the Knife to Mac Tonight. Must have thought that the original lyrics about a knife-wielding murderer were a bit too risque. I'm surprised you can't remember that one.
I joined the company in '93.
Ah, before your time. And? Did it work? The campaign? As I recall, it did the trick. Sold more burgers.
Stuart smiles.
Indeed. Although Bobby Darin's family weren't too happy about it. Sued the company in '89. No more Mac Tonight. That's the way of the world. It's called litigation finance. Wasn't it Picasso who said, good artists borrow, great artists steal?
Stuart gazes out of the window, grinning.
So, back to JFK?
The driver asks.
Yes, I'm flying back to Illinois. Some family time. That'll be nice.
Stuart lets out a dry laugh.
Or maybe not.
The driver asks, peering in the rear view mirror at his passenger.
It would be nice, yes. Apparently it's a monthly PR trip to McDonald's at Oakbrook. Ah. Ah is correct. Force another quarter pounder with cheese down my neck. The things I do for this business. Every job has its downsides.
Stuart chuckles.
That is very true.
The driver notices a bright red and blue light flashing in his wing mirror. An unmarked police car is tailing him.
What the hell? Something wrong? As I was saying, downsides to every job. The police.
Stuart turns around to look out of the back window.
Were you speeding? No, sir. You know me.
Sorry, George, of course.
Then what the hell does he want? I'd better pull over.
George signals and pulls the car to the side of the road. He watches in his wing mirror as the police car pulls up close behind. A police officer donning his hat and sunglasses climbs out of the car and approaches. George pushes down a button to lower the window as the officer arrives at his door.
What can I do for you, officer?
The police officer pulls out a badge and shows it to George.
Can you please step out of the vehicle?
Do you mind telling me what this is about?
Step out of the vehicle, please.
George hesitates. He looks in the rear-view mirror at a confused Stuart.
Maybe you should do what he asks. I've got a plane to catch in an hour or so.
Stuart watches George slowly nod and reluctantly climb out of the vehicle. He closes the door. Stuart can faintly hear a short exchange of words. Then he hears George raising his voice in protest. Then there is a strange discharge sound and something or someone slams against the side of the car, rocking Stuart inside, sending him into a state of alarm. He begins to breathe heavier.
What the fuck is going on?
He says to himself. He leans forward to look out of his window to see what has happened, and to his shock he sees George sliding down the side of the car and disappearing out of sight.
George?
He whispers. There is a tense pause as he tries to decide what to do.
Officer?
He calls out. The driver door opens quickly and the police officer climbs into the driver's seat, slamming the door closed. Stuart watches him, unsettled.
Officer, what is going on here? There must be some kind of mistake. I'm Stuart Eastbrook, Chief Executive Officer of the McDonald's Corp.
The officer turns around, sporting a pair of aviator shades and a very toothy grin, and raises a strange-looking weapon at Stuart. It's a taser gun.
I know who you are.
Stuart looks at the weapon with wide, frightened eyes.
Brace yourself.
The police officer fires the gun into Stuart's chest. His body turns rigid and violently spasms as 50,000 volts of electricity tears through him until he finally flops down onto the seat, unconscious. Sometime later, Stuart awakens and immediately grimaces and draws in a gasp of chilly air as he feels the aching discomfort from every muscle in his body. For a moment he thinks his neck muscles must still be rigid, as he can't seem to move his head. Then he realises he can't move his arms or legs. He panics and writhes in the seat of the tall dining chair he is taped into. His arms, legs, neck and head are taped to the chair with duct tape. After struggling to free himself and failing, he huffs and rests for a moment. His eyes scan his murky surroundings. He can see that he is in some kind of abandoned, decaying warehouse. He recognises a loading bay.
Manhattan Docks.
He tries to free his hands again, but they don't give.
Help!
He yells. His call echoes through the empty premises. Then silence. But then he hears footsteps. Someone approaching from behind him, out of sight.
Hello? Who's there? Please, help me!
Stuart cries. Someone brushes past him on his left side, startling him.
Oh, thank God, you have to help me.
He says. The figure stands in front of him. Stuart's expression changes from one of desperate hope to confused despair. It's the police officer who had tasered him in the car earlier.
Oh, I think you're a little bit beyond help now, Mr. CEO.
You? Who are you? What do you want with me?
Stuart says, trying to sound brave.
Listen, I don't think you realize the trouble you've gotten yourself into here. My lawyers...
From my point of view, you look like the one who is in, okay, let's say, more immediate trouble here. Mr. CEO?
That's right, Mr. CEO. You don't know who you're fucking with!
Stuart yells, writhing in his seat again.
Careful with all that strenuous activity there, Mr. CEO. Coupled with all those quarter pounders and cheese you claim to eat. In time, you could have a cardiac arrest.
Look, who are you? I'm guessing you're no cop.
Never mind who I am. Who are you?
Stuart looks baffled.
What?
I know who you are, what you do. But do you?
What are you talking about, you crazy son of a...
Who are you?
The officer yells, shocking Stuart.
Stuart East...
Not your name. Who are you? What do you do?
I'm
Yes,
in the restaurant business?
the restaurant business. Is that what you call it?
Yes, McDonald's. What would you call it?
I call it the needless slavery and slaughter of animals business.
Oh, let me guess. You're part of the Animal Liberation Front?
I call it the disease spreading business.
Oh, what are you talking about? That is ridiculous.
Is it? Cardiovascular disease, cancer, liver disease, stroke, asthma, obesity, diabetes, all linked to meat and fast food consumption. And the list goes on.
We're not forcing anyone to eat our products. What about public accountability? In moderation, our products can be eaten as part of a healthy, balanced...
Except that people, children, aren't eating in moderation, are they?
Well, how is that the company's fault?
Well, I'm glad you asked. When you bombard children with advertising, promising them all the latest toy from their favorite movie franchise, collect the whole set. They tend to arrest their parents into another visit to your restaurant, which means another happy meal and another risk to their health overall. I mean, to name it, Happy Meal. There's nothing happy about it. The cows and chickens that became that meal certainly weren't too happy being led to their untimely mechanized deaths. And when all those children grew up with thickened arteries and diabetes, I can't see them being too happy either. And you think that by throwing in a cheap plastic toy made by underpaid Chinese people, that this can salvage your Happy Meal? Useless, environmentally destructive pieces of plastic perpetuating the meaninglessness of materialism. So you're not just in the animal killing and disease making business, or the restaurant business, as you claim. You're in the toy-making business too. McDonald's being the biggest distributor of toys in the world.
Stuart sits quiet, scanning the ground as if it might offer him a way out of his nightmare.
See, I know who you are, what you do. And I think deep down, you know too. You know what you are, what you do. You know what that evil corporation does, and you want to be the new face of it? Selling your genetically modified sludge to billions of people, spreading over the globe like a cancer. Like the cancer you know your products cause. Pollution, deforestation, lobbying and advertising, manipulating children with cartoon franchises and toys, like a pedophile at the swing park. Come with me, little one. Here, look, I have all these treats and goodies and toys for you. All you have to do is come with me, and here, put this in your mouth. You filthy, repugnant bastard. I've seen you sitting in there with your own kids, shoveling it down their necks too, for a fat paycheck in Ralph Lauren suit. And all the while, over 80 years of animal cruelty and suffering. All those cows, chickens, pigs, and fish slaughtered. And for what? Profit. And flipping burgers. And a big yellow M stamped on the world's consciousness with a hot branding iron.
I work hard for what I do, damn it. I do it for my family, my children. Ho, ho, ho!
Fiction can be fun. Your family, you say. My family, my children. As if there is some kind of honor or nobility there, or truth. You think you are protecting them, setting them up for life. But what kind of life? And at what cost? When the world is so polluted it's hard to breathe, and it's so irradiated that we're sick all the time. When it's hard to find clean water that isn't polluted with agricultural runoff and microplastics. When it's hard to find clean organic food when GMOs have cross-contaminated the planet and pesticides have destroyed our soils. When the lungs of the world, the rainforests, have been decimated to grow cattle feed. The oceans, fishless, turn to acid. When corporations are run by psychopaths who will help perpetuate such a destructive industry, and its products that are proven to cause many hideous illnesses in humans, in children. So tell me again, Mr. CEO, who are you doing this for? Your kids? Future generations?
Stuart says nothing. His eyes well up.
Really? You're selling your own children out? Selling out their future? Aren't you? Don't you see? Ultimately, you're in the death business.
Stuart begins to weep. The officer steps in close to him and gently strokes his cheek as if comforting a child.
Shh, 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 shh. It's okay. I know. You can't help yourself, can you? You just get so carried away, don't you? You business folk.
The officer's strokes become less comforting and more of a heavy scrape. Stuart grimaces.
As my old man used to say, it's all just fun and games to you, isn't it? Juggling businesses and franchises and whoring their glue. You take a giant meaty shit on humanity and sleep like a baby.
The officer slaps him in the face.
Well, not anymore. So now I know you like your fun and games so much. I love a good game too. We're gonna play a special game now.
A game?
That's the spirit. Yes, a game. A special game. It's called Can You Guess What's Going to Happen Next?
Next?
Don't worry, I'm gonna give you some clues along the way.
Clues?
That's right. You just keep repeating my words if it helps. Yes, clues. Now, are you ready to play?
Stuart doesn't answer. The officer stands next to a tall machine of some sort, which is covered with an old dust sheet. There is a coiled hose on the ground. He bends down and grabs the hose with one hand and holds it up for Stuart to see.
Now, here is your first clue.
Stuart looks at it with fearful curiosity. He looks back at the officer.
Hose?
Ding, 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 ding. Correct.
The officer cries.
And your next clue?
He grabs the dust sheet and pulls it to the floor, revealing an old, beat-up, custom water pump. The hose and a large plastic container are crudely attached to it. Stuart peers at it and then back to the officer, who is gesturing to the pump with his hands and grinning like a bimbo from a game show.
A water pump?
Stuart tries to shrug. The officer frowns.
And you were doing so well. It is a pump, but it doesn't pump water. No, this pumps something else, something much more sinister.
The officer opens the large container perched on top of the machine and dips a finger into the substance inside. He quickly approaches Stuart and shoves his finger under his nose. Stuart screws up his face.
Oh, what is that?
Surely you should know your own product when you see it, when you smell it. You've been feeding it to the world's population for who knows how long. Pink slime. Yummy.
McDonald's do not use so-called pink slime in our...
No, but you did. And the only reason you stopped is because it was exposed to the world by a fat-tongued TV chef.
Stuart sits quiet again.
Now, back to our game.
The officer says, returning to the pump and picking up the nozzle end of the hose.
The maximum capacity of the human stomach is 2 to 4 liters. I have 10 liters of pink slime.
He switches on the machine. He turns and slowly begins to approach Stuart again.
So, Mr. CEO, can you guess what's going to happen next?
Stuart's wild eyes, fixated on the nozzle, reveal that he has a pretty good idea of what is about to happen. He starts to squirm in his chair again.
Listen, what do you want from me? Money? I can pay you a healthy amount.
Oh, I know all about your ridiculous salary, but I've got enough money to spank you.
Well, what the hell do you want?
Stuart cries, becoming terrified, as the officer slowly edges the nozzle towards his face.
You want to scare me? Okay, I'm scared. Say I'm sorry? I am sorry. You're right. I know what our company does, what we do to animals, nature, to children. But what do you want me to do? Resign? Please, just tell me. I'll do it. I'll resign.
It's not enough. You'll just be replaced. I have to make an example out of you.
The officer begins to push the nozzle against Stuart's lips.
Jesus Christ! Please!
Stuart cries through pursed lips.
My children! Children! Christ!
The officer crams the nozzle into Stuart's mouth, rattling past his teeth with a sudden surge. The nozzle nests into his gullet, and he immediately begins to gag and writhe. He breathes erratically through his nose as he fights the urge to vomit. The officer uses some kind of elastic cord to fasten the hose to his face. Stuart watches, with bug eyes, the officer's hand reach for the valve, and he panics, gagging and trying to scream. The officer turns the valve. The pink meaty goo sprays with considerable force down Stuart's esophagus. He gags and swallows repeatedly and shakes violently in his seat as his gut is filled with the vile slime. After a short while, slime starts spluttering and spilling from his mouth and nose as it fills up the cavities in his face. His bloodshot eyes roll back in his head and protrude, and he shakes in his seat as the slime finds its way into his windpipe. As he drowns in pink slime and slips into unconsciousness, the slime begins to gush out of his skull's orifices. Slime gushes out of his nose and perforates through his eardrums. His eyes pop out and are carried down his face as the goo oozes from his sockets. The machine pumps the last of the slime into Stuart's head. The officer walks over and switches it off. He returns to Stuart's lifeless body. He reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a small white card and a mobile phone. He tucks the card into Stuart's shirt pocket and takes a picture. As the officer leaves, he smiles and whistles a familiar catchy jingle. Chapter 3. The Beast is Slain. Kowloon, Hong Kong. A 59-year-old Chinese man with slick-back silver hair and a thin frame in a 1,000 yuan suit, sitting in the back seat of his limousine en route to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel with his mobile phone to his ear. He sneers and peers intensely across the car at someone in the back seat with him while he addresses someone else on the phone.
These financial concerns are yours, not mine. You will have what we agreed, when we agreed. You make the payment, we ship the merchandise. There will be no alterations to our dealings.
He grins, his eyes ablaze as he listens and stares lustfully at his companion. A pale, thin, 12-year-old Indonesian girl in a tiger onesie. She looks afraid and shifts in her seat and tries to avoid eye contact with him.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. It is in your own best interest, really. We can always find new trackers, new poachers, new buyers for our merchandise. But delays, alterations, can be tiring and costly, and I will not tolerate it. It would be extremely unwise to disappoint me. The last person to disappoint me was very unfortunate. He was paid a visit by my triad partners. You can meet him if you like. He is at the bottom of Victoria Harbour.
His grin widens until it looks like it would split his face as he hears what he wants to hear.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Expect our shipment to reach you in 2 days. We will be in touch.
He hangs up the phone, his eyes never leaving the anxious, trembling girl.
It's simple, my dear.
He begins as he edges closer to her.
Business brings money, and money brings power. And power gets me what I want. And whose business is it?
He says, his face now inches from hers.
To tell me how to conduct my business.
The girl's wide, fearful eyes well up.
No one tells Mr. Xian how to do business, and no one can stop me getting what I want.
A tear rolls down her cheek, and Xian spots it. He reaches up and catches it with his finger.
You look so adorable when you cry.
He says, his eyes glazing over.
So adorable, I could eat you.
He scoops her tear with his finger and pushes it in his mouth, swallowing, drinking her tear. He temporarily loses his breath, savouring the moment. The terrified girl whimpers. The car slows to a stop, which snaps Xian out of his lechery.
The Ritz-Carlton, sir.
The driver says, over the intercom. Xian sits back in his seat. The car door swings outward, opened by the hotel doorman. An over-enthusiastic, ingratiating man with an obvious brown hairpiece and black-framed spectacles with thick lenses, giving his eyes a fisheye effect appearance.
Ah, Mr. Shan. It's always a pleasure and privilege to have you back with us. You're once again honored and humbled by your powerful presence, sir.
Xian climbs out of the car.
Yes, yes.
He says, clearly agitated by the annoying doorman's alliteration.
My usual room. Is it ready?
Oh, absolutely affirmative, sir. We have been excitedly expecting your apprised arrival, sir.
The doorman says, holding the hotel door open for Xian, who strides in.
You can collect your kept key from the reception right over there, sir.
Xian stops in his tracks and steps in close to the doorman.
Oh, and doorman, wait half an hour and then have the girl and my bags brought up to my room.
The doorman peers into the limo and spots the young frightened girl, but he is particularly interested in a beige case on the back seat.
I trust you can handle this with discretion.
Xian says, giving the doorman a fierce expression. The doorman sucks in a breath, left only with one answer.
Of course, sir. Leave it to me.
A short while later, in the hotel's Grand Victoria Harbour suite, Xian has already showered and is wearing his gold silken dressing gown. Standing at the hotel minibar, he stares out of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the panoramic view of the island. It is lit up like a giant pinball machine.
And I am in control of the flippers.
He muses and begins slapping the sides of the minibar counter as if they are buttons on a machine. He laughs out loud. He whips his head around and gazes at the king-size bed for a moment, his hand gently massaging his genitals. He quickly draws in a breath and licks his dry lips.
I need a drink.
He turns back to the minibar counter and reaches for a bottle of single malt. He is about to pour himself a drink when there is a knock on the door. He slams a bottle down onto the counter, annoyed that the ill-timed interruption has ruined his moment. He rushes over and opens the door to reveal the doorman holding 2 flight cases. Xian's eyes flash with lust when he notices the girl, now wearing a long hooded coat, beside the doorman. Her head is lowered and her eyes never look up.
Discretion?
No problem, sir. No attention. Really smooth.
Chien stares hard at the doorman. He walks back into the room.
Come in. Put the bags here.
Chien signals with his hand. As the girl slowly edges into the room with the doorman behind her, Chien returns to the counter to pour that drink. The doorman places the cases down and turns to Chien.
Is there absolutely anything else I can dutifully do for you, Mr. Chien, sir?
He says, smiling.
Yes.
Chien says, pouring whiskey into a glass.
Get out.
The doorman's smile drops and he quickly shoots a helpless, sympathetic glance at the girl, who is pleading with him with her eyes to help her in some way. He looks away, his head hanging low.
Of course, sir.
He says, as he makes for the door.
No problem at all. You just have yourself a hot night.
He reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out a small white card and places it on the bedside cabinet. Chien doesn't notice, but the girl does. The doorman shoots her another glance.
All right.
One she can't quite understand, but takes a little reassurance from.
Take care now. Bye-bye then.
The doorman says, and quickly steps out of the doorway and pulls the door closed with a thump. Chien sits the bottle down and turns to the girl.
You can take off that coat now, dear.
The girl doesn't move. She just stares at the floor.
Look at me.
She slowly looks up at him with fearful eyes.
Take off the coat.
The girl obeys and removes the coat. Chien moves close to her. Standing in her onesie, she trembles as he reaches out to her. He takes the coat from her and walks over to his bags. He throws the coat onto a chair and reaches down for his beige case. He enters numbers on a numerical keypad and the case unlocks. He slowly opens the case. It is full of compartments. He reaches into one labelled Personal and pulls out a small glass test tube containing a cream-coloured powder. He turns to the girl and holds up the tube.
Do you know what this is?
She looks at the tube and struggles with her answer.
Drugs.
She finally says in a shrill voice.
How quaint. Yes, drugs. But not just any drug. Cocaine and heroin have their place, their time. But this can be taken every day. To take the components of an animal, grind it down, ingest it. Rhino horn, it has the power to heal. Tiger bone, it gives you strength. And should you ingest the penis of a tiger, let's just say it is very stimulating. And if combined, you can become a very powerful man indeed. A beast. Well, at least that's what we tell our clients.
Chien walks over to his drink. With his back to the girl, he pulls the stopper out of the test tube and tips the contents into his drink. He swirls the liquid around and turns to the girl who hasn't moved.
You really don't understand the word I'm saying, do you?
The girl just stares blankly at him.
Adorable,
he says, huskily. He gulps down the contents of his glass, hisses, and places the glass back on the counter.
Oh, our product does most of what we say it does. That's why it's a multi-billion wine industry. The West, they just can't accept it. Does the penis of a tiger make a man more virile? That is up to the man. Mind over matter, dear. But we have a substance very similar to Viagra that we add to each batch, completely unbeknown to our clients. Actually a Western creation, an aggressive drug. It really does stimulate in all the right places. Complete satisfaction. It's just better for business.
He slowly begins to approach her.
So what if a man who is already powerful, already like those wild animals, a man who is already a beast, takes our product?
The girl begins to tremble as Chien moves in close to her.
Well, you're about to find out, dear.
The girl looks desperately into Chien's insane eyes. From one glistening eyeball to the other, a huge, dirty grin stretches across his face, but his smile quickly turns to a grimace, as if he is in pain. Confused, he shifts his body and seems to recover. His eyes fall back on the girl and his smile returns. He seizes her suddenly. She cries out as he rushes her onto the king-size bed. The bed catches the back of the girl's legs and she falls back, with Chien crashing down on top of her. He begins writhing around, laughing hysterically, as the girl cries and squirms around under him. He gets on his hands and knees over her as she cowers under him.
Adorable glass eyes, like an innocent baby deer, unaware of the tiger, poised in the grass, ready to pounce.
Chien's expression changes to pain and confusion again. This episode lasts longer and seems more intense. Chien groans and his body shudders. He breathes heavy as the feeling fades.
I must have taken a bigger toss than I thought.
He says with an anxious laugh. He looks down at the girl who is gawking up at him, terrified. He laughs and pushes himself up onto his knees. He quickly unfastens his belt and whips his dressing gown off, throwing it across the room. He is naked and fully erect.
Oh, you're in for a rough night tonight.
The girl hugs her body and cries, her fearful eyes transfixed on the rigid, pulsating penis. Once again, Chien's expression quickly returns to pain and confusion. This time, he cries out loud. The girl lies silent and motionless. He reaches down and clutches his member. He cries out again and appears to be in agony.
Something is wrong.
He gasps. Then another wave of pain. He gasps for air as his face and eyes redden. His face seems to be swelling. He grasps at his body and then back to his penis. He cries out again with another wave. The girl manages to scramble out from under him and quickly clambers off the bed. She gets to her feet, turns and slowly edges away from Chien, who is now writhing in agony, clutching and grasping all over his body. He slowly reaches a hand out to the girl.
Please, you have to help me. Call an ambulance.
The petrified girl watches as Chien begins to scream and hold his penis. He falls forward onto the bed and rolls onto his back, frantically writhing, holding his penis, which now appears to be erupting in blood blisters. Kwan's scream rises in key until it shatters his empty glass on the minibar counter, his mouth so wide it splits as his penis begins to dissolve into a dark red pulpy mess. The girl screams, shaking her head, not quite believing what she is witnessing. Chien flails and tries to gargle a scream as his skin, all over his body, begins to bubble and blister. A rank, murky grey smoke is beginning to rise out of his body. Blisters pop in many explosions of blood. Chien's movements become fewer and sporadic as he slips into unconsciousness. His body starts to dissolve into a smoking, charred, barbecue sauce-coloured bloody mush, and his eyes melt and sizzle like two over-fried eggs in a pan. The girl screams again and runs for the door. She pulls it open and runs out and down the corridor, tearing past a shop porter, screaming the entire time. Chapter 4. Dying on Ice. Ice sheet on the eastern coast of Canada, Newfoundland. A whiteout of a blizzard rages. A dull white glow appears in the distance, getting closer and brighter. Vehicle headlights. The dark shape of a jeep emerges. The brakes squeal and the jeep skids to a stop, the ice crunching underneath the wheels. The driver door opens and a figure, a man, dressed in storm wear clothing, emerges. The man opens the back door and collects a long bag from the back seat. He pulls the bag onto his shoulder, the strap across his chest. He walks to the rear of the jeep and opens the trunk. Inside the trunk is a shivering and partially frozen naked woman. It is Canada's fisheries minister. She is 40-something, short and plump, and her short firefox-coloured hair stands on end like frosty baby carrots. Her hands are behind her back, bound with tape, and her feet are taped together, her eyes and mouth also covered with tape. The man reaches in and pulls the naked minister from the trunk and throws her down on the ice sheet with a dull thud. She heaves and groans, winded. She is then flipped onto her front and dragged across the ice by her feet, moaning and struggling. The sharp ice slices into her skin, leaving a faint trail of blood behind her. After a short while, the man stops. He lets Gillian's feet fall to the ice.
Here's you do.
He says. He removes his bag from his shoulder and places it down and unzips it. He pulls out a tripod and quickly sets it up. He reaches back into the bag and pulls out a camcorder. He fixes it to the tripod plate and gets the camera operational.
Okay, we're rolling.
He says. He picks up Gillian's feet and sets off in front of the camera, dragging the naked minister with him before coming to a stop and releasing her feet again. They slap down onto the hard ice. He pauses for a moment, his hot breath rising up into the night. He reaches down and spins the whimpering woman into position. He quickly returns to the camera. The man adjusts the camera.
Nice rule of thirds. I know it's murder, but I've still got to think about production value here.
Gillian raises her head, searching for her abductor.
Perfect.
Comes a call from through the blizzard, and the man rushes back. He rips the tape from Gillian's mouth and eyes. She cries out, gasping, as several hairs from her eyebrows are torn out with the adhesive. He then removes the binds on her hands. She instinctively rolls onto her side, curled like a fetus, and hugs her freezing body.
Please,
She cries, shaking.
what do you want from me? What are you going to do to me?
Roll over onto your front.
Gillian peers up at him, straining to see through driving snow in her eyes. All she can make out is a dark silhouette. She stalls.
Now, onto your front.
The man yells, taking a threatening step towards her.
Okay,
She says, awkwardly turning onto her front, crying.
please, don't hurt me. I'll do anything you say. Please, what do you want?
Nothing. The chaotic white noise of the storm and her heavy gasping is all that can be heard.
Money? A political favor? Are you mafia? Please, just tell me what.
Bark.
The man says, cutting her question off. She looks up at him, frightened and perplexed.
What?
Bark, Minister. Bark like a seal would bark.
Bark?
Yes, like a seal.
She stalls again, in confusion and fear. The man sighs and reveals a previously unnoticed hack-a-pick. Gillian notices it and becomes terrified.
You want me to bark like a seal?
Holy Testicle Tuesday.
The man mutters under his breath. He lifts the hack-a-pick and jabs the flat top end at her head. She cries out in pain. The blow is enough to prompt her.
Okay.
She starts barking, mimicking a seal.
That's actually not bad.
The man says, sounding impressed.
Although that's more elephant seal than harp. It'll have to do. Now, look up at me.
She slowly and reluctantly looks up and then breaks down, wailing.
Please. I know what this is about, but I can't just change the law overnight. I can't reverse an age-old tradition. People's livelihoods, the investments, Russia, Norway.
That's more rambling than barking, Minister. And besides, I've heard all that Canadian Sealers Association DFO propaganda bullshit before. And all based on profiteering and weak intentions. All those millions you waste in subsidies for the sealing industry. Icebreakers, search and rescue, lobbying other countries to support your barbarism. All at the taxpayer's expense, Minister. Livelihoods, you say? As if fishing industry buyouts don't happen? Or don't work? Compensate and develop alternative industries. Ecotourism, for example. It's not perfect, but it's better than the insanity of mass murder. And you mentioned Norway? Don't worry. I'll be paying a visit to a particular minister in the Norwegian government in the very near future, too.
Please. You have made your point.
The man leans down, close. The minister can see her dire and desperate condition reflected in his snow goggles.
Not yet, I haven't.
He says gravely.
Please. I'm going to freeze to death.
It's not the cold that's gonna kill you, Minister.
She grimaces and breaks down again.
I can change. But I'll need time. I can campaign. I'll lead a campaign against the cult.
Oh, it's a little late for that. And why don't you call it what it is, Minister? Murder. You politicians are always coming up with different ways to say the same thing. It's not murder, it's collateral damage. It's not murder, it's immunization. It's not murder, it's the McWhopper. It's not murder, it's the cult.
The minister just quietly sobs.
Now you and I both know you won't lead any such campaign. You would only return to doing what you politicians do so well. What you always do. Serve yourself and the elites and the businesses with vested interests. And if it's not you, it will be someone else. Someone just as corruptible and complacent. And besides all that, you aren't going to be leading any campaigns because you're not leaving this ice alive.
Please.
Julian panics.
You can't do this.
I can and I am. Now, start barking, Minister.
He lifts the hackapick onto his shoulder.
Please. I'm a human being. They're just dumb animals.
Just dumb animals, are they? So that makes them obsolete? Disposable? We're all made up of the same genetic material, Minister. Human and chimpanzee DNA are a whopping 98% identical. So if a chimp is an animal, what does that make you? An animal with a serious superiority complex. Humans are animals. We are a construct of nature. We are all life. What? Do you think you are special? Superior to any other life form on this planet? Why? Because you are sentient? Self-aware? Or can feel pain or fear? All animals are sentient. You think that every seal doesn't feel pain from every botched bludgeoning? Some of them aren't killed outright. They die a slow, agonizing death as they are skinned alive. Thousands and thousands of them, year after year, Minister. For every seal cub that is hacked to death, you think it doesn't fear the threat of death? Or it doesn't have the instinctual urge to live? Like you, right now? But no, you're a special animal. You're not obsolete or disposable. You're the Honorable Minister. They're just dumb animals. I wish I had a mirror. I'd show you the dumbest animal of all. Now bark!
The man jabs the club handle into her face. She cries out as her nose bone snaps and blood pours from her wound.
Oh God, help me!
She squeals and starts barking. The man raises the hackapick into the air with both hands tight on the handle. He widens his stance.
Please!
She screams. The man raises the club higher.
Now! Look up at me, Minister!
The man shouts as the minister barks and cries.
Please!
She screams again and continues to bark, with blood streaming from her nose into her mouth. And as the hackapick reaches its peak, she slowly looks up with terrified, glassy eyes as she barks hysterically. The man says, with a deranged curiosity in his voice.
Look at those cute, adorable eyes.
And in the view screen on the camera, which has been recording the whole scene, there is a horrifically familiar sight. Two dark silhouettes through the blizzard on cold, barren ice. A sealer in mid-swing and a seal desperately looking up at its killer. The hackapick is finally thrust down. A flash of red, and then the seal lies dead, convulsing and bleeding out onto the ice shelf. But the sealer doesn't skin this animal. He simply leans down and leaves something on the body. A small white card, tucked away in her armpit. He approaches the camera.
And cut! That's a wrap, everyone. Thank you, spank you. You've all been wonderful.
He says, as if addressing his crew. He reaches up to the camera and ceases recording. Chapter 5. Dream Within Dream. A high-rise apartment bedroom, New York. An attractive young female awakens as a figure quietly moves around the room. She brushes her tangled, treacle-coloured hair from her face with one hand
and sits up in bed, resting on one elbow. A news broadcast is quietly playing on a flat-screen television set. A young man, her husband, in a sharp, sharkskin grey cotton suit with unkempt taupe-coloured hair, finalises getting dressed. He straps a holster and gun to his body and notices the stirring female, watching him with her glacial blue eyes. They have never looked so elfin. "Hey," he says gently.
Hey.
She says, sleepily attending to her tired eyes.
I have to get going.
He says, pulling on his blazer. She toys.
Judy calls, huh, Agent?
The man nods to the TV, drawing her attention to it.
They've found another body. I've been called in.
The news anchor is a charmless woman with a tight sandy blonde bob. Her face is a light tangerine colour, caked in makeup, clearly trying to mask her middle-aged complexion. She reports with a mixture of disbelief and professionally stifled fear and excitement.
Again, the main breaking news, Canadian Minister Gillian Schiet has been found brutally murdered on an ice sheet in a location known as The Front in Newfoundland, where the annual seal hunt takes place every year in April. Minister Schiet's direct connection to the cull and the execution-style murder have led to the local authorities' preliminary statement.
The picture changes to a gruff, bordering on obese, detective sergeant being interviewed at the scene. His belly is dangerously close to breaching his tight navy blue uniform.
Well, let me tell you about what's happening here. Due to the nature of this brutal crime and its location and the association with the seal cull, we at the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary believe that this heinous crime bears all the hallmarks of an underground animal rights group we now know as ACE.
The picture returns to the newsreader.
Deputy Director Mark Guerra from the Washington faction of the FBI could not confirm nor deny ACE's connection with Minister Schiet's murder, but made this comment a short time ago.
The picture changes to Deputy Director Guerra, a 40-year-old dark Italian Iraq War veteran, dressed in a dark suit and coral blue tie, hurriedly making his way to a vehicle as a venue of reporters chase him, firing questions.
Deputy Director, do you support the Newfoundland Police's statements?
Guerra rolls his eyes, looking up to the heavens as if asking for a break. He pauses to answer the question.
I cannot say indefinitely that ACE are responsible for Minister Schiet's murder at this time, nor can I confirm that this recent string of high-profile execution-style murders that have been broadcast so vehemently by the world's media are in any way connected. I haven't even been to the scene yet. Look, I will make a full statement when we learn more. Now, I have a plane to catch, so get out of my way and let me do my job.
Guerra pushes his way through the frenzied reporters towards his car. The young woman turns away from the TV screen and looks up at her lover as his mobile chirps. He reaches into his pocket for it.
Guerra is not sure the murders are linked.
She says unconvincingly. Jameson looks up from his phone, straight-faced. He looks down at her with caring, sympathetic eyes.
I've got to go, my love.
You'll call me later?
Of course, he says, leaning down to kiss her. They embrace, and as they break, she holds the back of his head gently.
Be careful, Joshua.
They stare into each other like only lovers can.
I wish this moment could last forever,
he whispers, with a melancholic smile. Chapter 6. Find the bastard and flush him out. Washington, Dulles International Airport. Joshua Jameson quickly bounds up airstairs into a private Cessna Mustang light jet. He boards the aircraft to find Assistant Director for National Security, John Black, sat alone, barking complaints down a mobile phone about the press knowing too much from the so-called Canadian authorities. Black is a mature, stocky man with a stony, weather-beaten face, seemingly hardened by a life in law enforcement. His hair is greying and trimmed short and neat. He has a Magnum PI-style moustache to match, and a deep tan, as though he has just holidayed on the Hawaiian Islands. He wears a black cashmere suit, the classic FBI agent attire, his blazer removed and hanging over the empty seat next to him. He notices Jameson and hangs up.
Ah, Agent Joshua Jameson. So nice of you to finally join us. I thought we'd be taking off without you.
Yeah, sorry. I was held up. You see, my wife...
Sit down.
Black interrupts, clearly not entertaining any excuses. He points to the seat opposite him. Jameson quickly sits down. Black intensely stares at Jameson for an uncomfortable period of time. Jameson nervously shifts in his seat.
As you're no doubt already aware, I am Assistant Director John Black. You report directly to me from now on. Are we clear, Agent?
Very clear, sir.
You are familiar with the organization known as ACE?
Ace? Ace, yes, sir.
Jameson begins to feel uncomfortable once again as Black continues to stare. Black prompts a response with an expectant expression.
Oh, right. ACE. It stands for Animal Cruelty Extermination, an animal rights group dating back to the 1990s, initially associated with Greenpeace and WWF, ARP USA, and eventually more extreme groups like SHAC and ALF, until their activism and demonstrations became criminal in nature, and they were denounced at the turn of the millennium from almost all the animal rights groups. Even PETA! I don't have much more on them. They're believed to be disbanded.
Okay, you've done some research, Jameson, but tell me this. Who's in charge? Who controls it? Who's the guy funding this and pulling all the strings?
I thought ACE were a multi-celled group, highly professional and organized, but without central leadership?
Black stares at him, knowingly.
But you're going to tell me that I'm mistaken.
It seems we were all mistaken. We've had some new intel from the goddamn CIA. They've decided to collaborate on this and share information for a welcome change. It would appear that ACE are very much active and someone's brainchild. Now, the CIA have found a financial trace from a 4x4 vehicle hire company in Newfoundland.
That's one hell of a lead, sir.
Black checks Jameson's eyes to determine if he is being ingratiating. Satisfied that he is, Black relaxes back in his seat.
Yes, someone has finally slipped up.
The boarding crew, two 20-something women, a blonde and a brunette in matching uniforms, close and seal the cabin door and busy themselves as the engines come to life. Black lifts a mobile phone out of an open briefcase from the seat next to him and hands it to Jameson, who takes the phone and looks at an image on the screen. He immediately begins to study it. It's obviously a crime scene shot.
There's more. Flick through them and tell me what you see, Agent Jameson.
Black says, testing the young agent. Jameson takes a breath and presses the screen, taking him to the next image, and another. The images are brutal and graphic. He has seen dead bodies before, but nothing like this.
I see dead bodies, blood.
Come on, Jameson!
It's obviously the Royal Massacre in Scotland, sir. A duke, a bank manager, and a private landowner?
3 naked bodies with various gunshot wounds hang upside down from a beam in a murky shed.
Prince Richard, who was Duke of Gloucester. Stephen Pester, Chief Executive of the Royal Bank of Scotland. And Dutch billionaire businessman Anders H. Pavson. All pro-hunting.
Jameson squints at the image on the screen.
Really?
One of the men has half his skull missing. He flicks to the next picture. A man taped to a chair. His face is caked in a gross, congealed substance, and a rubber hose hangs out of the goo.
What is that pink stuff on his face? Wait a minute,
Jameson says, looking closer.
It came out of his eyes?
Stuart Eastbrook, CEO of McDonald's.
The McDonald's?
Black nods.
He was pumped so full of pink slime that it burst out of him.
What the hell is pink slime, sir?
You don't want to know. A kind of ground beef.
The colour drains from Jameson's face. He thumbs to the next picture, only it's a video. He shakes his head and looks up at Black.
Play it.
Black says coldly, loosening his violet tie. Jameson hits play and watches the screen. Someone has looped video footage of Canadian Minister Gillian Sheett's execution and synced it to some rather crude dubstep music.
Jesus,
is all he can say.
I know. The damn things went viral. We can't stop it.
No, I mean, Jesus, that is one fat beat.
Jameson smiles. Black just stares blankly.
Not appropriate.
Jameson says, losing the smile.
Just sometimes when I'm nervous,
Black just continues to stare.
Well, who the hell filmed this?
Jameson says, quickly changing the subject back to the case details.
We think the man in the video, her killer. Obviously, the hood and goggles and the driving snow are obscuring his face. Go on.
Jameson moves on to another image. A crime scene shot of the minister, naked and frozen on the barren ice sheet, her skull caved in.
He shamed her.
Jameson mumbles, disgusted. He thumbs to another image and recoils, reviled.
What the hell is that?
Right. That is Wang Xian, a lucrative businessman from Hong Kong. He used to be the head of the National Traditional Chinese Medicine Strategy Research Project. Made his money dealing in drugs and arms and setting up fake zoos and wildlife research centers for the cultivation of rhinos for the traditional medicine market. Since his unfortunate departure, information has appeared on WikiLeaks linking Xian and his illegal activities with delegates in the Chinese government. It's a mess. And now, so is Xian. CME says he ingested some kind of super concentrated, highly corrosive acid mixed with a black market version of Viagra, along with rhino horn and God knows what else. The acid dissolved him from the inside out. Dick first.
Black says, distraughtly gazing off into the distance. He adjusts his position in his seat.
Surely not suicide?
Jameson asks, shocked and shaking his head at the picture.
No, we think someone tampered with his personal stash. He may have been a bastard.
Black says, loosening his tie further.
But that's no way for a man to go.
Jameson points a finger at the screen.
Maybe I'm just cynical, but I'm detecting a certain degree of irony in the nature of these killings.
Black narrows his eyes, knowing.
How so?
Well, the hunter becomes the hunted. The burger man has his fill of beef. The Chinese medicine peddler is killed by his own erectile dysfunction potion. And now the minister? Killed just like a seal in the cult that she supports and subsidizes?
Black nods.
Go to the next picture.
Jameson flicks to the next picture to find a pristine white card.
A card?
Jameson looks up at Black.
A calling card.
Now look at the pictures again, Jameson.
Jameson flips through the pictures, slowly, carefully studying each macabre image. At each murder scene, in close proximity to each body, there is a card. With wide eyes, he looks up at Black, who says nothing.
They're all connected.
He hurriedly flicks through the pictures. One of the 3 dead men hanging in the shed in Scotland. An older-looking man who he presumes is the Duke has a white card slotted between his pimply buttocks. An inch of white card can be seen from the pocket of Stuart Eastbrook's shirt. Another white card slotted in Minister Sheet's armpit crevice. And a card sits on the cabinet beside Wang Xian's remains. Whew. Jameson glances up at Black again in disbelief and anticipation. Black reaches into his briefcase. He hands Jameson a picture. Jameson quickly takes the photo. It is a close-up of the blood-speckled card. Printed on the card in bold black ink are 2 words.
Iquensu Acha?
He asks, puzzled.
What is that? Latin?
We've had our experts on this for 2 weeks. They just couldn't find the translation. They initially thought it was an anagram. We've had everything from unique chaos to aqueous chin.
Jameson smiles but cannot tell if he is supposed to find this amusing. Black's default stony expression clarifies this.
Ever heard of the Wachutu tribe from Central Africa?
No.
Neither had I, or anyone else for that matter.
A steward interrupts and asks that they fasten their seatbelts. The aircraft is ready for takeoff. Jameson is impatient and annoyed at the interruption as he quickly fastens his belt. The engines roar as the aircraft begins to move down the runway.
Chief,
Jameson says, raising his voice over the engines.
why are you showing me all this? Why am I here? Are you bringing me in on this case?
Black leans forward in his seat.
I've heard good things about you, Jameson. Recommendations. Yes, I'm bringing you in on this case.
The aircraft is taxiing down the runway.
Thank you, sir. I won't let you down.
Jameson looks out the window.
So, what is our heading? Are we going to Newfoundland?
No, we're not.
Jameson glances back to find Black's wry smile.
I'm going to Newfoundland. I've got something else in mind for you, Agent.
Something else, sir?
I read from your file that you went undercover for a year with a major drug cartel in Chicago.
Yeah. Counter-narcotics team.
Jameson nods.
Led to 10 convictions and the seizure of 5 tons of Panamanian cocaine.
Black raises his eyebrows.
That's a lot of coke.
Yes, sir. But what has all this got to do with the Ace case?
We think we're dealing with a serial killer who is going after high-profile targets, using the ACE organization and its members to carry out his terror. Assuming, of course, that our killer is Mel, we're only basing that on a sketchy statement from Eastbrook's driver and the viral video footage. But I've seen cases like this before, and a son of a bitch is usually a man. He is currently considered public enemy number 1. He's obviously trying to send a message to the world. The worst kind of lunatic. A killer with a cause. We need you to infiltrate Ace. We need you back undercover.
But why infiltration, sir? Why not just take the organization down, one swoop?
Black shakes his head and rests back in his seat.
It's not enough. If there's a mastermind behind all this, we need you to find the bastard and flush him out before he kills again. And besides, we currently don't know the whereabouts of the organization's HQ.
Then, with all due respect, sir, how do you expect to infiltrate Ace if you don't know where it is?
The vehicle traces led us to an address in Colorado and a young man called David Archer. Turns out he's been an active member of Ace for a short time. The CIA already have him in custody, and thanks to their coercion methods, he's proving to be a valuable source of information.
Black takes another picture from his briefcase and hands it to Jameson. Jameson looks at the photograph of a young man and for a moment thinks he is looking at his own face.
We want you to impersonate him. Stay in his apartment and await contact from Ace. That's your way in.
Wow, we do look strikingly similar.
I would say uncanny.
And I thought you wanted me on the case for my experience.
Black smiles.
Can't it be both?
Jameson frantically flicks through all the pictures. Murder, massacre, mutilation.
Agent, we're asking you to put your safety, your life, on the line here. Are you up for the job?
Black asks firmly. Jameson stutters as his gaze rests upon the close-up shot of the calling card.
Yes, sir. You can count on me.
Jameson's mind races.
Serial killer. Undercover. Ace. Richulu tribe. Iquinsu Archa.
Iquinsu Archa!
He mumbles, looking up.
Sir, the translation. What does it mean?
The jet leaves the runway and takes off into the air. Black stares coldly into Jameson's wild eyes.
It means white devil.
Jameson cannot tell if it is the takeoff, but he suddenly feels very sick to his stomach. Chapter 7. The Phone Call. Apartment 2A, downtown Denver, Colorado. David Archer's apartment is a small and dingy bedsit, located above a small backstreet theatre called Shoddy Actors Entertainment. The apartment is in serious need of updating. The walls are painted nicotine yellow. Fake plastic plants, coated in a thin layer of dust, sit ugly and useless in chintz-style vases throughout the place. The beach-style laminate flooring is covered with a multitude of mysterious colourful stains, used tissues and napkins, the odd piece of stale toast, empty plastic water bottles, and crumbs that felt like tiny glass shards to Jameson's bare feet on his first night in the apartment. There is a large pile of dirty laundry piled up against one wall. The single bed is unmade. The bed sheets, in need of sterilisation, are soiled with a substance that looks like plum jam. There is a large stain in the centre of the mattress covering. Upon discovering it, Jameson could not tell if it is red wine or blood. Regardless, the bed is off limits. There is a general mess everywhere. The CIA obviously had not bothered tidying up after their thorough search, and Jameson couldn't bring himself to do it either. But after 2 weeks of festering in the hole, alone, eating takeout food, the mess, and more so the rank, stale, sweet and sour with a hint of semen smell, had him almost reaching for the shaken vac. Jameson is settled on his camping bed, in his sleeping bag. He is naked, with the exception of his white underpants. With his hands clasped behind his head as a makeshift pillow, he gazes, in a trance, up at the Artex ceiling and a non-functional ceiling fan covered in dusty cobwebs, thinking of the last time he saw his wife's face. It was only a couple of weeks ago, but it feels longer than that. It feels like an awful long time ago. He sighs and pines for her in his loneliness, somewhat emotional. Archer's mobile phone, several feet away, rings and rattles loudly as it vibrates on the kitchen bunker, startling Jameson. The ringtone is "I Wanna Be Sedated" by the Ramones. "Shit," Jameson blurts. He tries to move his arms and cries out. They feel like dead weights, stiff and aching. As he slowly regains control of his arms, he begins to groan and chuckle at the same time as paresthesia settles in. He searches for the sleeping bag zipper. His fumbling, tingling hands just cannot seem to find it. He fights with the bag for a manic moment. The phone keeps ringing. Jameson, having lost track of time, gets himself into a panic that he might miss the call.
Don't hang up! I'm coming! You can't hear me! I'm wasting time!
He swings his legs off the camping bed and tries to stand, but the sleeping bag slides along the floor. He slips and falls backwards, crashing down onto the floor.
Jesus!
He wheezes, slightly winded. He flips onto his front and gets into the press-up position. He then walks forwards on his hands, dragging his feet as they slide out of the sleeping bag.
Come on.
And in an awkward, graceless motion, Jameson unsheathes himself. He clambers to his feet and reaches the phone on the kitchen bunker just as it goes off.
Okay, God damn it!
Probably should have kept the phone a bit closer to me, in hindsight.
He runs over and kicks his sleeping bag across the room. It lands on top of a heap of open pizza boxes with mouldy, half-eaten pizza inside that has been left to rot, and some other unknown substance growing out of what looks like a noodle box. He grimaces, realising he should go and rescue it from the grime, and begins to make for it when the phone rings again. He spins around and snatches the phone up to his ear.
Hello?
He says, desperately trying to regain his composure and slip into character. Silence. Jameson waits.
Archer?
A young woman's voice asks.
Yeah?
Silence.
Why didn't you answer the first time?
Oh, I was in the shower just freshening up. You know how I like cleanliness.
Jameson says, scanning the befouled room. He frowns at his contradiction.
Who is this?
You know who this is. We need you to get on a plane.
A plane? To where?
Cincinnati. Someone will be waiting for you at CDG.
Okay. When?
The next flight is in 1 hour. I suggest you leave now.
The caller hangs up. Jameson looks at his watch. 8 p.m.
Time to go.
He quickly gets dressed into black cargo pants and a black polo neck sweater. He pulls on a fleece raincoat. He pockets his phone, picks up his keys and heads for the door. He pulls it open and steps into a cool and crisp early evening air. He locks the apartment door and turns to face the night. He draws in a long breath of refreshing air and slowly exhales. After breathing in the musty apartment air for so long, the fresh air is invigorating and it sharpens his mind to face the magnitude and uncertainty of what lies ahead of him.
One foot after the other,
he tells himself.
One step at a time. You can do this.
He pulls up his coat collar and then hastily makes for the streets to hail a cab. Chapter 8. HQ equals Q&A. Ace Headquarters, Abandoned Subway, Cincinnati. Jameson clumsily follows two people down a long and large, dark tunnel. He had been met at the airport by a young man, tall and dark-skinned, with a short, well-kept afro and wearing gold-framed sunglasses, who accompanied him to the airport parking lot, where a young woman with John Lennon spectacles and long hair, dark like black coffee in contrast to her pale complexion, was awaiting their return in an unassuming titanium silver Honda Accord. After a half-hour drive of relative silence, the woman had pulled the car onto an unused, dilapidated rail track and proceeded to park around 100 feet inside the entrance to the tunnel, next to a beat-up 1970s Chevrolet. The man and woman both have torches and shine their lights in front of them as they make their way through the tunnel. Jameson stumbles over a piece of track. He gently collides into the woman.
Careful, Archer.
She complains.
Why didn't you bring your torch?
She hadn't spoken much on the journey in the car, but Jameson reckons it was she who had spoken to him on the phone.
Sorry, I must have left it back at my apartment.
Jameson says, thinking fast.
My head is a bit fuzzy today. I was drinking pretty hard last night.
You know how he feels about drugs and alcohol?
The woman says, with anger in her voice that Jameson can't understand.
We have to be ready to go when the orders drop. That means a clear mind, able to drive and function as an operative.
Jameson bites his bottom lip.
You're right, of course. It was just a one-off. I felt a bit depressed, so I thought I would cheer myself up with a few drinks.
A few drinks? A few drinks is all it takes to render you useless. Dangerous, even. I'm concerned that your hangover will impair your judgment.
It was a bad call. Look, it won't happen again.
Jameson says, rolling his eyes in the darkness, clearly regretting this particular lie.
You said you felt depressed?
The man in front asks, helping Jameson to dig his hole a little deeper.
You are not having regrets about joining us, are you? Second thoughts. You are about to meet the main man.
The main man?
You know who we're talking about.
The main man, of course.
Jameson says, trying to sound sure. He sees an opportunity.
Listen, about that, I've been wondering what to call him, when I meet him. Is it Sir or...
Just call him by his name.
Jameson grimaces.
His name. Understood.
You did not answer my question. Second thoughts?
No, if anything, I'm more eager than ever. Joining this organization has been good for me. Last night, I was just lonely, missing some company from that special someone kind of thing.
Ah, well, I know that feeling. It has been a while for me too. But you know how he feels about relationships.
Jameson screws up his face and shrugs in the darkness.
Yeah, I know.
It's only temporary, guys. You know that. After we win this war, there will be plenty of time for pussy.
The man and woman just chuckle. They walk in silence for a moment. Jameson considers the woman's statement.
This war, this is how they see themselves. Fighting a war, winning a war. A war against who? Animal abusers? Royalty? The Chinese?
Here we go.
The man says, shining his torch on a floor-to-ceiling chain-link fence. The fence completely blocks their path. They locate a heavily padlocked door within the fence. Jameson notices a "Danger, keep out" sign. The man produces a key and proceeds to unlock the padlock. He unravels the chain and swings the door open. They all pass through. He chains the door again and locks the padlock. They move on. After a while, they reach a similar fence. After passing through and carrying on, they encounter a third fence. They carry on until gradually light begins to fill the tunnel. The low-end rumble of generators can be heard. Now the sound of people, chattering, activity.
Media? Computers?
They reach two metal bins with logs inside, blazing a fire and producing a welcome heat. However, the ripped guard with the mullet-style hairdo, clutching a shotgun, who looks like he belongs in a wrestling ring from the 1980s, doesn't look so welcoming. But he recognises the man and woman and lets them all pass, curiously nodding to Jameson. Jameson just half smiles, nods back, his eyes fixed on the shotgun, and walks by. They climb some stairs up onto a platform and Jameson is impressed at what he sees. The concourse is lit up by a couple of well-positioned, powerful floodlights on stands. There is a large network of computers and monitors on stainless steel workstations. People, maybe 20, everywhere, moving here and there with purpose and fluency. And standing in the centre of the platform, overseeing it all, is a rugged-looking man in his early 50s, tall and thin, with greasy, long, lank hair. He is dressed elaborately in red and black pinstripe pants and a white vest, with an unbuttoned Hawaiian shirt with a smoking machine gun-toting shark motif. Jameson watches him quietly, muttering to himself as they approach. His jerky body movements, almost like a bird, seem involuntary. Jameson guesses this man is either clearly lost and mental, or he clearly must be in charge. Possibly the serial killer himself. Assistant Director Black's voice echoes through Jameson's mind.
Find the bastard. Flush him out. Before he kills again.
Wait here.
Jameson pauses. The woman turns and slowly approaches the main man. He greets her fondly, resting an arm on her shoulder. Jameson can read a deep kindness in his eyes as he gazes at her. The dark-skinned man who accompanied Jameson on his journey remains quiet and skulks off down a sub-tunnel. Jameson stands alone for a moment as the woman explains the situation. A faint, familiar song begins from somewhere on the platform.
People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone.
Sings Jim Morrison. The main man and the woman look Jameson up and down.
Are they suspicious? Do they know?
He beckons Jameson over. Jameson approaches. There is a tense pause.
When you're strange, faces come out of the rain.
Jim explains.
Bumblebee tuna?
The main man seems to ask.
Sorry?
Jameson says, shaking his head, trying to make sense of the words he'd just heard.
A code word?
The main man just huffs.
Never mind. Archer, huh?
That's me.
Welcome to Liberty Street Station.
It's good to finally be here.
Jameson says, scanning the area.
Liberty Street Station. I like it. Did you make that up?
No, it really was named that. Back when the subway was being constructed in the early 20th century. It was converted to a nuclear fallout shelter in the 1960s. We've cleaned it up a bit. It's home, for now.
Well, I like what you've done with the place.
So, how long have you been with us?
Short time.
The main man seems to stare into Jameson, studying his face.
Does he know? Why am I having trouble recognizing you, Archer?
Because we haven't met before?
Yes. But I always carry out a background check on my recruits, which means studying detailed pictures of their faces.
Yes.
The main man wiggles his finger at Jameson.
You seem different. He knows.
Different?
Jameson says, keeping his cool.
You've had a haircut?
No. Same hair.
Shaved your beard?
No, always clean shaven.
Wearing makeup?
What? No.
Eye transplant?
Eye transplant.
Jameson laughs, but the main man looks deadly serious. Jameson looks to the woman and then back to the main man. His laughter fades.
No.
Facelift?
No.
Sex change?
Of course not.
Jameson blurts, confused by the strange Q&A. The woman laughs and walks off.
Alrighty.
The main man says with a devilish grin.
You just look a little nervy. Edgy. Spooked.
To tell you the truth, I am a bit nervous.
Well, don't be.
The main man says, softly, suddenly looking sympathetic. He extends a hand.
Just take my hand.
Jameson, distantly, looks down at his own hand, automatically reaching out. The main man grabs it tight and yanks it towards his mouth and barks loudly like a vicious dog. Jameson jumps and pulls his hand free, in shock. The main man just laughs, hysterically.
That one never gets old,
he says, seemingly addressing himself.
although I have modified it a bit. Freestyle. Keep it spontaneous. Real. On my toes.
He realizes Jameson is watching him, bewildered. He quickly steps forward until he is touching noses with Jameson, whose eyes widen as he watches the main man's eyes dart back and forth.
You do have a sense of humor, don't you?
Humor? Yes. Of course.
I can't abide a person with no sense of humor.
No, me neither. Especially the ones who say humor is relative.
The main man's eyes narrow. Jameson looks down.
Hey, nice shirt.
He says, trying to smile.
Do you like it?
Yeah, what is that? A shark with an AK-47?
Know your guns, do you? What are you? Some kind of weapons expert?
Well, Call of Duty, really.
The main man sighs, rapidly blinking his eyes and exhaling excessively into Jameson's face.
Yes, sharks. Another endangered species. 400 million years old, sharks. They've survived every extinction event on the planet. Now endangered by humans! Humans, having only been around for at most 200,000 years. And in just that short space of time, we've endangered not only sharks, but countless other species too, with hundreds becoming extinct in just the last few hundred years alone. My, aren't we a destructive force of nature? Now, doesn't that just make your heart feel like someone is repeatedly stabbing it with an ice pick? Doesn't that make you wish that when Indonesian fishing fleets sail out onto those Indian waters in search of fins, that sharks really do have AK-47s?
There is an awkward and tense moment of close proximity staring at each other.
When you're straight.
Jim sings, bringing the song to a close. Someone approaches from the right.
Sorry to interrupt,
It's the woman.
but we're into their mainframe. We have full control when we need it.
The main man continues to glare at Jameson.
Alrighty then.
He says, gruffly, with a twinkle in his wild eyes.
You and I are going on a special mission.
He says to Jameson.
Special mission?
The main man takes a step back.
Are you sure I'm ready for this?
Jameson asks, feeling everything moving too quickly.
Don't worry, I'll be watching you.
Jameson doesn't know whether to feel comforted or nervous about that statement.
Okay.
He nods.
What do you need me to do?
Go with Penny. She'll brief you on the mission. Your role.
Jameson gazes wistfully at the woman.
Penny. What a lovely name.
She smiles,
Follow me.
she says, and she makes for a computer station. Jameson follows Penny and nods at the main man, who watches him intently the entire time. They arrive at the workstation, and Penny begins to outline the mission.
The target is the headquarters of Procter & Gamble here in Cincinnati. Your mission is to sneak into the basement level of the building and cut a power cable that controls the electronic locking mechanism on every animal cage in their laboratory, setting the animals free and creating chaos.
Penny is fairly efficient on her laptop as she pulls up the building's blueprints and shows him his entry and exit points, an entrance at the rear of the building, and once inside, she shows him his route to the electrical service room.
What about the alarm system?
Our tech head has access to their mainframe. When you're in position, dial his number and he can disable the alarm system. He just can't unlock the cages from here.
I thought you said he had full control.
Everything but the cages.
And that's where I come in.
Exactly. It should be a swift and easy operation.
Penny nods to the main man.
He'll be going with you as your driver and backup should anything go wrong, but we don't foresee any problems. We'll supply you with a mobile phone and insulated wire cutters.
When do we leave?
Tomorrow.
"To," Jameson blurts, but then lowers his voice so the main man cannot hear him.
Tomorrow? Isn't that a little, soon?
We've been planning this for weeks. Studying schematics, learning personnel rotas and routines, breaking into their mainframe. Timing is crucial. It has to be tomorrow.
Jameson tries and fails to swallow a lump in his throat.
I understand.
You'll leave at 2000 hours, reach at 2100. I suggest you get some food and some sleep.
Penny says, her hand gesturing to a subtunnel.
The three of us can fine-tune the mission in the morning, and you can get better acquainted.
She motions her head to the main man, who is still blatantly watching him. Jameson nervously smiles at him, but he does not return a smile.
I'm looking forward to it.
Jameson mumbles, unconvincingly.
I'm sorry you haven't been introduced until today, but you've only been with us for a short time, and we have a strict screening protocol around here.
She smiles, but there is something behind her glistening eyes that leaves Jameson curious.
That's fine. I understand.
Penny just gazes at him for a moment, smiling, until he feels a little uncomfortable. He decides to try his luck.
Penny, I wanted to ask you about his name.
His name?
I was just wondering how he came to be called what he is.
Well,
She smiles.
perhaps that's a story he can tell you himself.
Jameson is disappointed, but hides it well. He nods.
Of course. Maybe tomorrow morning.
Now Penny nods.
Anyway, you'll find something tasty in the canteen if you're peckish.
Great. I am hungry. Would you care to join me?
Penny smiles.
Another time. I still have duties to attend to.
Okay. Well, good night. See you in the morning.
Good night, Archer.
Penny nods. Jameson makes his way to the sub-tunnel and steps inside. The tunnel is dimly lit, with candles lined along the edges of the walls, but lit nonetheless. He carefully treads through the tunnel until he reaches a cross-section. He can smell something wonderful coming from the path to the right. He takes that path and eventually finds a large, arched room. It is being used as a makeshift dining room. There are gas stoves heating giant pots of something deliciously aromatic bubbling away, and several fold-out tables, each with 4 folding stools. Jameson is surprised to find a young male, in his early teens, stirring a pot of stew-like substance. 3 other people sit at tables, eating, 2 at one table chatting, and 1 at another eating alone. Jameson walks over to a table with crockery and cutlery on it. He lifts a fork and a bowl and approaches the person stirring the pot.
What's on the menu tonight?
He asks. The young man looks up and removes a set of earphones and lets them hang around his neck. He is handsome, in a deathly pale, gawky teenage fashion. One piercing dark brown eye peers at Jameson. The other is hidden behind a curtain of tawny-coloured hair. His apron with a print of a woman's body dressed in erotic underwear shows a humorous side to his character, but he seems nervous, sensitive.
You've got chickpea and sweet potato curry.
He says, nodding to the other pot.
Or 3 bean and mushroom chili in here.
Chickpea and potato, huh? What, no lamb?
Jameson asks, looking around for another pot. The teen looks at him in disgust and with contempt. Jameson realises his parapraxis.
Bad joke,
he says, smiling goofily, trying to recover. The young man takes a moment to suss Jameson out.
Ah, a joke,
he says, stone-faced. He wheezes out a laugh, but seems to be laughing at the suggestion of a joke.
They say us vegans don't have a sense of humour. I think I'll have the chili.
The teen scoops 2 ladles of chili into Jameson's bowl and hands him a couple of warm pita breads.
Hey, that sounds kinda heavy.
Jameson says, referring to the boy's choice in music.
You ever listen to, Cannibal Corpse?
The teen shrugs. He shakes his head.
No? Paranoid Monkeys?
Now the teen just looks embarrassed.
No? The Drop D Hellwalkers?
The teen doesn't answer. He just looks down at his pots.
Not heard. No. Anywho,
Jameson smiles and raises his bowl.
Thanks for the,
He takes a seat at an empty table. He doesn't have much hope for the chili, but he is now hungry and would be grateful for something in his belly. He spoons some food and takes a mouthful.
Wow,
he says uncontrollably.
The flavors. That cumin, coriander, and smoked paprika base. Tomato, carrot, celery, nicely cooked. Creamy melt-in-your-mouth beans. Kidney, black eye, and another I can't recognize. Nice chunky chestnut mushrooms. Full of juicy flavor. Oh, and now the heat from the chilies creeps up. And a slight bitter sweetness from dark chocolate.
This was no ordinary slop. No gruel for the minions. Jameson breaks some bread and scoops some more chili up and into his mouth. He says aloud. He turns to the pot stirrer.
Did you make this?
The teen just smiles, slightly embarrassed.
It's beautiful.
The teen nods, now looking proud. Jameson turns back around and devours his meal. The teen arrives at the table and sets down another bowl. It is the curry.
Try this one.
I reckon I could manage another 1 or 2 forkfuls.
Jameson smiles, enjoying the new aromas rising up from the bowl and stimulating his olfactory bulb. He forks some curry into his mouth. The flavours are intense. The chickpeas and sweet potato are cooked perfectly and seasoned with cumin and garam masala, ginger and turmeric, coconut cream and fresh coriander. This time, the heat kicks the door in. It is a fiery one.
Wow, it's lovely. A few chilies in there, huh?
It's cayenne pepper, actually. Maybe a bit too much?
No. The heat is welcome.
The teen beams a smile that makes Jameson think of his wife.
You know, my wife would love this curry.
He smiles, forking more curry into his mouth. The teen's smile widens, his eyes glistening.
Who taught you how to cook?
My mother.
The teen says, and although still smiling, a tear streaks down his cheek. Jameson can see a deep melancholy in the teen's eyes. He decides not to press him about it.
Well, you enjoy your meal.
The teen nods and returns to his pots. Jameson ponders over the teen's obvious turmoil as he finishes the remains of his curry.
I need to keep an eye on him.
After thanking the young cook again, he leaves down the same tunnel and comes to the cross-section again. He walks straight on, taking the left path, which leads him to another large arched room, a sleeping area. There are several camping beds in rows with sleeping bags rolled out on top of each bed. Some are occupied with people who have already turned in. Jameson finds an empty bed and sits down. A wave of fatigue washes over him. It's been a long day. The journey and the tension has worn him out. He removes his shoes and coat and climbs into the sleeping bag. He lies back and sighs. The food in his belly and the warmth of the sleeping bag soon has his eyelids fluttering. He tries to think of his predicament and the mission that he faces tomorrow.
What use is setting animals loose in a lab? Is it some kind of test? Initiation? Who are these people? Do they know who I really am? Am I in danger? Is the main man the killer? Why does he act so strangely? And how can I get my hands on that chili recipe?
He needs answers for his torrent of questions. But as another wave of fatigue closes his eyes, he realizes that they will have to wait for the morning. His mind fades to black, and he soon drifts off to sleep. Chapter 9. Men called them the Nightmare. An unknown tropical forest. The jungle is deep, dense, humid and warm, and teeming with life and energy. Vibrant colours, so many shades of green. Jungle birds, monkeys, frogs, insects, and other indecipherable lurking creatures create a thick soup of ambient sound in the air. A sound design like no other. Jameson creeps through the undergrowth. He is unsure where he is going. Movement. He freezes. Nothing. He carries on. Movement. Jameson catches sight of a frightening face through the foliage. It is gone.
Not human. Not animal.
Movement again. Jameson sees the same face, only clearer. It's a mask. A war mask. Movement all around. More masks.
War. All around me.
He is afraid. Vulnerable.
Turn back.
He turns and tries to run. A giant, hideous, white goblin-like monster blocks his path. It starts up the chainsaw in its hand. It flaps its massive wings and gives off a blood-curdling screech. Jameson can't move. Can't breathe.
I'm suffocating.
It screeches. Jameson is confused.
Breakfast.
Chapter 10. Next day, 8 a.m. Ace Headquarters, sleeping area.
Breakfast!
Jameson opens his eyes.
Where the hell am I?
He mumbles.
I know that feeling.
Someone says on his left-hand side. Jameson looks around to see a strange man sitting up in his camp bed rubbing his eyes. He begins to remember his situation and his surroundings. Underground. In the subway.
With the terrorists.
Breakfast!
Someone calls out again. He sits up and unzips his sleeping bag and climbs out. It is fairly cold, so he quickly slips his coat and shoes on. He follows the tunnel until he can catch a wondrous smell.
Pancakes?
He takes the tunnel to the dining area at the cross-section and finds the young cook making pancakes on a small frying pan. Jameson takes a moment to watch the boy as he flips one and then scoops it onto a plate of several other cooked pancakes. There is a selection of preserves, fruit and vegetables, condiments, juice and coffee available, set out on another table. Jameson helps himself to a plate and a fork and 2 pancakes from the pile. He forks some red onion, sliced green chili and capers onto one pancake with a splash of balsamic vinegar. He then spoons some raspberry jam and blueberries onto his other pancake.
Nice choice.
The cook notices, nodding his approval.
So, what?
Jameson says, playfully looking around.
No bacon and eggs?
This time the cook does laugh, remembering their previous encounter. The boy's smile is endearing, and Jameson takes an instant shine to him. A fleeting thought of the potential danger this young person is in flashes through Jameson's mind.
He's just a kid. Caught in the middle. Or is he here of his own volition?
Hey, enjoy the jam. I made it myself.
The boy smiles. Jameson manages a melancholic smile.
Thanks. I'm sure I will.
He lingers for a moment, wanting to engage with the boy a little longer, but the room is busy and the boy turns to dish up some more pancakes for the next hungry person in line. Jameson takes his plate of pancakes and heads back down the tunnel. When he reaches the cross-section, he turns left and follows the tunnel to the platform, which is also busy. People prodding keyboards and flitting from one workstation to the next, buzzing and vibrating, passing messages to each other like dancing bees in a hive. Some are sipping coffee, still wakening up. Jameson finds an empty workstation and sits down to eat his pancakes. He watches the group as they work.
As far as terrorists go, they all seem really nice so far. Even the weird main man. He doesn't come across as an evil, cold-blooded killer. But there is definitely something odd about him.
How's your pancake?
Someone asks. Jameson looks around with a mouthful. Penny stands looking down at him.
Delicious.
He says, covering his mouth with one hand, trying not to spit food in Penny's direction.
I don't know who that cook is, but he should open his own restaurant.
Well, you should know him.
Penny says, with a flash of emotion across her face that raises Jameson's eyebrows. She finds her smile again.
I just mean you should get to know him. He's a really good kid. Bright. He's my little brother.
Jameson looks at her, surprised.
He's too young to go on missions, so he helps in the ways he can, and yes, he's a wizard in the kitchen. All cruelty-free, organic, vegan food.
Of course.
Jameson smiles.
Of course. How did you sleep?
I was out like a light.
Big day today.
Yes.
How are you feeling about tonight's mission?
Yeah, ready for it. Ready to release those poor imprisoned critters and unleash some chaos.
Penny smiles, tilting her head. She looks almost sympathetic.
That's the spirit. Well, I'll let you finish your breakfast. Fine-tune the mission later?
Yes, I'll find you.
Penny walks off down a different subtunnel.
Where does it lead?
Jameson scans the room. No sign of the main man yet. He finishes his breakfast and takes a stroll down the tunnel that Penny had taken. It snakes for a while before opening out onto another platform, an access tunnel between platforms.
How many tunnels and platforms are down here?
Jameson asks himself.
A lot.
Comes a coarse voice. Jameson follows the direction of the voice and spots the main man in a hammock, swinging gently, supported between 2 pillars. There is a bright beam of sunlight shining down from somewhere high in the ceiling onto him.
Enough to get lost in and possibly starve to death. Morning. That's a cheerful thought to start the day with. I hope I'm not intruding. Not at all. I should do morning radio, shouldn't I? Good morning, listeners, and this one is for all those commuters stuck in traffic or crammed into a train, the ones who truly hate their job and position in the world, the ones wasting their potential and the best part of their day working for a company that doesn't respect them and is ultimately detrimental to the planet. It's Katrina and the Waves with Walking on Sunshine. Slavery for survival. And don't feel good. Hey, all right now.
Jameson chuckles and slowly walks over.
And here's a special message from your host with the most while you're eating your toast. The single most compassionate act you can do today, this moment, is to go into a forest alone and kill yourself. But hey, Why not just enjoy that dumb fuck's coffee instead, listeners?
Yeah, something like that.
Jameson says, raising an eyebrow.
What's on your breakfast plate this morning? Sliced pig flesh and chicken ovulation, anyone? Why not blitz it in a blender and drink it with a straw?
You think that people would appreciate the blunt honesty, but I'm sure it wouldn't be long before your show got pulled.
Why is it that when we get into the heart of it, people just want to switch off?
It's too big for them. And like you say, most just want to do their job for their survival credits.
If they really thought about the god-awful system they passively support and perpetuate, really stopped and thought about it, they too would go insane.
They too?
The main man just smiles.
I'm not insane, I suppose. Eccentric, zany, passionate, yes. But insane? Actually, okay, maybe I am a little bit insane. No, scratch that. I'm clearly insane.
Perhaps we all are.
You only have to take a look around you. Needless death, disease, and destruction. Humans fucking over animals. How many animals do you think had to die to become breakfast this morning?
Jameson thinks for a moment. He knows it is a lot.
Over 3,000 animals die every second in slaughterhouses worldwide.
The man says, with a desperate expression.
Over 70 billion. Billion! A year. And that is just the official numbers. You know, people say there is a human population problem. That we can't feed everyone. That there aren't enough resources. What's the latest count? 7 billion humans? Now 8 billion? When we consider that we are feeding our own food, grains, soil, water, to 10 times our own population, the problem isn't a lack of resources. It's how we allocate them.
70 billion? Jameson says, shocked.
Like I said, those are just the official numbers. In reality, counting all the fish and the animals that perish at the hands of medical pseudoscience, and the billions of male chicks that are fed into a grinder while they are still conscious, and so on, and so on, and on and on. All those lives that the official weight count leaves out, the numbers reach into the trillions. Trillions of animals a year. It's impossible to even comprehend that number. In fact, it is unquantifiable. Now that is insane. So what does that say about us as a species? We still enslave each other, let alone the animals. Still slaughter each other. Such violence and rampant insanity.
Jameson considers the new knowledge, the numbers. The scale of it all exceeds his ability to imagine the slaughter, the suffering.
Is it natural? Is it required? Can we exist without it? Can humans sustain feeding 10 times their own population?
He understands that these people care about animals, that there is a certain amount of honor in defending creatures that can't defend themselves. He can see the passion in the eyes of this man as he speaks.
This isn't a fad, a fraud, or a fleeting glimpse into the ethics of animal rights. This man lives it. Perhaps hyper-empathic, bipolar, but psychopathic, a murderer? There's nothing in his behavior aside from some quirkiness to suggest he is the killer. Not yet. Do you not feel it? Leech from you, Archer?
The main man asks, staring intensely into Jameson's eyes.
It feeds on your life force, your passions, your creativity. It hollows you out and puts itself back in. Do you not feel all that madness saturating into your soul, quelling some emotions and fueling others? It can make you seek righteousness, peace,
he says, looking up to the light. He pauses and then returns his gaze to Jameson.
Or it can make you twisted, dangerous.
Jameson is disturbed by the man's glare.
Yes, sometimes.
He nods. The main man seems to take comfort in Jameson's answer, but then gazes back at him with sympathetic eyes.
Don't worry. When we win this war, there will be a new order in this world. Not born from tyranny or slavery, but of compassion, peace, community. A saner, gracious civilization for animals and humans.
Jameson can't help but nod in approval at the vision of the future, although he realizes that he does not agree with the methods that Ace are using to achieve that vision, and he can't help but feel that that future is a long way away.
and I thought we were just releasing some monkeys.
The main man seems to harden his gaze. He smiles.
One battle at a time,
he says, holding his stare, until Jameson blinks and looks away.
Besides, it's not just monkeys we are releasing tonight. Dogs, rabbits, mice, they all count.
Of course. I was just trying to be funny. You said you liked a sense of humor?
The man slowly eases himself out of the hammock and stands up. He squints his eyes at Jameson.
What are you? Some kind of smartass?
He says coldly. Jameson senses the change in atmosphere and panics slightly.
What?
He asks, shaking his head.
Sorry, no, I was kidding around. I didn't mean to come across as trying to be smart or anything.
Are you ready for this mission tonight or not?
The main man demands, raising his voice.
Yes, of course.
Ooh, 'cause only last night you didn't sound so sure.
I slept on it, and I feel more confident today, so...
There is a tense pause. Someone giggles from behind Jameson. He turns to see Penny approaching, clutching a laptop in one hand. Her other hand is in a falconry gauntlet. A large black crow is perched on the glove. She smiles at Jameson. The crow caws and flies past him, making him jump. It lands on a perch next to the main man, who watches Jameson.
Corvus Brachyrhynchos.
Jameson shakes his head.
Corfu broken nachos?
The main man glances at Penny. She just nods.
The crow.
Jameson catches on.
Ah, yes, the bird. The scientific name? Latin, isn't it?
Yes,
Penny says as she stands next to Jameson.
the American crow, to be precise.
Of course.
Jameson smiles and nods.
Yes, crows. One of the most intelligent creatures on the earth. Opportunistic, adaptable, with a photographic memory for faces. You piss off a crow, it'll remember you. Might even sneak up and bite you in the ass. Found in every continent of the world, bar Antarctica. Even the crows adhere to the Antarctica Treaty. You see, they communicate to each other using two dialogues. The usual crow, you hear for interaction with the rest of the general crow world. And another dialogue.
He approaches the bird. He reaches up and strokes its head.
A more intimate voice.
The main man says softly as the bird closes its eyes, enjoying the sensation. The crow's chest bellows and it opens its beak. But a strange, almost electronic, fluttering chirp comes out of its mouth. Jameson stares at it, astonished, as it does it again.
It's a voice just for family. And they're extremely loyal to their family.
The main man says, glancing intensely at Penny again. He turns to Jameson.
You know they call a group of crows a murder of crows,
he says, with a very slight grin and a gleam in his eyes like electricity. Jameson doesn't know what to say. He is too preoccupied with the way the man had put a certain emphasis on the word murder.
But of course, being an animal lover like us, you know all this stuff already, don't you?
Well, I knew they were intelligent, but never knew all the rest. Fascinating stuff.
Jameson stammers, unnerved by the man's lingering glare. He approaches the bird.
They are lovely birds,
he says, and reaches out to tickle it under its chin. The crow scolds at him and pecks his finger.
Jesus, devil bird!
He cries, pulling his hand away and stumbling backwards. The main man gives Penny another glance. She gently and discreetly shakes her head. The main man turns to Jameson and sniggers.
Guess he doesn't consider you part of the family yet,
he says, laughing. But there is a seriousness in his eyes.
Oh, don't mind Edgar, Archer.
Penny smiles.
He's just teasing you. If he wanted to hurt you, he'd have gone straight for your eyes.
I'll consider myself lucky,
Jameson says, holding his stinging finger and taking one more step back. Jameson notices the main man glaring at him again.
Anyway,
Penny says, breaking the awkwardness. The main man's expression softens as he gazes at Penny.
how about instead of playing games,
She says, looking directly at the main man, who just shrugs in feigned innocence.
we go over tonight's mission?
Good call,
He says, smiling. Jameson just shakes his head, trying to shake his uneasiness off.
Sure. Yeah.
He says, shooting an awkward glance at the main man. Penny walks over to a nearby table and opens her laptop. Jameson and the main man join her. On the screen is a map of Africa. She closes that window and opens another map of downtown Cincinnati.
Okay, let's start with route.
Chapter 11. En route. Sycamore Street, downtown Cincinnati. The journey so far had been quiet. From the moment Jameson had climbed into the passenger seat of the Honda and the main man had carefully reversed out of the subway in silence, he knew that the main man was in no mood for talking. He seemed to be too preoccupied, in his mind, distant and deep in thought.
Focused, perhaps. Focused and quiet.
Even the album, Dark Side of the Moon, playing on the car stereo was quiet. Jameson decides it's probably best to stay quiet. Focus on the mission. He needs to get this right tonight if he wants to gain the main man's trust. He looks down at the digital time display in the centre of the dashboard. Under half an hour to go. He goes over the mission in his mind.
Reach the drop-off point. Navigate to the rear of the building. Locate the door.
He is distracted by the words from the particular song that is playing. Brain damage.
And if your head explodes with dark forebodings too, I'll see you on the dark side of the moon.
Jameson forces his mind back to the mission.
Phone the tech head. You deactivate the alarm and unlock the door. Enter building. Follow predetermined route to the electrical service room and sublevel. Locate relevant cable for animal cages. Cut the cable, exit the building, and proceed to pickup point.
But he can't concentrate.
The lunatic is in my head.
The main man's presence is making him nervous.
Why has he come? He could have had Penny drive tonight, or any of the others. Has he come to watch? To judge? A test?
Jameson can't help but feel there is another reason that will soon raise its ugly head. He gazes out of the window at the city streets as they roll by. The streets are still bustling with life and energy. Humans commuting and shopping, humans toiling and labouring, humans boozing and engaging in drug-fueled debauchery, and erroneously calling it culture.
What does the night hold for Cincinnati tonight?
Nervous? The main man asks, breaking Jameson's gaze and thoughts.
No. Well, not so much nervous. I'm just wondering how tonight is going to play out.
It should play out like we planned.
Jameson gazes out of the window again.
It's a nice city.
Cincinnati, nicknamed Porkopolis, used to produce more pork than anywhere else in the country. Chiefly racist. Kind of in denial about it. Their idea of cleaning up the city was to push all the blacks and the poor to the outskirts. Out of sight, out of mind. The first purely American city established after the Revolution. Maybe we start our own little revolution tonight. In the spirit of that revolution and its subsequent inevitable war. Back then they fought for what they believed in. Gave their lives and took life in a battle for true honor and integrity.
He turns to Jameson.
Could you do it, Archer?
He asks, his eyes sparkling.
Kill for something you believe in? Die for something you believe in?
In his duty as an agent, Jameson had not killed anyone. He seems to recall drawing his weapon from time to time, even fired warning shots. But he had not shot anyone. But he knew that given the right circumstances, there would come a time when he would have to shoot someone. Perhaps even kill them. He swore an oath to serve and protect the innocent, to uphold law, even if it did cost him his own life. He believed in those principles when he joined the FBI, and he still does. He realizes that he would kill and die for his beliefs. It shocks him.
I would like to get through my life without killing anyone, I guess.
He answers, carefully.
I understand the sentiment, but in times of war, killing is unavoidable. Some might even say, necessary.
I mean, I love animals and want to help protect them. That's why I'm here. But would I kill to protect them? Let's just say I don't intend to kill anyone or die anytime soon. Let's see how my role in this war pans out. Like you said, one battle at a time.
The main man nods.
And let the battle commence.
He signals and pulls over to the side of the road.
There.
He says, pointing to a high-rise building with 2 plaza towers overlooking an expanse of immaculately maintained gardens. The building is L-shaped, and the 2 towers, with bright blue glass pyramids at the top of each tower, meet at the join. Its white limestone walls look dull and grey against the deep dark blue of the evening sky, even lit up in bottle green floodlighting. Jameson collects his rucksack from the car floor and gets out of the car.
He turns to the main man.
So you'll be waiting at the pickup point?
That's right.
The main man smiles.
I'll just be sitting in the car, waiting, while you have all the fun tonight.
There is a twinkle in the main man's eyes that gives Jameson an unsettled feeling.
Okay. See you there.
Good luck.
Jameson pauses, takes a deep breath and swings the door closed. He slinks off in the direction of the building. The main man raises his eyebrows and shakes his head.
Oh, loser.
He pulls away and drives around to the pickup point. He stops the car and waits. After a quick power nap, he is awakened by the vibrating phone in his pocket. He takes it out and looks at the text message on the screen. He grins like a smug cat. He climbs out and walks around to the rear of the car. He opens the boot and takes out his own rucksack.
Okay, Mr. Beakley. Your time as a fanatical animal abuser ends tonight.
He pulls his bag over his shoulder, closes the boot, and carefully takes off towards the building. Chapter 12. P&G equals OMG. Procter & Gamble Co. Headquarters. Late evening. Head of Research and Development, Frank Beakley, is sitting in his laboratory, hunched at his desk, finishing an experiment. A rotund, middle-aged man, he breathes heavy, his position putting too much pressure on his lungs. The lab is open plan and lengthy with many workstations and desks, and various kinds of equipment and technology. In one area there are row upon row of cages containing many different species of animal, from dogs and cats, to monkeys and mice, to rabbits and rats. The overhead lighting above Beakley's workstation is on, but the rest of the laboratory is shrouded in darkness.
Good night, Mr. Beakley.
A colleague says, as she hurriedly leaves and enters the elevator. Beakley is too engrossed in his experiment. The doors are already closing before he notices and acknowledges her.
Huh?
He says, looking up from a squealing rabbit, which is secured tightly in a restraining apparatus with clamps. He is gingerly attempting to inject a peculiar-looking substance from a syringe into the creature's eye. The elevator doors close.
Yes, good night.
He says, nonchalantly, raising his thin grey eyebrows which match his thinning grey side parting. A sudden squeal from the rabbit pulls Beakley's attention back. He has inadvertently stabbed the needle deep into the twitching creature's eye socket and into its brain.
God damn it!
He yells, as the animal goes limp and lifeless.
2 hours of my life wasted. Thanks, you stupid bitch.
He calls out, in the direction of the elevator. He angrily thrusts himself up and out of his seat.
I'll have her job. Who was that?
He realises that he hadn't looked up in time to identify her, and this frustrates him further.
Maybe I'll have Joe look over the CCTV footage.
He suggests to himself. He struts down the length of the laboratory, his unfastened lab coat flapping behind him, through double doors and out into a corridor. He makes his way to a small office at the far end of the corridor. There is a small note pinned on the door which reads, CCTV system down. Gone to the main control terminal to reset the computer. Beakley tuts and looks through the office window. The CCTV monitors display only static.
The main control terminal? That's in the sub-level.
He briefly thinks about heading down there. After some consideration, he decides to just huff and make his way back to his desk instead. He re-enters the lab. It is deserted, save for frightened, restless animals, cowering in cramped stainless steel cages and audibly suffering.
I'll start again in the morning.
He concedes, reaching his desk. He slumps back down in his seat, unfastens the top button on his pink pastel shirt, and picks up a mug. He takes a sip of cold coffee as he stares at the dead animal in front of him. Its petrified dead eyes staring right back at him. An electrical pulse ripples down his spine, unnerving him.
Must be the coffee.
He tells himself. Beagley yawns. He looks up at a clock on the wall. It's 21:30 hours.
Time to head home. To the wife.
He skills. He looks back at the dead rabbit.
Consider yourself lucky.
He says, pointing at it. He begins to chuckle. His amusement is interrupted by a loud smashing noise, somewhere behind him in the lab. Beagley jumps out of his chair again.
Damn macaques have gotten loose again.
He carefully walks towards the direction of the sound and eventually discovers an apparatus of beakers and test tubes lying smashed on the ground.
Little bastards.
He grumbles. He bends down to pick up a beaker that has remained intact, and as he straightens up again, he feels a powerful blow to the back of his head. Pain overwhelms his senses. Brilliant, bright colours flash in front of his eyes, and as his legs give way under him and it all fades to grey, he starts to fall. The grey fades to black as he hits the floor, unconscious. A short time later, Beagley slowly wakes up with a long groan. He has the mother of all headaches. He opens his eyes. At first he thinks he is blind. He panics, but he realises it is simply dark wherever he is. He seems to be sitting down. He tries to move, but his head and his body ache. His head, due to the blow, and his body, due to sitting in one position, for however long he has been unconscious. He tries to move again, and can't, and panics again, thinking he is paralysed. But then he realises that he is tied, cable-tied and duct-taped to his chair. His head is tightly held back in position, with one of his own restraining clamps. He tries to call for help, but can't. His mouth is taped closed. Now he truly panics. He struggles and groans and breathes heavily through his nostrils until he is exhausted. He is trapped. His wide, bloodshot eyes dart, scanning the darkness. He tries to call out again, but the pain from his head washes over him again, and he struggles to stay conscious, blinking rapidly. An overhead light flickers on directly above him, creating a spotlight effect.
Ah, Frankie, welcome back,
comes a man's gruff voice. Beagley freezes, holding his breath. A shadowy figure slowly begins to approach Beagley from out of the darkness into the light and proceeds to straddle him in his seat.
Why, you look terrified, Frankie.
Beagley's breath is shallow and erratic as he stares up at his antagonist.
Frank Beagley, head of research and development. I find it too ironic, too cynical to bear, that a man has a surname that sounds like the very species of dog he tortures to death on a daily basis.
The man leans in closer to Beagley's face.
Do you know why vivisectionists and animal torturers like you use that particular species of dog? Frankie, the beagle?
Beagley knows why. His eyes answer the question.
Of course you do. It's because they are docile and obedient and trusting.
The man lowers his head and his body shudders as if he is in pain.
You use their gentle, trusting nature against him in the most hideous and merciless ways, don't you, Frankie?
Beagley tries to protest, to plead. He frantically mumbles something incoherent. His captor just raises a finger to the tape where Beagley's lips would be.
Shh. This isn't a court case where you try to justify or mitigate your actions. This, Frankie, is an execution.
Beagley fears for his life and begins to squirm in his seat, trying to shout for someone, anyone, to rescue him from this nightmare. But of course, no one does, or will. He begins to sob.
Did you think your crimes would go unpunished? Did you think your swarm of lawyers, the police, your hired thugs, could protect you from your judgment?
Beagley sobs and tries to plead for his life with his eyes.
There is no judgment for people like you. No forgiveness. No rehabilitation. Psychopaths like you don't have the ability, the mechanism for compassion, to see the error of your destructive ways. And some can see their errors, some know their transgressions, and just don't care.
the man says, raising a test tube with a clear faint yellow viscous liquid inside.
And me? Well, I'm just a different kind of psychopath altogether.
He smiles. The man pauses and seems to be in deep thought for a moment.
You see, after all these years of dealing with people like you and your god-awful industries, I find the best solution is fight fire with fire.
The man holds the test tube above Beagley's right eye.
Or another way of putting it, an eye for an eye.
Beagley begins to moan and sob, and his frightened, desperate eyes try to beg for mercy. It causes the man to pause.
You know, you look exactly like the millions of animals that are tortured and destroyed every day. Scared and defenseless, fearing death, or worse. When they find your body, the world will understand this message, Frankie. I can be the one to set you free from it all. This life you have built for yourself, a life of torture and cruelty and pseudoscience. I can give you the retribution you will never know. I can bring some meaning to the needless death that you and your corporation inflict on nature in this world. Do you not see, Frankie? I am your redeemer.
There is a silent lull. Beagley holds his breath.
Now, from reading your public relations literature regarding your toxicity tests on animals, this should only be mildly irritating.
He pours some of the liquid into Beagley's open eye. Beagley immediately screams from behind the tape and writhes in his seat as his eye begins to sizzle and bubble and burn. Combined with the pain from his head wound, he briefly fades in and out of consciousness.
I would hardly call that mild irritation.
The man laughs, reading the side of the test tube.
Says here, concentrated and dilute before use. Whoopsie.
Beagley's eye slowly dissolves away as his attacker moves the test tube over his other eye and tips some liquid out. Beagley closes his eyelid in an attempt to protect himself, but the liquid burns his eyelid away, just in time to see more liquid falling down onto his exposed eye. He screams again and contorts in his seat as both his eyes burn and sizzle, and a dirty black smoke rises up from the gloopy pulp. His assailant leans in and takes a deep breath through his flaring nostrils, inhaling the foul fumes.
Gravy.
As the liquid works its way into Beagley's skull and starts dissolving his grey matter, he is barely aware of his killer getting off him, placing a small white card on his chest, taking a photograph, and then swiftly leaving. As Beagley's mind slips into the final stages of death, and his brain is flooded with sedating, dream-inducing chemicals, he can't help but realise that when he is found in the morning, he will look exactly like the dead rabbit he was laughing at earlier, bound and tortured and dead. But now, all that doesn't seem to matter anymore. Nothing does. Not even the fact that there is no tunnel, no light, no angels or deceased relatives to greet him. Just a fading sense of regret, and then blackness, as he finally dies. Chapter 13. Pickup Point. Outside Procter & Gamble Co. headquarters. Jameson paces the length of the car and back again. He huffs as adrenaline courses through his veins.
What the hell is going on? Where the hell is he?
He asks the night. He begins another pace, carefully scanning the area for security personnel and listening out for the sounds of alarms or sirens. He sees a shape moving, a figure approaching, fast. His heart races.
Oh, wait. It's him. Where the hell have you been?
Jameson cries as he watches the main man stride towards him and the car.
I've been waiting here for like half an hour.
Get in the car,
the main man says as he unlocks the vehicle. He swings the door open and climbs in.
What?
Jameson blurts, but he gets in at the passenger side. They throw their bags on the back seat and close their doors. The main man starts the car and they take off with haste. After an intense silence and some hasty driving, The main man settles the car into cruise mode. Jameson becomes aware of a lingering acrid aroma.
Do you mind telling me what happened back there?
He asks, trying to contain his anger. He screws up his face.
And what the hell is that vile smell?
The main man sniffs his sleeve. He shrugs.
Did you complete your mission?
Well, yes. I cut the cable.
Then the mission was a success. That's what happened back there. Congratulations. How do you feel?
Jameson blinks and considers his actions. He did it. He can't help but feel exhilarated. The rush and excitement still coursing through him. The plan was flawless, except for one detail.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm still buzzing. But where were you? How could you leave me hanging like that?
Yeah, sorry about that. I had something to do. It took longer than anticipated. But hey, here we are. Escaping. On our way home. I think a celebration is in order. Break out the elderflower cordial and humus and oat cakes.
Woohoo!
Party.
You had something to do? I thought you said your sole duty was to drive tonight. That you would wait in the car for my return.
Look, you had your mission, I had mine. And they were both a success. So enough of the questions. We move on.
Jameson isn't satisfied with the explanation.
That was no explanation at all.
His curiosity is burning inside him. So many unanswered questions.
Where did the man go? And what was his mission? Why have I been kept in the dark?
2 police cars with sirens screaming and lights flashing tear towards them on the opposite side of the road.
Here they come,
Jameson says nervously.
Relax,
the main man says, his eyes fixed dead ahead. The police whiz past them at high speed, with a notable Doppler effect, presumably on their way to Procter & Gamble's headquarters. Jameson takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly. His elation at the success of his mission quickly turns to doubt.
What have I done? What have I taken part in? He asked me to cut a cable and I just do it? Without really knowing anything else about the mission? Or people's intentions? Or who might get hurt?
They both sit in silence, deep inside their thoughts, as they steadily make their way back to the subway. There is a downpour of rain. Ace switches the windscreen wipers on as Jameson worriedly gazes out of the window, thinking,
Oh, Cincinnati. What have I done?
Chapter 14. A Family Affair. Ace headquarters, late evening. Jameson and his reticent colleague return to the subway station. As they arrive at the platform, the crew greet them with a round of applause. Jameson is surprised to feel elated again. He can't help but smile. Penny steps forward.
Well done.
She smiles. She hugs the main man, who seems equally happy to see her. He hugs her back, hard.
Oh, squeezed to meet you.
Obviously something between these two.
So you two are an item? They pull apart, laughing at Jameson's question.
Not quite.
Penny says, offering a hand to Jameson.
Mission accomplished. Well done.
No cuddle?
Jameson asks, unable to contain a smile. Penny smiles too. He shakes her hand.
You know about the mission? You all know already?
Jameson asks, somewhat confused.
Well, yeah. It's already on the news.
Penny releases her grip and points to an open laptop on a nearby workstation. There is a news broadcast on the screen. The news anchor wears a professionally tailored expression of serious concern on her face.
Wow, that was fast.
Jameson says, wide-eyed. He edges towards the laptop with an impish grin.
Who'd have thought that the plight of some lab animals would be so newsworthy?
He expects to see manic monkeys and rabbits rampaging through a ravaged laboratory, with perturbed people in white coats, yielding nets, desperately running after them, Benny Hill style.
Please be advised,
The anchor says with perfect timing.
some viewers may find the following scenes disturbing.
Jameson's smile drops as the scene changes to that of a murder scene. The news anchor waves a professionally tailored expression of serious concern on her face. Penny steps forward.
Well, that was fast.
Jameson smile drops as the scene changes to that of a murder scene. It is a laboratory, all right, but there are no scampering animals. No comedic clowns chasing them with outstretched arms. There is only a chair with a strange apparatus crudely attached to it, which looks like a Victorian torture device, cordoned off with police tape. There are obvious bloodstains on the floor.
We are live at the scene in Cincinnati where the mutilated body of Head of Research and Development at Procter & Gamble, Frank Beagley, was discovered by the building's caretaker at around 11 o'clock this evening. Local police have already confirmed that they are opening a murder investigation and are connecting this death with a string of similar execution-style murders of high-profile targets in recent weeks.
Jameson turns his eyes away from the screen and whips his head around to find Penny and the main man hushedly chatting to each other and watching him from across the room. He gazes intensely at them, hurt and angry, duped and betrayed. He turns back to the screen. A stretcher with an occupied body bag laid out on it is wheeled out of P&G's headquarters main entrance by two paramedics. There is heavy police presence. Then the screen changes to an on-scene interview with a bald, pale, shell-shocked man in his 40s, in royal blue overalls, the caretaker.
Well, there was a problem with the CCTV system, you see. So I went to the sub-level to try and fix the problem. That's when I noticed that the wiring for the CCTV system had been sabotaged. I knew Mr. Beagley was working late, so I went to go find him to report what I had discovered. But I never expected to find him like that. Holy suffering savior. I've never seen anything like it in all my life. I think I will never be able to get that grotesque image out of my mind.
The scene changes to the very electrical service room where Jameson had carried out his mission. There is a close-up shot of the wiring that he had cut earlier. He quickly snaps his head around to Penny and the main man, furious. Then he hears a familiar voice from the news report. He turns back to the screen to find Deputy Director Guerra giving a statement.
We believe the murderer gained access to the building from the rear, disabled the cameras so he could then go undetected to carry out this heinous crime. The killer could be working alone, but we are currently following a line of inquiry which suggests the murderer may have had an accomplice. There is still much to do, but we are now certain that this murder is connected to the recent string of similar high-profile murders across the globe. We are also fairly certain that the animal rights group, ACE, who we are now treating as an active terrorist group, are responsible, and we are doing everything we can to hunt them down and detain them before they strike again. We are appealing for more witnesses to come forward at this time, and
Guerra turns and looks directly down the camera lens.
we are urging anyone with any information that may help us in this investigation to get in touch as soon as possible.
Jameson understands that Guerra is addressing him. He turns and storms towards Penny and the main man. The main man steps forward in a defensive posture, shielding Penny.
What the hell happened tonight?
Jameson yells into the main man's face.
You murdered a man?
Not a man. A monster.
A monster? You murder a man in cold blood and he's the monster?
Jameson looks to Penny.
And you knew? Knew what was coming?
Of course.
And you condone this?
This is war. We all knew what we were signing up for.
War? War is two armies battling each other over land or a dispute. This was an assassination. Premeditated murder.
Like she said.
The main man says. Jameson turns to him.
We all knew what we were signing up for. Even you.
Jameson realizes his outburst and the fact that this group are willing to murder for their cause. He tries to regain some control, to slip back into character, despite his emotions. But he is so overwhelmed, he doesn't know how to respond. Unwittingly, Penny throws him a lifeline.
You were asked if you would be willing to do what it takes to succeed in our mission, to rid the world of animal abuse. And if you recall, you said yes.
I know what I said.
Jameson says, regaining some composure.
But I never actually thought it would come to this. So the cable you had me cut was the security system, not the locking mechanisms on the... Jesus. How could I be so gullible?
Their security system was too advanced, too encrypted to crack. So we had to do things the old-fashioned way.
The main man smiles.
And now I'm an accomplice. An accomplice to murder. A terrorist? I could get 25 years for this.
You're an expert on sentencing too?
Jameson decides to ignore the question and dwell on the implications of his actions.
I have to contact Black. I need to leave the subway. Slip away somehow. But how? When? Christ. Christ, what have I gotten myself into?
You're not alone.
Penny says tentatively.
We all know what you're going through. We've all been there.
Penny shoots the man a knowing glance. He acknowledges her statement by dipping his head towards her without making eye contact.
But regardless of your definition and justification of war, this is a battle. A battle to protect the innocent.
From slavery! Someone shouts.
From exploitation!
Shouts another from the gathering. Jameson turns to the crowd.
From cruelty!
Comes another voice.
From suffering!
From genocide.
The main man adds. Jameson turns back to him.
What do you think this organization stands for?
The main man asks, glaring maniacally at Jameson with a very slight grin.
ACE. Animal Cruelty Extermination. This is what we do. What we must do.
We do what we must to earn and trust.
The group say together.
Jesus.
Jameson sputters out a dry laugh.
What is this? A cult?
Nothing wrong with a mantra. Got any more?
Suffer the pain of the fallen slain!
They all say in unison.
Okay, I was kidding.
Jameson says, holding up his hands as if surrendering.
This is just getting too weird.
Then how about this one?
The main man says as he takes a step closer to Jameson and peers deep into his eyes.
Pasok de Okkom Vande. Equinso
The group chant. Jameson recognizes the words on the killer's calling card.
White Devil.
He stares into the main man's intense eyes.
No doubt now. It must be him. The killer. The White Devil.
What is that? African?
He asks, trying to keep his cool and taking a chance. The main man smiles.
What are you? A translation expert too? You've got some skills for a kid your age.
Now Jameson smiles as he thinks hard.
I'm 23, hardly a kid, and I'm no translation expert. I just watch African soccer. I kind of recognize the accent.
The main man just stares at him with an eerie grin.
Well, when you get to my age, you'll understand that I was right. You're still a kid. And African soccer, huh?
Jameson holds his stare. Penny steps forward.
Consider this your initiation. Your reaction, your anger. It's natural. We did not disclose all the facts to you regarding your mission. And now you're in deep by default. You have every right to feel indignant. But it was a test. You passed. We are more than satisfied with your ability. The mission could not have gone smoother. But you seem to be holding back. Not passionate and committed enough to our cause.
Jameson just stares at her. She stares back, and so does everyone else on the platform, and he can feel it, as if their eyes are firing burning lasers at him. He knows he is on the spot. He has to agree to go further, deeper into the organization.
What can I refuse? Just walk out of here. I could have a SWAT team here soon after. Just take the whole lot of them down. And stop this madman's crusade. Which I am now part of. Is he even the killer? Has he really admitted to the murders? Maybe I'm not an accomplice to murder after all. Who am I trying to kid here? Jesus, they're all gawking at me. I have to give them an answer.
So what say you? Are you in, or are you out?
Damned if I do, and damned if I don't.
I cannot personally kill anyone. That is my only condition. I will not. Otherwise, I'm in. For the animals, right?
He fist pumps the air. There is a tense, quiet pause. Wind rushes through the subway tunnel, creating a chilling, high-pitched whining sound. The cool gust catches Jameson, still standing with his lonely fist in the air, buffering against his back, making him shudder.
Okay,
the main man says, smiling.
I can accept that.
The crowd begins to clap.
Archer, isn't it?
The main man asks over the crowd.
James Archer, isn't it?
Jameson's heart skips a beat. The main man's guess had sounded awfully close to Jameson's real surname.
It's David, actually.
Of course. David Archer.
The main man says, and extends a hand. The crowd begin to cheer and clap louder. Jameson feels lightheaded. The room spins. This surreal situation clearly taking its toll. Dazed, he lowers his fist and reaches out his hand. Their hands connect and they shake.
Pleasure to meet you.
The main man smiles.
I'm Ace Ventura, pet detective.
Ace seems to confusedly look off into a distant memory. He stares back into Jameson's eyes with resolve.
I'm Ace Ventura, White Devil.
he says, with rejuvenated conviction. Jameson blinks hard.
Ace, you named the organization after yourself?
He says, above his fellow terrorist-cheering chums. Penny steps forward again with an outstretched hand.
I know, right?
She smiles.
He is a vain man, but he's a great man.
Jameson releases Ace's hand and shakes Penny's.
And you know my name already.
She says, with a look of repressed pain that he can't understand.
Yes, Penny.
Yeah, Penny Ventura.
Jameson is shocked. He looks to Ace and then back to Penny.
Then you two are...
He catches on fast.
Ace smiles, putting his arm around his daughter. Jameson and Penny release their grip.
And your brother?
Penny smiles and nods.
That must mean...
You know, you would make a lousy detective.
Ace says, smiling.
They're all my children. All 21.
2.
Penny corrects him.
22 of them.
Jameson screws up his face in disbelief and scours over the crowd.
All 22? Your entire organization is made up of your children?
I only recruit my children.
Jameson's mind races. He becomes dizzy. He shakes his head to try and clear the fuzziness in his mind away. He tries to recall his training, to calm himself. He fails.
Hang on a minute,
he says, his vision blurring. He tries to blink it away.
You just recruited me?
That's right.
Something clicks in Jameson's mind. Something that rocks his entire world. He begins to shake his head.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Ace smiles, his eyes alight with manic charisma. He outstretches his other arm, gesturing for Jameson to join him for a cuddle.
Welcome to the family, son.
Jameson feels like someone has punched him in the stomach, hollow and winded. His legs begin to tremble as he breaches the limits of his perceived reality.
That's right, my boy.
Ace adds.
You came from my balls.
Everyone laughs and cheers as Jameson, almost willingly, disappears into a distant and grey realm of blissful nothingness. He faints and crashes down onto the cold concrete of the platform floor. Chapter 15. Storm a-comin'. An unknown ocean. A young boy runs across the deck of a large ship as it powers and tears its way through unknown waters. There is no land on the horizon, nothing but water as far as the eye can see. Sea spray has settled on the boy's hair and clothing, his jacket almost sodden. He is cold, alone. He seeks comfort. He climbs some metal stairs, runs down some corridors, climbs another set of stairs, and finds the door leading to the bridge. He opens the door and quietly creeps inside. The adults are talking. The boy can sense a tension in the air. Their voices are serious and raised.
It's not looking good.
Weather.
That feeling about this one, Captain?
Nonsense. My ship can handle anything the old girl Mother Nature can throw at her.
A familiar voice. Now a woman speaks.
Maybe you should listen to him.
Also a familiar voice.
Of course I'm listening. A good captain knows when to listen and when to make a decision. I've never given up a chase in all my days on these seas. No amount of weather is going to change that. We push on. That is my order.
The woman spins around, upset. She spots the boy and hurries towards him. She picks him up and sits him down in a seat.
A special seat for the special boy.
The boy watches her beautiful, kind face, her Brazil nut-coloured eyes warm and comforting. She could reassure him with one glance. Her matching hair, long and soft and full-bodied, smells of flowers, lavender and rose. As she secures him into the seat with safety straps, the boy waits for that reassuring look. But it does not come. Not this time. She rejoins the captain, who stands tall and proud at the wheel. The boy peers out of the window and up at the ominous swirling black clouds ahead in the distance and begins to feel seasick and afraid. Chapter 16. Back to reality. Ace headquarters. Sleeping area. Jameson wakes up and opens his eyes, startled and bewildered.
What? Where?
He is stretched out on his camp bed in the sleeping quarters. He tries to sit up and is greeted by a throbbing pain in his head.
Jesus,
he says, grimacing. He holds his head in his hands.
Go easy,
says a soft, feminine voice.
You bumped your head on the way down.
Jameson looks up to see Penny, standing by his bedside, anxiously staring down at him.
I fainted?
Went down like a sack of rancid GM potatoes,
comes another voice. Jameson locates the source at the foot of his bed. It is Ace.
My father.
All the recent memories and revelations flood back into Jameson's mind.
Well, he's alive. I'm going to bed,
Ace says to Penny. He turns to leave.
Hey, wait a minute,
Jameson says, and tries to sit up again. This time, with a certain degree of groaning, he succeeds.
Can someone tell me what the hell is going on around here?
We succeeded in our mission. We got back, we had your initiation ceremony, and then you fainted. Like a little sissy bitch fart.
Jameson looks affronted.
Excuse me, I just found out I'd been an accomplice to murder. That the police now consider me a terrorist and are in the process of hunting me down. Oh, and what was that other small detail that was revealed to me? Oh yeah, you're my long-lost father, and I have 21
Two.
Penny corrects him.
22 brothers and sisters I never even knew I had.
Well, that's the thing.
Penny says, looking very demure. Jameson just stares at her in anticipation.
You don't.
I don't?
It was just a goof,
Ace blurts, throwing his hands up in the air.
What?
Jameson says, looking exasperated.
You know, a joke, a gag, a trick, a prank.
Are you shitting me?
Jameson says, becoming irked, looking from Ace to Penny.
Ace is not your father.
Penny says, softly shaking her head.
I'm not your sister, and...
Well, are you sure? I never knew my real father. My...
Jameson looks Ace up and down.
Biological father, that is.
Archer, he's not your dad. But the part about me and my brother, that's true.
And the rest of them?
Of course they're not all my children. I may be a paragon of...
Ace alters his voice to that of Sean Connery.
She is sexiness.
But 22 children?
Jameson huffs for a moment.
There is also one other. My elder brother, Tafari.
Hey, how are you doing?
Comes a voice from beside Jameson. He whips his head around to find the young man who had met him at the airport, lying on the camp bed next to him. Until now, Jameson hadn't noticed him.
Hey, don't take this the wrong way,
he says, raising a hand.
But I'm assuming you're a brother from another mother, sort of thing?
Well, fuck my Uncle Barbara,
Ace says, rejoicing.
The powers of deduction. Kid, is there no end to your talents?
Penny can't help but giggle.
Oh, this is all hilarious to you, is it?
Jameson says, turning to her.
You will have to forgive her, Archer. She inherited our father's sense of humor.
I see. And you?
Jameson says, turning to Tafari.
Oh, I have my mother's sense of humor. It is subtle.
Tafari turns to Ace, addressing him now.
But it's kinder. No, I inherited something else from my father.
Something else?
Yes, his madness.
Ace just sighs and looks into his son's eyes, wounded. He drops his gaze and looks down at the ground. The younger brother enters the sleeping quarters and hurries towards them. Ace outstretches his arm, and they warmly embrace.
You've met my younger brother already.
Ah, yes.
Jameson smiles.
I knew he was a whiz in the kitchen, but I never did catch his name.
The boy looks to Penny, worried.
This is Paul.
Penny says, gazing at her brother, smiling and nodding, reassuringly. Paul smiles at Jameson.
Your mother? She is here too?
Paul's smile drops and he looks up at his father, who again looks wounded. Ace looks down at his son tenderly and smiles at him to comfort him.
No, she is not here.
Oh, Jameson says softly, realizing the change in atmosphere. He turns to Tafari.
And your mother?
Tafari looks blankly at Jameson and says nothing.
Tafari's mother?
Ace says, breaking the silence.
Is a princess.
Jameson lets out a dry, rasping laugh.
Here we go again! A princess! Of course she is. And my mother is a fairy.
Jameson turns to Ace.
And I suppose you're a warlock. I'm an elf, obviously.
He turns to Penny.
And what do you want to be? In this prank archer fantasy world of fun? A mermaid?
Jameson begins to yell and seems to be addressing the ceiling now.
I can't tell what's real, what's the truth, who you are, who I am, what's going on, or where all this craziness is leading to anymore.
Everyone is silent and motionless, apart from Jameson breathing heavily. Ace and Penny cannot help but burst into laughter. Paul looks slightly lost. Tefari and Jameson are not amused. But Jameson soon folds to the absurdity of it all and laughs too, hard.
Well, what do you know?
Ace says to Jameson with a sparkle in his eye.
A sense of humor after all.
Jameson looks up at Ace.
For a very freaky while there, I thought we were...
Ace shakes his head.
We're not related, kid.
Ace looks around at his children.
But we are.
He looks back at Jameson.
I wasn't kidding when I said, welcome to the family. This is my family. And I fight to protect them as much as I fight for the animals.
We all fight for what is most sacred to us.
Well,
Tefari says, getting up onto his feet.
we all fight,
He approaches Ace.
but for different reasons. Is that not right, Dad?
Ace looks taken aback.
We fight for the same thing.
He says, huskily. They gaze into each other's eyes for a moment.
I haven't forgotten my promise to you. Tefari, my son.
Ace says softly. He reaches out his hand. Tefari looks at it for a moment. He reaches out and they hold each other's hand tightly. Jameson, rendered curious, watches them, touched by the intricate bond between these people.
Tefari. It's a peculiar name.
It's African.
Ace says proudly.
What does it mean?
It means he who inspires awe.
Tefari mocks. Penny smiles.
And it does.
Ace says sincerely.
Every day we are together.
Again, Jameson is humbled to witness such a tender moment. Then Tefari spits in his father's face. A giant glob of saliva splashes across Ace's cheek and into his eye. Jameson is surprised by this sudden hostile change in behaviour, but he is even more surprised by everyone's reaction, or lack of reaction. In fact, everyone begins to smile warmly, including Ace, who wipes a globule of spittle from his eye socket.
Well, you haven't done that in a long time.
I'm just gonna make an assumption here and say,
I love you too, son.
Good night, everyone.
Tefari says, and turns to a gobsmacked Jameson.
Big day tomorrow, huh? I am so jealous.
Jameson shakes his head.
big day?
See you in the morning.
Tefari says, heading for the exit. Jameson shrugs.
Anyone care to elaborate on what just happened there?
Believe it or not, in the village where he was raised, spitting in someone's face is a sign of affection.
I guess old habits die hard.
Ace says, wiping his hand on his shirt.
I owe him one.
Are we having supper before bed?
Ooh, what's on the menu tonight?
Leftover broth.
Ace smiles.
Yummy.
He gives Jameson a quick glance.
Join us.
Thanks, but I think I'm just gonna turn in. I've had enough excitement for one day.
Paul looks disappointed. He glances at Penny.
I'll be right there.
Jameson watches Ace and Paul make for the exit together.
So you see,
See?
that we are not the evil terrorists that the media and the authorities and that awful policeman Guerra would have the world believe. Our fight is a righteous one, despite the colorful examples my father is making.
Jameson does not answer. He understands their plight, that they believe in their cause, that they are human beings with deep connections and feelings. He is not convinced of their justification for murder. He sighs.
I just think using acts of terror, like murder, to make a statement, be it religious or political, defines you as a terrorist. I feel like a terrorist. Don't you realize that you're implicated too? An accomplice to murder too?
I'm prepared to answer for my role. I'm no stranger to consequence. But at no time will I resign myself to the label terrorist. This is a war, a spiritual war as much as a literal one, against the oppressors, those who choose exploitation and violence and can only be met with violence in return. Beakley orchestrated his company's acts of terror, like torture, experimentation leading to painful diseases and death of countless sentient beings. Not to mention the knock-on ill effects to humans from such an unsound practice. By your definition, he is a terrorist too. Or do you draw a line between humans who fight to defend humans and humans who fight to defend animals?
No, it's all wrong. I get that. But you don't. Let me say it again. It's all wrong. Two wrongs surely cannot make a right.
Penny glares at him. She seems to be fighting her emotions, fighting back words.
Sometimes justice comes from a jury. And sometimes justice comes out of the barrel of a gun. Justice can mean killing, like being a soldier or in a law enforcement agency.
Jameson gives her a wary glance.
Oh, they may dress themselves in their silly wigs and costumes and grant themselves whatever rights that suit them with their ridiculous rituals and badges. They're still killers when all is said and done. Sometimes justice does not come at all. You wait and you wait for it, and yet it does not come. Where is justice for defenseless animals? For the innocent? Or my mother? Killed by the police, no less, and she was no terrorist, no criminal. She was kind, passionate, beautiful, and she was taken away from me forever. Where was the justice there? And now she's just ash in the wind. Another statistic. We apologize and are sorry for your loss. Now move the fuck on, like we have.
Penny gasps in a breath as tears stream down her cheeks. Jameson sits quiet.
Killing is wrong.
She says, wiping her face with both hands.
Yes?
Jameson shrugs.
Of course, but...
Would you kill someone to save another? Through duty or love? Yes?
Jameson sits quiet again.
Point taken.
Sometimes.
Penny says with conviction.
Two wrongs do make a right.
There is a silent pause as the two reflect on their conversation.
I'm sorry.
Hey, it's just a difference of opinion. Nothing to be sorry.
No, I mean about your mother. I'm sorry to hear that you lost her.
Penny's eyes well up again, but she fights back her tears.
Do not mention any of this to my father.
Jameson shrugs again.
Sure.
There is another silent pause.
Are you sure your head is okay? I could get you some white willow bark or devil's claw.
Jameson rubs his head, unsure of what Penny is offering.
Maybe a little weed? It's an amazing natural painkiller. Works particularly well for migraines.
Jameson just smiles, surprised.
You know how your father feels about drugs? Something about us being ready to go? A clear mind?
Penny smiles mischievously.
I won't tell if you don't.
Jameson chuckles, but then reflects on Penny's offer.
And what kind of pain are you trying to kill?
Penny's smile drops, and she looks at her feet. A quiet moment passes.
I think some sleep will help. But thanks.
Very well. Good night, Archer.
Penny says, without looking up. She begins to walk away towards the exit.
Hey, Penny.
She pauses and turns.
What did Teferi mean when he said, "I'm so jealous"?
Penny looks into his eyes.
He's jealous because he hasn't been to his home country in a long time.
His home country?
Yeah. Africa.
She turns and continues walking.
I suggest you do get some sleep, Archer. Like my brother said, big day tomorrow.
Penny exits the sleeping quarters, leaving a jarred and baffled Jameson sitting alone, staring into space. Chapter 17. Between Scylla and Charybdis. An unknown ocean. Jameson can feel the cold, salty air on his face as it stings his young, pampered city skin. He feels the lunging of the boat rocking on large ocean waves, making him nauseous. He also feels the tip of a sword's blade in his back, urging him to scuffle forwards on a long plank of wood. The sword pierces his skin, causing pain and a warm, slick sensation down his back as blood oozes from the wound. It prompts him to edge further forward, towards the edge of the plank, towards what he knows is his imminent demise. He reaches the end of the plank and looks down. Below him is the swirling mass of a whirlpool. Large, menacing-looking sharks patrol the turbulent waters below.
Down, down, down! Into the deep depths! Into the belly of great Charybdis you must go!
The crew behind him chant. Jameson carefully turns to them. But this is no human crew. A many-headed, scaly monster stands on the deck of a large pirate ship, looming above him. The ship's sails are all deployed, at full sail, black and only visible against the dark stormy clouds above when lightning flashes down from the sky. Lightning strikes the main mast and lights up a flag at the top, rippling and flapping in the winds. It is black with a white face in the centre, but it is not the Jolly Roger. The face is a grotesque-looking creature, an animal of some sort. The monster screeches, drawing Jameson's attention back to the deck. He studies the many-headed abomination for a moment. He recognises faces. Ace, Penny, his wife, Black, even Beagley. The monster holds the sword in one of its many tentacles and jabs it into Jameson's belly. He winces in pain and edges backwards, almost losing his footing and falling off the end of the plank. He can hear the hungry roar from the other monster's watery mouth below him. He knows he must choose between the two dangers, and that he is most likely done for, regardless of his choice.
Suffer the pain of the fall in the stream!
The many-headed monster Scylla cries.
Leave the Bureau. It's too dangerous. I can't lose you.
His wife says, her face pained with woe.
Flush him out! Flush him out!
Black barks. Charybdis roars again below him. Icy water from a crashing wave splashes against his body, making him cry out and lose his balance.
Welcome to the family, sonny boy,
Ace says with a devilish grin.
Police, the police! You killed my mother!
Penny squeals.
Murderer! Murderer!
Yells Beagley, his eyes like two charred black craters.
Please!
Jameson cries, addressing them all.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Iquitsuosha! Iquitsuosha!
Ace yells, smiling maniacally.
Between the devil and the deep blue sea.
Maybe it would be easier to just turn and jump and let the gaping mouth of Charybdis below swallow him up.
Keep into the dark and still.
Jameson looks over his shoulder, down at the swirling beast. He turns back to Scylla with determination, ready to face the devil.
To face them all.
Charybdis has other ideas as it crashes another wave against the hull below Jameson, soaking him in icy water again. He loses his balance and tumbles head first off the plank into the dangerous freezing waters below. Submerged, the cold seeps into his skull, numbing his brain to his plight. His senses return when something bumps against him in the water. Something big.
A shark.
Panic. Jameson almost gasps for air. He realises he is drowning. He kicks his legs and swims to the surface. He breaks out of the water, coughing and spluttering, and takes a deep breath. He is caught in the vortex. It pulls him along fast with its furious currents, closer to the centre where he will be sucked down forever. Pain. Jameson screams. Something with powerful jaws and sharp serrated teeth has torn a lump of flesh from his thigh. A shark. The water around Jameson turns red. Then another bite. Another shark. His arm this time. Jameson tries to flail his arm, but cannot. It is gone. The shark has bitten it clean off. Charybdis swallows hard, and Jameson is pulled down into the centre. He is submerged again. In the murky water, he sees dark shapes gliding and flitting around him. Then another bite, his torso this time. Jameson tries to scream underwater. Tens of bubbles of valuable air gush out of his mouth. The pain is excruciating. Another bite. The sharks are really moving in now. Down further, he is swallowed. Further into darkness. Jameson has no air. His lungs burn. What is left of his body aches. He drowns. More pain and writhing. The sharks aren't finished yet. He is fading into unconsciousness, but not soon enough, as he realises that his limbless, eaten body is spinning and thrashing in the dark depths with each violent bite. His head is inside jaws now. The shark's teeth pierce his skull and crush his brain. Jameson wakes from his nightmare, sweating, startled and disturbed. He sits up and catches his breath. He focuses on slowing his breathing and soon calms down. But he is left disturbed by his dream. Its meaning obvious. His head still throbs.
Maybe I should have taken Penny up on her offer after all.
Jameson looks around the room. Most of the other beds look occupied now. He can hear heavy breathing. A couple of people are snoring. He thinks about getting up. Perhaps he can sneak out of the subway, contact Black. A wave of fatigue washes over him.
Tomorrow. Contact Black tomorrow. I have to find a way.
He lies back. As he contemplates his dream and his dilemma, the last thought on his conscious mind is a promise to himself to have it out with Ace in the morning. A promise that gives rise to much anticipation as it does trepidation. Jameson drifts back off to sleep with a troubled expression on his face. Not even his dreams are a safe haven. Chapter 18. Rise, White Devil. Ace Headquarters. Jameson paces down the subtunnel towards Ace's personal chamber. He manages to stride past the enticing smell of Paul's morning pancakes. As he approaches the chamber, he slows his pace and begins a casual creep. He enters the chamber quietly and carefully. He spots Ace asleep in his hammock up ahead. Something compels him to keep approaching unannounced. He watches Ace.
Who is this man? This devil? Family man? Animal rights activist? Vigilante killer? What has led him to this life? What has led his children to follow him? Are they all brainwashed? Is it necessary to understand him? Or should I just gather the intel and take him down? And why am I questioning my duty? My oath?
Edgar scolds. Jameson removes himself from his skin with fright. He whips his head around to see Edgar sitting poised on his perch, staring him down.
You know,
Ace says. Jameson turns back to Ace, who now has one eye trained on him.
birds can sleep with one half of their brain alert. It's called unihemispheric slow-wave sleep. Gives them the ability to sleep with one eye open, to be aware of approaching dangers.
I wasn't sneaking up on you or anything. I just didn't quite know how to wake you.
Jameson lies.
I was awake anyway.
You knew I was here?
I spent some time with an ancient tribe who have learned a bird's trick, and they were gracious enough to teach me. I've slept with one eye open ever since.
Ancient tribe?
It was a long time ago. Listen, kid, unless you brought me my morning chamomile tea with ginger and lemon, I can't think of another reason for you being here. Something on your mind?
Jameson scowls.
Well, for a start, you can stop calling me kid.
Ace shrugs.
It's a term of endearment?
I seriously doubt that.
You're too sensitive.
Yeah, well, maybe aiding in a murder does that to a person.
You're still pissed.
Jameson raises his hands in the air, startling Edgar, who extends his chest and flaps his wings in protest. Jameson quickly lowers his hands.
Sorry, Edgar.
He turns to Ace.
Yes, actually, you could say that. In fact, I can't foresee a time when I don't feel a little bit angry for being coerced into murder. Not forgetting the other fact that it just happened last night. You talk as if you put it all behind you already. So yes, I'm angry. I am pissed.
Ace sighs again and slowly gets out of his hammock.
Too damn early for this,
he grumbles. He approaches Jameson, who watches him cautiously. Ace halts in front of Jameson and extends his face.
Go on.
Jameson shrugs.
Go on what?
Punch me in the face.
Jameson screws up his face.
What?
That's what you need to do. You're angry? You need to vent? Well, let's get it over with it. One swing of your fist.
I'm not punching you in the face.
Ace groans.
Not the balls.
He extracts his face and extends his groin instead.
I'm not punching your balls or anywhere else on your body either.
But you're angry, aren't you?
Yes.
You're pissed, aren't you?
Yes!
Well, what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do with all that anger, kid?
Stop calling me kid, goddammit!
Why should I, when you act like one?
I'm warning you!
Jameson says, losing his professional edge again.
Ooh, a warning. What's next? A strongly written letter of disapproval? Hey, why not tweet to your virtual echo chamber mob about it?
Enough of this!
Jameson yells, clenching his fists.
Come on, hit me! I'm the one who kept you in the dark, made you an accomplice. I'm the one who chose you. Direct your anger at me.
I won't hit you! I won't drop to your level!
You know, I hope you don't get too lonely when you're up there on that pedestal that you've erected for yourself, looking down at the rest of us.
I just won't resort to violence. I'm not a killer.
Like you. So what now? What will you do with all that anger? Just swallow it down until it rots and putrefies and poisons you? Because it will. Trust me. I should know. You have to cleanse yourself of it. Like I did.
Jameson shakes his head.
You're still poisoned. You just don't see it.
Now Ace shakes his head.
No, you don't see it. The White Devil channels my anger. The White Devil channels my poison into those who deserve it most.
Who? Beagley? Some lab technician?
He was head of research at...
Oh, it's hardly the HQ of an evil empire. They make toilet cleaner for Christ's sake.
Depends on how you look at it. Flushing gallons of toxic chemicals into our waterways. Destroying aquatic life and ecosystems in the process. Because a company put fear of bacteria into the consciousness of millions of desperate housewives, fearing for their child's health through carefully conceived advertisements. How ironic that it's actually the bleach that's making the children sick. Now, that sounds pretty evil to me. And that's without mentioning the cruelty of needless product testing on millions and millions of tortured animals. So yeah, Beagley. That monster's death will send an unsettling ripple through that evil industry and draw the world's attention to the plight of those animals and the subsequent extermination of their abusers.
But where does it end? You can't kill them all. What, do you plan to murder everyone who eats meat too? Every child that's eaten a Happy Meal?
Now you're just being cynical. And besides, meaters are doing a pretty good job of killing themselves. It's just a pity they're taking the planet down with them.
How many monsters have been exterminated already?
That's none of your business nor concern.
Did you recruit me last night or not? Of course it's my concern. I'm part of this organization too. Part of your madness too.
Well, suck it up, kid.
Ace yells, now becoming angry too.
Take some goddamn responsibility. You knew what you were getting yourself into. And murder was always a possibility. Maybe even a necessity.
Murder is never a necessity. The only exception is self-defense.
And what about those who can't defend themselves? From torture? From being murdered themselves? How does that fit into your neat little moral code?
Jameson stares into Ace's wild eyes. He unclenches his fists and huffs, spinning around and away from Ace. Ace returns to his hammock and lounges back into it, his stringy, grimy hair hanging over his face, obscuring his eyes.
In this world, if you really want to make change, and you've exhausted all other means, murder is inevitable.
Murder is inevitable?
Jameson scoffs, turning back to Ace.
Is that what you tell yourself? And those other means you mentioned are the rules we agree on as a society to keep our lives as civilized as possible.
Ace chuckles.
You know, I used to be like you, young and naive enough to think that. What? Diplomacy, democracy, justice, civilization. That these things truly exist or serve humanity, let alone the animal kingdom. They're just slogans to keep the masses under the illusion that they have a choice, a voice, a hope in hell.
I just think there are other means to achieve our objectives. If we would only explore the possibilities of non-violent protests. And have you seen the impact online petitioning has...
Ace quickly rises out of his hammock.
You think I haven't been through all that already? Tried every other avenue. You may as well smash your head against the nearest wall for all the good it does. I've been fighting big business, turning animals into a viable commodity, like Christmas turkey farms and traditional medicine, and many other generally destructive attitudes and rituals with conventional means for decades. My heart has taken a perpetual beating. Broken, almost beyond repair. My mind is in a constant flux as it races and rages over memories of protests, petitions, meetings with various heads of state and agricultural, biotech, corporate middlemen, and all those wasted years pissing into the wind, adhering and submitting to draconian rules, regulations, paperwork, and bureaucracy. All in vain. Production increased, experimentation increased, extinction increased, destruction of sacred habitats increased, and subsequently, human disease increased. And of course, all the while, profit increased, lining the pockets of powerful people who now have the capital and power to further their apparent psychopathic ideals of the annihilation of life on Earth. I'm talking about drastic population control. And all they have to do is buy off a few politicians, frame a few judges, threaten, blackmail, bribe, and murder their way towards our obliteration.
Jameson opens his mouth to speak. He can't find any words. He looks down at the floor.
Isn't that a little paranoid?
He asks, without looking up. Ace sighs and shakes his head.
How can you live in this world, knowing who they are, what they have done, and what they do, and not be paranoid?
Jameson has no answer, only a question.
They? Oh, come on. You can't be that naive. They, the elites, the money masters, the corporate oligarchies, the cartels, the bloodlines.
Jameson shakes his head and stares at Ace as if he is speaking an alien language.
Look,
Ace says, frustrated.
Some businesses, some traditions, some attitudes, some people need to die out. And if they don't, a little helping hand is required. It's for a greater good.
How can murdering people be for a greater good? There's nothing good about murder.
That depends on who is murdered.
So you see yourself as some kind of vigilante?
If you need a label to understand, then yes. In fact, I like as Fox News described me. Crazy serial killer vigilante myself.
So you justify murder as a greater good?
Let me guess. I've become the evil I'm trying to fight. That sort of thing.
Well, haven't you?
Sometimes in this world, you have to fight fire with fire.
It's not for us to decide who gets to live and who has to die.
Oh no? They do it all the time. War, sanctions, scarcity, murder. All orchestrated. Completely without remorse or retribution. They can crash the market. They can gun you down in the street. Send a drone through your bedroom window. Detain you indefinitely without charge if they choose to.
That's not true.
Go and ask Obama's Office of Legal Counsel. And the Patriot Act. These people have taken the Constitution, for all it's worth, and wiped their asses with it.
I still think
I know of someone personally who was murdered in the street by the police. This person was no criminal, no threat.
And all the internal investigations into that case didn't make the slightest bit of difference.
Oh, the cop lost his badge, but gained a healthy severance package in the process, and is allowed to go free and live out his life. He got to choose who lives and dies.
It's not a perfect system. Sometimes accidents happen.
It was no accident,
Ace says, furious.
It was murder.
Jameson decides on a different approach.
This someone? You said you knew them personally?
Ace seems to avoid the question.
So, what? Do I have to join an army, wear a policeman's uniform, run for presidency before I'm allowed to kill someone?
These people are granted that right. They're peacekeepers.
Ace laughs maniacally. He spins around, bends over and proceeds to part his butt cheeks open.
Peacekeepers, he says.
Ace's ass says, abruptly.
Peacekeepers? Well, at least I'm not the only one who talks shit around here.
He spins around again, straightening up.
Keepers of the peace?
Ace says, suddenly looking enraged.
Try telling that to young Amir, who's just had his house droned and lost his entire family. And his legs. Or try telling that to the family of the latest unarmed black man to be gunned down in the street by our boys in blue.
Now hang on. Actually, the data shows that...
Tell it to the families of the victims of the latest false flag event. Or the Palestinians. Or head over to Hiroshima and tell it to the Japanese. Agents flooding the ghettos with crack cocaine.
What?
Agent provocateurs stirring up peaceful protest. Government selling arms, and so on. They gallivant around the earth, blindly obeying orders from their psychopathic corporate superiors, shooting, bombing, and pillaging their way to a hero's welcome home party. Cops support our troops. Peacekeepers, heroes. They're just hired killers, hired by corporations to do their dirty work with immunity.
They're hired to protect America from terror.
Don't you dare say it!
Ace blurts, dashing forward and in Jameson's face.
Don't say that word, or I'll put you down. Here and now.
Jameson is afraid, but he meets Ace's glare and stands his ground.
I can put up with a certain amount of ignorance.
Ace growls.
But I have my limits. This isn't the 1940s. We're not being invaded or directly threatened. If a nation, a group, were to try and directly oppress me, or threaten to kill me, or my family, I'd happily pick up my gun and defend my home. But war is not like that anymore. It's the enemy's pawns and the names and the fuss we give them that have changed, while the real enemies remain the same, hidden. Our foreign policy creates more terrorists than it kills. The thinkers over at the military-industrial complex really know what they're doing. False flags and propaganda, division, hatred, arming this group, bombing that group, perpetual war. The war on ending war is in full swing. Are you really that naive to think that there are good guys and bad guys in this world? And that we, the US and its allies, Britain, Australia, Israel, and so on, are the good guys? Australians are descendants of British criminals. And the British were the ultimate pirates. Still are. When was the last time you visited the British Museum? Their biggest export is financial fraud. And I suggest you Google the Greater Israel Project and the Samson option before we break out the Israeli flags. You think that the people orchestrating this world care about peoples and nations and flags and rights? You don't really believe that, do you?
Ace looks deep into Jameson's eyes, searching for something, some spark of understanding, but he is left wanting. He shrugs and sighs, and slowly returns to his hammock. Jameson remains quiet as he battles his cognitive dissonance.
You really don't know who we are dealing with here, do you? Who is really running this global insane asylum?
Okay. If we're all run by tyrants, it's up to the people to naturally revolt.
The people. They're too busy scrabbling for survival. To keep a roof over their families' heads. Food in their stomach. To make ends meet. Apathetic, distracted, and downtrodden. Poor bastards. And some just don't give a shit. Some are waiting for it. Willing it. Too preoccupied praying for their savior to return and beam them up into heaven. And cleanse the earth of the sinners and the infidels. But just as we don't need everyone to run the earth, we don't need everyone to revolt either. Just select groups who know who to target. If we don't take these power structures down, these systems of abuse and slavery, no one else will. Besides, tens of millions of people marched worldwide against the Iraq War. Didn't alter the outcome. I can see the elites laughing. Oh, let the guinea pigs have their say and their quaint revolts. Should they really gain some momentum, they can easily be squashed. And then it's kettling, and tear gas, and battens on skulls, and everyone gets arrested or skulks off home. When the heat is turned up, most of them scurry. The rest just loot and set fire to cars. Woo! Revolution!
Aren't you supposed to be vegan? Compassionate? You know, for a supposed humanitarian, I don't sense a lot of love for humanity.
Who says I'm a humanitarian? I would say I'm positively misanthropic. It's purely coincidental that taking on the traditions, elites, and industries that profit from animal exploitation or cause animal suffering and death will result in a better world for humans too. What I do for the animals. I don't do humans.
I know you love your family, but what are you saying? You don't care about other humans at all then?
Why should I care for humans? The strangest and most dangerous animal on the planet by far. The only animal to kill for sport or pleasure. The only animal to pay to live. Using scarcity to suppress each other. Suppressing medicine technology, the very necessities of life, to make a profit. A cruel, ignorant, and vain species, planning to have their way through divine delusions of grandeur. In anthropocentrism, they all look to each other to fit in, stand out, love, hate, judge, destroy. Aspiring towards consumerism, convenience, and novelty. And towards anything the heart desires at any cost. Stuffing over-immunized toxic and cancerously modified carcasses into their mouths, and then wondering why a strange lump has grown in their diseased anuses. Find a cure, quick! Infect 1 million healthy monkeys with the AIDS virus. Humans haven't only disgraced themselves, they've disgraced animals. They've disgraced nature. They treat it like an obsolete whore. They look down at nature with contempt and exploitation glimmering in their eyes. Animals are almost entirely innocent. We can debate the consciousness of the dominant male lion or silverback gorilla, killing the young in their pride or band to preserve their own seed. Or the way in which certain species of whale or dolphin, orcas for example, who seem to play with or tease its prey before going for the kill. Animals operate on a more base and instinctive level. For want of a better word, they can be described as innocent. Humans have no such excuse. We have a broad understanding of our existence and the world we live in. We're self-aware, aware of our needs, but also the consequences of our actions. We know the damaging effects that we are causing to this earth. For each other. We are intelligent enough and resourceful enough and technologically advanced enough to solve any problem we face or create. We have the ability to create a paradise for every creature on the earth. We can choose to do this. But we don't. We let a psychotic minority dictate the rules for the construct that they have devised to sustain their own wealth, status, and legacy at the expense of everything else, while the masses bicker over religion, sport, even a parking space. Humans are insane.
Well, Jameson says, looking pale.
When you put it like that.
I don't know. We're all animals, right? Animals killing animals. All this death. And for what? To what end? Maybe I am no different. Maybe you're right. Maybe I am just a killer. Devil.
Ace gently weeps for a moment, his eyes fixed in a vision of unknown proportional terror. Jameson stares intently at him, disturbed and surprised. He feels compassion for Ace.
There is anger in Ace. Violent rage. It's an underlying driving force. But there is something more than just the plight of animals fueling the anger.
Jameson knows despite Ace's murderous crusade and his obvious disdain for humans, Ace is not beyond reason, not beyond compassion towards people.
The plight of humans is never far from his mind. And he obviously cares for his family and his crew. But has he always been this way?
Ace. Ace doesn't answer. He's locked inside his inner turmoil.
Ace!
Ace snaps out of his lucid dream.
Huh?
He looks up with intense, tearful eyes.
What has happened to you?
Ace looks haunted as he gazes off into a distant memory.
What do you mean? This devil you speak of?
Ace smiles through his sadness.
I was broken. So defeated. You see, I took it all to heart. I took it all personally. I had to be destroyed, to be reborn.
Jameson looks confused.
I don't understand. Like I said, decades of fighting. It took its toll. An unimaginable toll that sent me over the edge. Maybe I let it happen. During a 2-year breakdown, I was a heavy user of opium and mescaline. I would have extended periods of alternative realities and powerful visions and dreams in which satanic Santa Clauses in hamburger tanks, plowing over fields of dead and rotten turkey carcasses, were closing in on me, beset on destroying me and the cities of the world. Tens of thousands of chickens hanging upside down on a conveyor belt, being electrocuted, and having their heads mechanically ripped off. Desperate lions and bears in zoos and circuses, insanely pacing in cages. Dolphins with their necks cut open, blood gushing out as they violently flail in an agonizing death on the ground. Thousands of chirping, terrified cockatiels in boxes, from flight to cot to box to truck to plane to store to home to cage in the corner of a room.
The ugly face of a deranged huntress, smiling merrily next to the beautiful, graceful dead giraffe she's just murdered. Trawlers destroying the ocean-empty floor. Foxes hunted and torn apart by dogs. Dogs skinned alive. An animal hell on earth, created by humanity.
As Ace gently breaks down again, Jameson is surprised at the effort it takes to contain his own emotions.
I could see the world on fire. I would leave my body and view the death of the planet from space, and I would weep uncontrollably and wholeheartedly. But then I would realize that I was in space, and there was no air, and I could feel my lungs collapsing, my body starting to freeze. And just at the point where my fragile body starts to implode, I would be sucked back down to Earth to find that in reality, I had trapped myself in the car boot again, struggling to breathe.
Sounds like a hell of a ride, Jameson says softly. He smiles.
It was. It nearly killed me.
Jameson's smile drops.
The night that changed it all was a night of single malt whiskey and mescaline.
Ace begins, his eyes glazing over as he recalls his memories.
After some general involuntary wailing and imaginary sword battle with a blessing of disgruntled narwhals, I fell into a temporary coma and had a profound vision. I found myself at the center of the Colosseum in Rome, the way it must have looked at the height of the empire. The sky was black and bleak and tarnished. The air smelled like oil and putrefied death. Sheet lightning lit up the dark sky and the Colosseum, giving me my first glimpse of the spectating crowd. But this was no ordinary crowd. Lightning flashed again, and I could witness a mass of grotesque faces, but not of humans. Animals, mammals, monkeys, birds, reptiles, insects, even fish. Every conceivable creature on Earth, standing perfectly still and silent, staring down at me. I felt a deep cold chill like never before. I was petrified. Then, a bolt of lightning hit the ground just ahead of me, blinding me momentarily. When my vision returned, a bright white ball of light took the shape of a tall, humanoid figure. I peered at it, cowering. The entity raised its hand and pointed at me. And all at once, every animal in the arena spoke.
You are unaccountable!
They bellowed collectively. I jumped at the force and power of their accusation. The entity raised both its hands to the sky and a bolt of lightning streaked down, hitting me, coursing through my body. My mind went blank and there was unimaginable pain in every cell of my body. I felt like I had been both burnt and frozen to death at the same time. For a fleeting moment, I thought that my brain had burst and that I was surely dead. My vision flashed back and I was back in the arena, on my knees, trembling. Steam was rising from my pores and blood trickled from my nose, my ears. Despite the excruciating pain and fear I felt, I was actually surprised to be pleased that I was still alive. I slowly lifted my head to find the entity lifting its arms to the sky again, summoning the lightning. Why? I yelled.
You must know,
the animal said. I was confused. No? No what? I asked. Then the lightning struck me again. I came to and slowly glanced up to see the entity, raising its arms again. The lightning felt like it was tearing every molecule in the fabric of my being apart. I would descend into near-death blackness again, only to recover and be struck again and again. I woke. I had no idea how long it had been going on. I somehow managed to summon strength from my wrecked body and mind. I raised my head out of the mud, and through my blurred vision, I could see the entity raising its arms to the sky. Demon! I cried out, pointing a trembling finger at the entity. This seemed to get its attention. It tilted its head, as if perplexed.
I am a demon,
the animal said. I tried to focus on the entity. Then, if you're no demon, why am I in hell? I asked.
This is not hell,
the animals replied. Then what is this? I yelled. Are you an angel sent from God to punish me?
God,
the animal said.
You could somewhat call me an angel or a god.
Why are you torturing me? I pleaded. Please, stop. Or just kill me. Why me?
You must know,
the animal said again. But I just shook my head. I don't know. I said, please, know what?
You must know the pain,
the animal spoke.
the combined pain and suffering of every unnecessary death of an animal by human act. By every act of abuse and cruelty, every act of exploitation and experimentation, and butchery and slow killing, for every environment destroyed and for every species wiped out, you muzzle the pain.
I was shocked, frightened. Why me? I cried. The entity lowered its arms and seemed to hover closer to me. It towered above me, looking down.
So you could be reborn,
the animal said. I couldn't understand, but I was desperate to. I didn't know if I could take any more punishment. Reborn? I asked, looking up to the entity.
If I am an angel, a god,
the animal said.
And you are my sworn enemy. That must make you the devil.
Tears streamed from my eyes. I am the devil? I asked.
Yes,
the animal said.
But you can have salvation. You can have redemption. You know what you must do. But you have given up on us. On yourself. But we have chosen you. It seems we must make a pact with the devil. And you must be reborn.
I couldn't speak. I was bewildered, exhausted, and close to unconsciousness. Reborn? I said, gasping. Reborn as what?
Inquisitor!
The animals roared together. A wave of recognition washed over my mind. The animals began to chant the two words in a low murmur. Iquensuacha? I said to the entity, searching my memory. I know that name.
You know what you have to do,
said a deep feminine voice, now coming directly from the entity.
Do not give up on us,
it demanded. The animal's shout was growing louder to a crescendo. Iquensuacha? I murmured, slowly starting to lift myself out of the mud, the chant ringing in my ears. The entity beckoned me.
Rise! White devil!
The chant was deafening as I shakily got to my feet. The animals had began to revert back to their normal behavior and sound. Even as I straightened up, the entity loomed tall above me. It began to raise its arms to the sky. I knew what was coming.
You know what you have to do,
the entity said, over the animals, as I looked up to the sky, bracing myself. Alrighty then! I screamed. The lightning cascaded, and I jerked awake to find myself back in my apartment, on the living room floor. I caught my breath, staring wild-eyed up beyond the ceiling. Rise, white devil, I whispered. Ace looks up to Jameson. And that's what I did. There is a pause as Jameson, who was fixated on Ace through the entirety of his story, considers the vision and how it has shaped Ace's mentality. He looks into Ace's eyes at his tortured expression. He considers the murder. He is torn between his moral code and Ace's justifications. As far as I'm concerned, it may explain all this, but it doesn't justify murder.
Really?
Well, I beg to differ. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what I've become. I admit I do feel a little out of control. I guess they don't call it a blind rage. For nothing. But restraint has kept me too damn complacent for too damn long.
I don't know if I can do this anymore. Be part of this organization.
Well, you're free to leave. But bear in mind that if after your departure, the authorities were to show up, we're gonna come looking for you.
Jameson stays quiet, unnerved.
And Edgar here?
Ace says, pointing to the crow.
We'll find you. Never forget to face.
Jameson stares at the cocky bird, and it stares right back at him, unnerving him further. Ace slowly gets out of his hammock.
Although, he didn't seem to recognize your face yesterday. When he gave you a peck, he only pecks strangers.
My face is fairly generic,
Jameson says, trying to recover. Ace squints and stares hard at him.
That's true. So, what's it to be, kid? Sorry, Archer. Stay or go?
Jameson wants nothing more than to leave. He can't bear the part he has played in Beakley's death. He knows he can't bear going through it again with anyone else, but he has his orders too.
Infiltration. I have to stop Ace. The man and his organization. Do I have enough intel to warrant an arrest? To take the whole organization down? To take Ace's family down? Is it all enough?
Jameson realizes he needs guidance, order to the chaos in his mind. Reassurance that he is on the good guy's side after all.
I must contact Black. Contact my wife. Just to hear her voice.
He sees an opportunity.
I don't know. I just need some time to think, to breathe. Let me head out, just for a couple of hours. And then I'll return and let you know what I intend to do.
Ace thinks for a moment.
Okay.
He nods.
You go and do what you need to do. But I do hope you return. I had a very special trip planned for us this evening.
Jameson looks curious and opens his mouth to query.
I'll have Edgar tell you.
Ace says, looking at the crow, cutting Jameson off before he can speak.
Just to make sure you're okay, of course.
Ace grins.
Of course.
Jameson smiles, playing along. Ace gestures his hand towards the exit.
Be careful out there. Remember, they're all insane.
Jameson shakes his head and laughs sardonically.
Out there? In here?
He shrugs as he turns to leave.
What's the difference?
Chapter 19. Seeking Solace in the Queen City. Downtown Cincinnati, Montgomery Road. Jameson peers out of the taxi window at the city fleeting by. The bustle, the rat race. Life carries on regardless. The mad world writhing and pulsing all around him, reflecting his own steadily descending spiral into existential delirium. The events of the last few weeks have clearly caused some psychological injury. He tries to recall how he got through his last undercover mission and struggles to find answers.
Despite the cloudiness, it must have been a walk in the park compared to this case. I feel certain of that, at least.
He still doesn't know what to report to Black.
The truth?
He spots a payphone.
Here, driver. Pull over here.
The taxi slows and stops, and Jameson jumps out. He pays the driver. As the taxi drives away, Jameson waits for a moment, looking up into the sky around him. Satisfied, he crosses the street and makes for the payphone. Once inside the booth, he pulls the door closed. It is enough to drown some of the city sounds out. He decides to phone the bureau first, Black's office. He finds some coins in his jacket pocket. As he lifts the receiver to his ear and slots a few quarters into the machine, he punches a number into the keypad and notices words scrawled on the information board in black marker pen.
Ce que j'ai fait, ce soir-là, ce qu'elle a dit, ce soir-là, réalisons mon espoir. Je me lance vers les gloires.
I recognize that.
Jameson mumbles, trying to recall a song name.
Jameson?
Comes a gruff voice.
Yes, sir, it's me.
We were getting worried. It's standard procedure to call an everyday agent.
I could not find an opportunity yesterday, sir.
You've infiltrated Ace?
Affirmative. I've been formally recruited.
But what the hell happened last night? Ace have struck again.
I know, sir. Frank Beagley?
You know? What exactly do you know?
I saw it on the news. I know the man is dead.
Dead? Oh, he's dead, all right. He had both his eyes burned out with some kind of acid used to burn the skin of laboratory mice.
Jesus,
Jameson says, leaning back against the booth window. He feels lightheaded.
The poor bastard might have lived if it hadn't seeped into his brain.
Black adds. Jameson remains quiet.
What did Ace do to Beagley? Tortured him to death, that's what. Aided by me.
Report, Agent.
Black says, impatient with the pause.
You were right, sir. The ACE organization is being controlled by one person. One man.
Name?
Goes by the name of Ace Ventura.
Ace, huh? I'll get our people on it. See what we can dig up. What about his organization? Are there other players?
Jameson hesitates.
No, the rest are just pawns. Oh, they are organized, equipped, and effective. But Ace is the one we need to focus our efforts on. He's the mastermind.
He's the killer? This White Devil?
Yes, I'm almost certain it's him.
Almost certain? You've spoken with the maniac?
I have, sir. Strangely, he's not so much a maniac.
Apart from the times he's burning people's eyes out, Agent?
Oh, don't get me wrong, sir. He's a cold-blooded killer. Dangerous and determined.
but there is something driving this man. If I can find out what...
You're not there to counsel him, Jameson. You're there to gather intelligence and evidence so we can stop him killing anyone else.
Of course, sir. I just thought a psych evaluation would...
Oh, you're right, Agent.
Black huffs.
I'm just pissed off after having my ass chewed by the deputy director all morning. But he'll be glad of the progress. Good work, Agent.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Jameson, AC's headquarters. Tell me exactly where it is.
Black is interrupted by someone knocking on the booth window. Jameson is annoyed that the person just can't be patient and wait their turn, but as he turns to thumb the ignoramus away, he is greeted by a face he knows, a dark face with a bright smile. It is Tafari. Jameson tries not to panic.
How did he find me? He followed me? How long has he been here? Has he heard my conversation?
Jameson feigns a smile and waves with a trembling hand. He can hear Black shouting something down the phone. He can feel a cold sweat forming on his top lip. He puts the phone to his ear, never breaking his gaze with Tafari, who just stares right back, smiling.
You hear me, Jameson? Hello? Jameson, your location. Tell me your...
I have to go, my love. Goodbye.
Jameson says.
My what? Have you lost your mind? Agent?
Black can be heard shouting as Jameson slowly hangs up the phone. He takes a deep breath and thinks fast as he pushes the booth door open and steps outside.
Tafari? What are you doing here?
Hello, Archer. I was just walking by on my way to this nice East African restaurant at the end of this street, and I noticed it was you in the phone booth.
What, your little brother's delicious cooking isn't enough for you?
Jameson asks, raising an eyebrow.
Oh, I like his cooking fine, but every now and then I need something that reminds me of home.
Ah, so you just happened to be walking by?
Tafari smiles.
You followed me, didn't you?
Let's just say Edgar is good, but I am better.
Jameson nods.
He told you to follow me?
Tafari shakes his head.
No, I saw you leaving. I was just curious.
Well, you found me,
Jameson says with a dry laugh.
Well done. Now what?
Tafari's smile widens.
Anyone special?
Anyone special? Ah, yes. The call, of course. No, well, yes. A special someone. A girl. It was just a girl I know.
Tafari nods. He does not look convinced.
We talked about this, remember?
I know, no relationships. I just needed to hear her voice.
There is sadness in Jameson's voice, and it is genuine, as he realizes he has missed his chance to call his wife. Tafari picks up on this.
Hey,
he says, resting a hand on Jameson's shoulder.
It is only temporary. If it is love, she will wait.
Jameson performs a hardly convincing laugh through a niggling sense of urgency to reunite with his love.
Listen, there really is an African restaurant down the road. Do you want to join me for some food?
Jameson realizes that he is hungry, and it would be a good opportunity to learn about Tafari and AC's African life.
You know, I think I will join you. I didn't have much of an appetite this morning, so I skipped breakfast, but I could do with a bite to eat now, though.
This way,
Tafari says, gesturing a hand. They stroll down the street together.
Besides, I haven't had a lot of experience with African food.
Well,
Tafari smiles, bemused and shaking his head.
Where you are going, you are about to experience it a whole lot more.
I know. I can't wait to see this restaurant.
Tafari laughs a deep laugh. Jameson is confused. Something funny?
I am not talking about the restaurant.
Tafari smiles as he picks up his pace. Jameson looks puzzled as he tries to keep up with Tafari. They walk down the road in silence until they come to the restaurant. They go inside and find a seat, sitting opposite each other at the window. It is fairly busy. Couples eating together, a few families, a loner. A waiter soon approaches to greet them and offers them a menu and time to order. Tafari recommends the vegetable sambusa served with injera. Jameson takes his word for it and they order a meal and some mango juice. They say very little to each other. Jameson admires the room. The walls are painted with deep reds and purples. Huge decorative vases of some kind of tall grass are positioned here and there. The tables and chairs are made from cedar wood. There are African symbols and artifacts like offering bowls, shields and masks, and colourful, vibrant paintings of landscapes, iconic animals, tribal men, children, and women in intricate head wraps adorning the walls.
What a beautiful joint. Is this all...
Jameson begins to ask, gesturing his hand to the decor.
Authentic? African decoration?
Very much so.
I get a welcoming sense of familiarity sitting here. Comfortable. I feel at home.
My sentiments, exactly.
The food arrives and they eat in relative silence, savouring their meal.
Wow. And what was the name of that spice again?
Ras El Hanout.
Those flavors. And there was something else in there that I just couldn't place. Kind of flowery.
It is rose, actually.
Rose? Well, good choice. And the injera?
Jameson says, sipping on his juice.
It is a type of flatbread, made with a fine grain unique to Ethiopia. You know, the ritual of tearing injera and sharing food with someone is to signify a bond of loyalty and friendship.
Jameson smiles, touched by the sentiment.
Huh. Well, thank you. That means a lot to me. Do you feel a bond with me?
Tafari stares blankly at Jameson for a moment.
No, actually. I do not trust you in the slightest, to be frank.
Jameson's smile drops.
But the bread? The bond?
It is just bread. And besides, I do not believe in all that ritualistic stuff.
Says the guy who spits in people's faces.
That was different. I was emotional. It was out before I knew what was happening. An old impulse, I suppose.
So I indirectly help your dad...
Jameson leans in close and lowers his voice.
Murder someone?
He leans back again.
And get officially recruited. And you still don't trust me?
Jameson forces out a laugh that sounds like a yak choking on its own tongue. He takes a drink. Tafari smiles.
Look, I know you are a policeman, FBI.
Jameson spits his juice out over the table. He quickly grabs a napkin and mops the tabletop.
Are you crazy?
Jameson asks, switching on his poker face.
You think I'm a cop?
I would say I think you are a rat, but I'd rather like rats. It is our likeness, our shared plight for survival that makes us fear them, demonize them. And I rather like pigs too. I do not want to sully their species further by making comparisons. So yes, cop will suffice.
Well, it's absurd. What makes you think that?
Look, this charade has gone on long enough. I am not the only one who knows.
Jameson tries to hold Tafari's stare.
Knows? Knows what? That I'm a cop? Who else thinks that?
Tafari just shakes his head.
My father and Penny have known all along. I am sure of it. At least, I think my father has his suspicions. I do not know what kind of dangerous game they are playing, but I am not playing a part in it.
Jameson still opts for denial.
Tafari, I don't know what you know or what you think you know, but I can assure you that...
It is fine, for now. They obviously have things under control or they would never have brought you in this far. Never have put you through this ordeal.
Jameson just shakes his head.
My father? Some say he is a great man, and he is. He has saved many animals. He also saved my people from war, probably from annihilation. But he also brought a great shame to my village, to my mother.
Jameson decides to let Tafari talk, tell his story. It will buy him time to think of a way out of this. But all that looms on Jameson's mind is Tafari's revelation, that Ace knows the truth about him.
Who,
Tafari continues,
really was a princess. My father, he got my mother pregnant when she was promised to another man. He was banished and she was outcast. We lived for 8 years on the outskirts of our village. My father would send us money for our needs, but life was tough. We were shunned and mistreated by our people. But my mother would always smile down at me with pure love, and I knew that no matter what this life threw at us, if we had each other, we could get through anything. And then, the loggers moved in. They had come to take our land, strip the jungle away to make way for cattle, for the beef industry. Naturally, like the rest of my village, my mother was outraged. She would not let them take our ancestral home. She rallied the whole village to come together to stand up to the loggers. After everything we had been through, and after the way our village had treated us, my mother still stood side by side with her people and led them in a brave defiance. She led her people for 4 days, until her body was found, smashed, under a fallen tree.
Jameson gasps.
The official report states it was an unfortunate logging accident. The company was made to pay compensation to my people, to me, and the local authorities were heavily compensated too, obviously. But the shaman from my village would later go on record stating that he had examined my mother's body after her death and found evidence of thumb-shaped bruising on her neck. His testimony did not amount to anything. You see, they murdered her because she was the leader of the rebellion. Shortly after, my people were forcibly evicted from our land, forced to move on and find a new place in the jungle, to rebuild our lives.
Jameson is shocked, angry, and curious at Tefari's calm demeanour. Tefari smiles.
It makes me wonder where my people will go when the loggers come calling again. We are running out of rainforest.
Jameson shakes his head. He stares into Tefari's soulful eyes.
The hardship this man has been through.
Why are you telling me all this?
A short time later, my father returned to our village. He risked his life to come and find me, and I have lived with him ever since. But in the heart of the jungle, where my mother's blood had been spilled, he made me a promise. He promised me that he would find those responsible for my mother's murder and bring justice to them, that we would do it together.
Jameson nods, now beginning to see connections and motivations clearer.
So he formed Ace, and you've been his loyal recruit ever since?
Do not get me wrong. I like ACE, what they stand for. I too am outraged by the mistreatment of animals in our world. It is just their methods that concern me.
Murder?
Oh, murder is fine with me. I fully intend to murder the man who killed my mother.
Jameson raises his eyebrows by the collected sincerity in Tefari's voice.
But I am more of a simple bullet in the head kind of guy. I do not have my father's flair.
That's one way of putting it.
I would not mind so much. My father certainly has his demons. But he is a grown man who makes his own choices and just happens to be on a path of death and destruction. This devil in him is slowly consuming him. He is now a hunted criminal. Terrorist, they call him. And there is a very real possibility that he could lose his own life. But Penny and Paul are still young, vulnerable, impressionable. Especially Penny. She hangs on every word her father says, the way I used to. She overlooks his methods, his madness, and she follows him down the same path, a path that will destroy her life. And that girl has already had it destroyed, believe me. All three of us, in fact. How twisted is fate that it would bind us through our shared grief. Bereft children.
Tefari leans forward and stares into Jameson with intense eyes.
You will promise me, here and now, that when you make your move, you will do everything in your power to protect them.
Jameson doesn't know what to say. Agree and reveal that he is a cop? Or try and keep his cover, not promise anything? He takes a deep breath.
No matter who you think I am, and no matter what happens, I will try to protect them. That's all I can say, Tefari.
Tefari nods. A little sparkle in his eye suggests that he is satisfied with Jameson's answer as he eases back into his chair.
Penny,
Jameson says, trying to move the conversation along.
She mentioned her mother's death to me last night.
She did? I cannot even get her to talk about it. What did she say?
Just that she is another one, still seeking justice that never came.
So, she did not tell you the circumstances?
Jameson shakes his head. Tefari shrugs, but there is relief in his expression.
My motivation is justice for my own mother's killer. Ace serves me as a means to an end. Justice for my mother. But I have been watching that particular cause take a back seat to other motivations for too long. My life has been leading up to this time.
What do you mean?
I have recently learned the whereabouts of the logger who murdered my mother. He has eluded us for so long, but I have tracked him down to a warehouse in Kumasi, in Ghana. Naturally, I told my father what I had learned.
I'm guessing you and your father will be taking a flight to Africa in the very near future?
That is why I was excited when I heard my father was planning a trip to Africa. At last, I thought. But then I learned that he is not taking me, his son, back to his homeland to avenge his mother's death after all. Instead, he is taking you to carry out a different mission.
Me? He's taking me?
Jameson says, surprised.
An opportunity like this,
Tefari says, showing emotion in his eyes for the first time.
And he wants to let it pass him by? Pass me by?
Tefari glares at Jameson as if expecting him to answer.
He must have his reasons,
Jameson offers.
Did he tell you what kind of mission we are going on?
No, as usual. We are all on a need-to-know basis. It is obviously Ace-related.
Jameson begins to panic.
Not another murder.
Regardless, I have been planning my own excursion to Africa. I will bring justice to the bastard, myself. You and my father will not be the only ones on a plane destined to Africa tonight.
Tonight? We're leaving tonight?
Not together, obviously.
Are you sure it's wise to go alone? Maybe you should speak to your father before...
No,
Tefari says, cutting Jameson off.
he does not need to know, and you will not tell him either. I gave him a chance to fulfill his promise, and he would rather honor the devil inside him than the mother of his own son. He would rather play games with you, a cop.
Jameson smiles awkwardly.
Would you stop? I keep telling you I'm not a...
Tefari just stares at him, unimpressed and unconvinced.
There's nothing I can say, is there?
Tefari shakes his head.
Listen, Archer, or whatever your name is. My father is not the only one playing a very precarious game here. You are doing your duty and all that, yes? Serve and protect. You had better watch your back. I am convinced my father knows about you, but you have to ask yourself why he has not just tried to kill you. Why they are playing along. My father has a plan for you. I do not know what that is yet, but he is becoming more unpredictable, more ruthless. Tread carefully as you go.
Jameson acknowledges the warning and nods. Thanks.
Do not think I am warning you because we are friends. If I get to Africa and find that you have tipped off the logger through your superiors, I will come back looking for you. Your brand of justice will not defy me of my own justice. Do you understand me?
Jameson nods.
I think it is time we head back to HQ, don't you, Archer?
Tefari smiles.
Unless you have any more phone calls to make.
Jameson smiles.
Let's go,
he says. They pay their bill and exit the restaurant, stepping out onto the city street. Jameson gets an uncontrollable urge to just turn and run, and keep running. Back to his lover's embrace, to disappear from the hell he's being pulled deeper into. But Tefari has already flagged a taxi down, a taxi that will take them back to hell, back to the devil. The name of the song flashes into Jameson's mind, loud and clear. Psycho Killer. Qu'est-ce que c'est? He mumbles.
Sorry?
Tefari says, opening the cab door.
Nothing.
Jameson climbs into the taxi and Tefari joins him. The taxi pulls away and takes off down the street as more lyrics from the song cycle on repeat in Jameson's mind.
Far, better. Run, 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 run away.
Chapter 20. African Savannah. African Savannah, Zimbabwe. Quiet concession. A large blazing blood-orange sun sits high in the clear blue sky. It is mid-afternoon and a sweltering 90 degrees. A four-wheel drive jeep slowly makes its way across a shimmering, rough, rocky trail through grassland. It manoeuvres through the open canopies of dispersed jackalberry and acacia trees. Jameson sits up front in the passenger seat. It is not just the blistering sun that is making him sweat. He is nervous. The whimpering coming from the back seat is beginning to really unsettle him.
How much longer?
He asks the driver. The driver, Ace, does not answer. He quickly lifts a small set of binoculars to his eyes and scans the grassland ahead. He drops the binoculars and resumes driving.
Almost there.
More whimpering from the back seat. Jameson anxiously looks back at the young girl, lying down, bound and gagged. Her terrified eyes find his. He quickly looks away and spins back around in his seat.
I'm really not sure about this,
he says. Ace smiles and shakes his head.
Well, that's a good job I am.
See, it's times like this where I can't tell if I'm talking to Ace or the devil.
Ace slowly turns his head to face Jameson.
I know exactly. What you mean?
He smiles. They drive on for a short while. Ace hits the brakes and the Jeep skids to a halt. After the dust settles, Jameson peers through the windscreen at the open expanse. He spots something to the left, in the distance. Something moving. Something fairly large. It pops up its impressive golden sand-coloured head for a moment, watching the Jeep. Its large ears twitching as it listens. Then another head pops up out of the tall grass. And another. Another. Jameson can now see that it is a pride of lions. Ace's intentions had been unclear. The finer details at least. Ace had informed Jameson of his role in this particular mission on the way to the airport. To act as a backup. Follow Ace's lead. And that was all. They had boarded the plane using fake passports. Hired a Jeep under a false name. GPS did the rest. It led them to a hunting ranch. And then Ace was bundling a body onto the back seat. It all happened so fast. Ace was quiet and focused the entire time. Jameson was clearly on a need-to-know basis, but as he watches more curious lions taking an interest in the Jeep, Ace's intentions are now becoming clearer. Wide-eyed, he turns to Ace and opens his mouth to speak. Ace is already staring at him.
Get the girl,
Ace says, before Jameson can speak. Ace opens his door and climbs out. Jameson closes his dry mouth and struggles to swallow. His eyes dart as he tries to decide what to do. He cannot be a part of this. Cannot allow this. Not again. Ace, at the rear of the Jeep, opens the boot, startling Jameson, who quickly exits the vehicle and joins Ace, who is pulling a hunting rifle out of the boot.
Okay.
Jameson says, staring at the rifle.
I thought we talked about this.
This! Murder! That's right, we did.
So, you're just gonna shoot her?
Been thinking about it.
You can't!
Can't I?
She's just a girl! A teenager!
Do you know who this girl is?
Jameson pauses. He looks in the Jeep at the girl and then back at Ace blankly. Ace just shakes his head.
You know, for an animal lover,
he says, staring into Jameson.
You sure don't know much about what's happening in the animal world.
Jameson tries to hold Ace's gaze.
But I do know much about the human world, and I do know that you can't just go around killing people, especially children.
So it's okay to kill, say, a baby cow, a lion, premeditated, in cold blood, but not a person?
Yes! I mean, no! It's not all right to kill either.
Well, try telling that to Miss Jones here.
Jameson looks into the Jeep. He frowns.
So who is she?
He asks abruptly, turning back to Ace.
Tell me what she's done that's so wrong she deserves to be executed.
Ace stares Jameson down.
Ask her yourself.
He closes the boot and walks around to the front of the Jeep. Jameson huffs for a moment. He makes his way to the side of the Jeep and swings open the door. He takes a deep breath and then quickly but carefully reaches into the Jeep and pulls the girl out onto her feet. She begins to sob. He leads her to join Ace.
Remove her gag,
Ace instructs. Jameson reaches up and carefully pulls the duct tape from the girl's mouth and face. She immediately starts crying.
Please, what's happening?
She cries. Her accent is Southern American.
Please.
Shut up!
Ace snaps, silencing her.
Now,
he says, turning to Jameson.
I believe you have a question you'd like to ask?
Jameson scowls. He turns to the girl. She's in her late teens, somewhat pretty, despite the mess that tears and mascara and snot have made of her face. Long blonde hair, albeit a bit dishevelled. Her scared and pleading blue eyes look into his.
Do you know why you're here?
The girl just looks at Ace and then at the rifle, and then back to Jameson. With tears streaming from her eyes, she shakes her head.
I haven't done anything, mister. Please. Why are you doing this to me?
Oh, don't give me that boo-hoo. I'm just an innocent little girl. Bullshit routine!
The girl jumps with fright and sobs harder.
Jesus Christ, she's just a kid! Look at her!
Ace doesn't acknowledge Jameson. He steps in closer to the girl.
Just a kid? My pimply sagging prolapse festering ass. She's a real go-getter. An action woman. Likes to live dangerously, this one. Flirts with danger. All those guns and wild animals. All those hunts. Those executions. All that blood. Haven't done anything, mister. As if you're 8 years old. Nice try, Miss Jones. You're a cold-blooded killer.
The girl just shakes her head.
Oh, don't deny it. I know who you are. I've seen the evidence, the pictures. And you were so defiant to all those people on social media who were rightly outraged. All smiles and tough talk. Well, it's a little different when you're not hiding behind a camera. Not so tough now, are you?
What are you? An animal rights nut or something?
So wait, you're a hunter?
The correct term is huntress.
Oh, well.
Jameson shrugs.
Excuse me. She's no hunter. She pays people to take her to an animal so she can gun the defenseless creature down into extinction. She's no tracker, no scout. She takes no risks. She's not even doing it out of hunger. She's just another up-and-coming psycho with a gun who gets a thrill from killing something. Only this one uploads photos of it to her Facebook profile.
I've done no wrong.
The girl tries to protest.
I'm doing nothing unlawful but exercising my God-given right to...
Alrighty then. And still, no reckoning, no remorse. The same old rhetoric. Next you'll be telling me you do it for conservation.
Actually, there is an argument that hunting does aid conservation. By carefully selecting certain animals from a population, we can help strengthen the gene pool and conserve...
It's an argument. That's all it is. You know, nature does all that pretty well on its own. Who are you to intervene in a natural process that predates your own species?
But I could argue that I am part of nature. Part of that natural process.
Well, I could say the same for this predicament, couldn't I?
Ace smiles.
That I'm carefully selecting a particularly sick individual who is best hunted and killed and removed from the population to conserve the gene pool. And it's perfectly natural.
The girl is silent.
I love animals too.
She offers.
And hunt with an understanding of how my kills impact conservation and the ecosystem.
Ace lets out a dry laugh.
Did you just lift that straight off your website? Can you even hear yourself? I love animals. My kills. How can you love animals if you hunt and kill them? When you've got that leopard, zebra, rhino in your sights, and you look into the glistening beauty and life in its eyes, you're not thinking, I love this animal. You're thinking, I'm gonna kill this animal to snuff out its life, its beauty. And this is your sport. Killing negates the very meaning of the word conserve. To conserve. To protect from loss and harm. I'm sorry, but...
Ace cups an ear towards the girl.
Could you speak into my good ear? I thought I heard you say God-given right. God gives you the right to mercilessly kill, does he? He told you that, did he? Whispered in your ear, perhaps.
Ace impersonates God in a whispering voice.
You know what would please me, my divine daughter? Go forth to the plains, the forests, and the swamps of this glorious kingdom I have created. And shoot! Shoot your little guns at animals at will. Shoot those bastards. I am giving you the right.
Well, I've heard enough of that kind of lunacy.
He turns to Jameson.
Untie her.
Jameson stalls.
What do you intend to do here?
Untie her, or I will.
Ace says, reaching for a sheathed knife attached to his belt.
And I won't be as careful as you.
Jameson begins to untie her.
Please.
The girl says, beginning to cry again.
Please what? I thought you loved nothing more than a good hunt.
You're going to hunt her?
Jameson asks as he frees the girl's hands. Ace looks down at his rifle.
This is a hunting rifle, isn't it? And a damn fine one, too.
He holds it up and turns to the girl.
You, of all people, should appreciate it.
The girl just stares at it, terrified.
Served me well during a recent hunting trip to Scotland.
Ace adds. Jameson glances at Ace, understanding the reference.
So you hunt too?
The girl asks, confused.
It's a recent, necessary evil.
Ace shrugs.
But unlike you, I don't kill innocent animals.
He stares intensely at the girl.
It's people I kill. Only the guilty, the wicked, the corrupt filth of the world.
The girl stares back at Ace. There is a tense silence.
I take no pleasure in it. And I certainly don't take their heads home and mount them on my wall.
No, you just hang them from a beam in a shed. What kind of mixed up, hypocritical bullshit is that you're talking?
Jameson says, only just containing his anger.
How can you condemn killing an animal and yet condone killing a human being?
We're all animals. All beings. Some more intelligent and conscientious than others. But all sentient. I condemn the supposed intelligent and conscientious human animal who engage in the cruel and unnecessary killing of other sentient animals.
Jameson just shrugs, exasperated.
Now you really do sound like a maniac,
he says, referring to his phone call with Black. Ace turns to Jameson.
Look, if it takes a psychopath to rid the world of the rest of the psychopaths, so that the human race can evolve to a saner, compassionate way of life, resulting in the recovery of nature, and ultimately to the benefit of animals, then that's what I'll be. That's what I have become. Who else would do it but me? You?
Jameson just stares at Ace.
Her?
Ace asks, flicking a thumb at the girl. Jameson looks dubiously at the trembling girl.
And she represents the new generation. A generation of dumbed-down egomaniacs with little care for the knowledge that our masters and rulers are narcissistic, warmongering pedophiles, and with little respect or empathy for the suffering natural world that grants them their very existence.
That's not true. I care. I have respect for...
Ace just silences her with a raised hand.
Okay,
he says, gesturing his hand to the open ground.
You can walk. You can run. Either way. Go. Now.
The girl freezes.
I'm going to give you a head start. Don't worry.
The girl still does not move.
Please. I just want to go home.
Well, go. You're free. Go. Head on home. Back to Texas. Run.
Jesus Christ!
Jameson protests.
Maybe you'll make it. Go now. Or I'll shoot you here, where you stand.
The girl cries and begins to slowly edge away from the jeep.
You can't just walk into the wilderness,
Jameson says, desperately watching her go.
She's got camouflage clothing on. She'll be fine.
There are lions watching us right now. She'll be mauled to death.
Jameson turns to Ace.
Please, don't do this. She doesn't deserve this.
Ace seems to curiously look into Jameson's beseeching eyes, as if searching for something, but not something in Jameson, in himself. Ace turns to watch the girl as she carefully edges further away from the jeep. Ace shrugs.
There is a chance she will escape. A chance she will survive.
I can't let you do this. Please, she's just a kid. Someone's daughter. Like Penny.
Her parents should be ashamed of themselves. Her father was the one who got her into this blood sport in the first place. He put her in this position.
The girl sobs.
I want my daddy.
She cries, regressing. Ace grimaces. He seems confused, tormented. He huffs, turns his back, and takes a couple of steps.
I think you've done enough,
Jameson pleads, turning to Ace.
Scared her enough to send a message, right? Surely this is enough. You don't have to kill her, please. I'm begging you. Don't do this.
Ace shakes his head in thought. He looks up to the blue sky above. He notices that the sky is the exact same colour as the girl's desperate eyes. After a short while, he sighs.
Tie her hands and put her back in the jeep.
Jameson smiles and takes a deep breath, relieved. He turns to the girl, but she is gone.
Where the hell did she go?
Ace spins around. They scan the grassland.
There!
Jameson yells and points at a figure, tearing through the grass at pace. They are about to run after her when they hear a low rumbling growl. They turn to see a perfectly camouflaged lioness emerging from some tall grass to their right, poised and ready to pounce.
Oh my,
Ace says, peering at the lion, as he and Jameson, very slowly, edge back towards the jeep.
Aren't you beautiful? Please don't just admire the large deadly carnivore. Use the gun.
Jameson whispers.
I won't shoot her.
You would rather she just ate us both. This is life and death. Fire into the air. The gunshot might scare her.
Or make her charge. Just get back to the jeep.
Jameson peels his eyes away from the big cat ahead of him and notices the rest of the pride are in motion, chasing down the girl.
What about the girl?
She's lunch.
We can still save her.
Forget about her.
Give me the rifle.
I'll go and get her. I can't do that. I won't let you shoot a lion.
She'll die!
Now that's natural, baby.
Jameson scowls, and in one sudden movement, he bolts off into the grass in the direction of the girl. The lioness watches him go, keeping low and poised, but then returns her gaze to Ace. Ace slowly climbs into the jeep and closes the door. He looks out at the plain, searching for Jameson or the girl. No sign of them. Ace climbs onto his seat and pulls his body up and out of the sunroof. The lioness is now sitting comfortably and relaxed in front of the jeep. She is an elder. The scars on her face and the history in her burning yellow eyes shows her depth. She peers at Ace, never breaking eye contact. Jameson runs like he has never ran before, literally for his life. He has lost sight of the girl again, but has noticed a couple of the Pride have altered their course and are now heading for him. He spots a tree ahead of him and powers towards it. He climbs in a frenzy, expecting to hear that blood-curdling snarl as he is attacked from behind at any moment. And as he reaches a safe height, 2 male lions break out of the grass below him. They watch him, circling and snarling, trying to find a way up the tree. After a short while, they seem to give up and disappear back into the grass. Jameson catches his breath, but only temporarily. Comes a shrill, frightened female voice. Jameson turns to see the girl, sprinting through the grass towards the tree. Several lions are close behind, moving fast. Too fast.
Hurry!
Jameson yells. He positions himself on a large, overhanging branch. He clamps his legs around the branch and hangs down, dangling his hands. The girl is close, as are the lions. He can hear them panting as they run.
Reach for me!
Jameson shouts, stretching out his hands. The girl reaches out to him, her expression frantic and petrified. Their fingers make contact. Just as a lion pounces, Jameson grabs her hand tightly.
I got you!
He cries and tries to pull her up. The lion slams into her. All 4 paws and sharp claws gripping her tightly. The force breaks Jameson's grip, almost pulling him out of the tree. She screams as she and the lion sail through the air before crashing down into the mud. The lion roars. It is fierce and brutal, instantly clawing and mauling her. She screams again as her flesh is torn open by teeth and claws. As more lions close in around her, Jameson tries to shout to scare the Pride away.
Hey! No! Hey! Hey! Over here! No! Hey!
Another lion quickly moves in and clamps its jaws around the girl's bloodied throat. She lets out another high-pitched gargled screech. Then nothing, as she is obscured out of sight by the Pride. Jameson can only listen to the gruesome sounds of the Pride eating their kill and bickering over the spoils. He is reminded of his dream, the sharks eating him piece by piece. He begins to weep. As the girl's screams fall silent, Ace turns back to the lioness, who has sat graceful, casually watching him the entire time. She nonchalantly stares into his eyes as he stares into hers. Her ear flickers and she seems to smell the air. After a moment she gets up and casually strolls off towards her Pride and her food. Ace slowly lowers himself back down into the jeep and into his seat. He shakes his head in disbelief.
Jameson.
He starts the engine and slowly drives in the direction of the lioness. After a short drive, he finds Jameson and what is left of the girl. He spots Jameson in a nearby tree, lying face down on a branch. He maneuvers the jeep under the tree. Jameson lifts his head. He looks down at the jeep and then at the Pride devouring their kill. A lion lifts its head, its bloodied mouth chewing. A long clump of blonde hair and scalp is snagged in its teeth. Jameson turns away in disgust. He carefully hangs down and drops onto the roof of the jeep and climbs inside via the sunroof. He slumps down into his seat. Ace inquisitively watches him for a moment, but Jameson is in shock and just stares, bug-eyed, into space. Ace sighs and switches off the engine. Jameson notices and seems to snap out of his trance.
What are we waiting for? You've done what you came here to do. We can't leave until they finish their meal,
Ace says, reaching into his shirt pocket. Jameson slowly turns to him as Ace pulls out a pristine white card.
You're kidding me. Technically, I didn't kill her, but I'm still taking credit for it. I need the publicity. The message will be clear.
What message is that? That lions kill people? I think we've known about that one for thousands of years.
Exactly. Take a look at these wondrous animals.
Ace says, gesturing a hand towards the pride.
Doing what they've been doing for thousands of years. Being amazing hunters. If you try to take them on, as the late Miss Jones here used to do, there's always a chance that you become the hunted. You become the trophy on the lion's wall, so to speak.
As if she stood a chance? You brought her here. You're responsible for her death.
Well, shit on my grave. I was all for taking her back to the ranch and dumping her there, alive and well. Like you said, scared enough, point made. It was she who thought it would be a better idea to run off into the jaws of some hungry lions.
Ace alters his voice to that of a southern accent.
I mean, I knew she was from Texas and all, but shit, she sure weren't too bright, was she? Don't you have any remorse at all for what just happened?
Jameson asks, exasperated.
A girl has just been killed. You're already mocking her? And now I'm an accomplice to another murder.
Okay, first, this was technically not murder, so I would say you're only an accomplice to manslaughter. And second, people die every moment of every day. Am I supposed to mourn them all? I don't know this girl personally. I didn't even know of her existence until recently. And what I learned about her disgusted me. All those pictures and videos. The joy in her face, in her eyes, as she posed with the carcasses of the animals she's just murdered. It led to controversy, public outcry even, especially across social media. But as a result of all the publicity, she got her very own TV show. It's sickening. People like her never stop. You can't ask them nicely. Even the law is on their side.
She would have shot her way to her own talk show if it meant wiping out every last one of these majestic creatures.
Her death, albeit an accident, will send a message to the other animal murderers out there. The hunter will become the hunted, be it by animal or activist.
Jameson stares at the pride. They are already beginning to disperse. The girl, he realizes, is obviously slim pickings for animals that are used to dining on wildebeest and buffalo. The horror of it overwhelms him again, and he lowers his head. He weeps for a moment.
It's freaky, isn't it? That as each lion fans out, there are little pieces of her inside each of them.
Jameson looks up at Ace, confounded.
And then she'll be pooped out. A little bit here, a little bit there.
Jameson pounces on Ace with hands wrenched into claws.
Hey!
Ace manages to block Jameson's attack, and they grapple with each other for a moment, huffing and growling. Ace begins to laugh, only making Jameson more furious. He pins Ace against his door, which opens and swings outwards. Ace looks behind him and realizes he is exposed. He pushes back against Jameson as they gasp and spray spittle at each other. Eventually, the exertion and the stifling heat makes Jameson tire, and he gives in. They fall back in their seats, breathing heavily. Ace pulls the door closed.
Whew. Are you crazy? The door was wide open. I might have been killed.
Good! That was the general idea.
A hungry lion could have got me.
Ace says, feigning protest.
Although I reckon these particular lions won't be hungry for another few hours at least. But a ravenous hyena or something could have sneaked up on me.
Ace.
Yes.
Please.
Ace smiles. They sit in silence for a short time. Ace reaches behind him and scoops a camera off the Jeep floor. He swings his door open again and climbs out. Jameson watches him from inside the Jeep as he cautiously edges towards the area where the lions had killed the girl. Ace freezes, clearly spotting her remains. He quickly leans down and leaves the card on her carcass. He stands and takes a picture. He makes a hasty return to the Jeep as winged undertakers swoop down to investigate the scene. Ace climbs back into his seat and closes the door. They both look ahead at the vultures as they begin to quarrel over tiny morsels of flesh on bone.
Well,
Ace says in his deep southern accent.
She ain't so pretty no more.
Jameson sighs.
I hate you.
Ace wheezes out a laugh.
Can we leave now? Or do you have anyone else to murder?
As a matter of fact,
Ace smiles, starting the engine.
I do, Cubby.
Jameson quickly looks at Ace.
Wait, here? In Africa?
Yes, in Africa. But not here, though.
Ace says, as he hits the accelerator and pulls the jeep around back onto the road.
In Ghana.
Ghana?
Jameson blurts, recalling his conversation with Tafari.
Yes, to a city called
Kumasi?
Ace stares at Jameson, confused and suspicious.
Yes, Kumasi. Now, how did you know that?
Jameson stares out onto the plains and watches a tower of giraffes running freely in that awkward yet elegant way through the grassland. For a short-lived moment, the sight lifts his spirit. He wishes he could join them. He sighs and turns to Ace.
I don't know how to tell you this.
Chapter 21. Kumasi Metropolis. Kumasi Metropolis, Ghana. It is early evening and light is just beginning to fade upon landing at Kumasi International Airport. The air is warm and humid. The sky is coloured pale blue, lilac and gold. Ace and Jameson hail a taxi. They head into town, into the heart of the vast Kejitia market. The market is bustling and cramped. A vast array of stalls of various shapes and vibrant colours, selling anything and everything, line the streets as busy people and traffic move in waves like a tide of flesh and fumes.
Kumasi,
Ace says, staring out the window.
Once the capital for the great empire, a kingdom created through war and gold, now a writhing metropolis, as diseased and corrupt as any other. The government, the municipal authorities, high judges, they're all on the take. Their malfeasance uncovered. Now public knowledge. How long can these people accept the systematic corruption all around them? The enslavement.
Enslavement?
Jameson asks, skeptical.
Slavery ended for these people over a century ago. Aren't you forgetting the Emancipation Proclamation? Or affirmative action?
Ace and the driver chuckle.
I don't mean for these black people.
Ace says, shaking his head.
I just mean people in general. It doesn't matter what color you are. Slavery didn't end with abolition in the 19th century. Have you read Bites of Insanity by Ensamala?
No, I must have missed that one at book club.
There are more slaves in this world today than in any time in human history. And besides, we are all slaves to the monetary system. The ever-inflating debt that we strive to repay but will never actually catch up with. The human race is indebted to the human race. It's a perplexing delusion, and a persistent one. In my world, I would eradicate money. It has served us, the illusion of the sanctity of agreements we believe in, exchange. But it is outdated, no hindrance.
Ace points to the stalls.
The markets can stay. The price, the barter, goes. Welcome to human compassion and progression. But until that day, strive or die, slave.
Ace cracks an imaginary whip with his hand.
So you're saying get rid of money? And then what?
What do you mean, and then what? Use your goddamn imagination. We still provide the fundamentals of life for each other. Food, shelter, energy, education, and so on. Free of charge. No money, remember. The farmers still farm, organically, locally. The engineers still engineer, sustainably and resourcefully. The teachers still teach, open and honestly. And yes, the police still police. Don't worry.
Jameson cuts Ace a nervous glance as Tafari's conversation plays on his mind.
We still need some of the rules, the obvious ones like, let's not smash each other's heads open with rocks over a female.
Ace continues.
But free humanity of labor, automate. And then we decide, without the pressure of striving to survive, what to become with the time now granted to us.
Ace turns to Jameson.
What would you do?
Jameson stares into such a world in his imagination and asks himself if he would still be a cop. He never joined the FBI for the money. He joined to protect innocent people, to uphold deeply rooted ideals of justice. And even though he realizes his experience with Ace is rocking those ideals and the commitment to them, at least in terms of channeling them through an organisation like the FBI. He knows he would still choose to try and stay true to protecting the innocent. The police would still police. He shrugs.
Money system or no money system, I wouldn't be going around murdering people, that's for sure.
Ace sighs and rolls his eyes.
It's purpose that people really care about. To be useful. To create. Belonging. Family. Peace. Love.
I didn't know you were such an old hippie at heart.
Ace squeezes out a laugh and stares back out of the window.
Now you and I both know I'm no pacifist.
He takes out a mobile phone from a compartment on his rucksack and checks the screen.
Still no word from him?
No calls, no messages. Penny is still trying. How could he be so reckless?
Jameson can see the worry all over Ace's face. Now Ace checks the GPS system.
We're close,
he says to the driver.
Yes.
The driver agrees.
Okay, pull over.
The driver pulls to the side of the road. Ace and Jameson gather their gear and exit the taxi. Ace pays the driver. As the taxi pulls away, Ace checks his phone again.
This way,
he says, taking off down the street. Jameson quickly walks after him, weaving through market stallkeepers and shoppers, even tourists, on a guided tour of the city. The air is thick with smog and sweat, and sweet with fruit and spice. It adds to the nausea that Jameson is already feeling. Ace cuts into a side street, and Jameson follows close behind. It is less busy, and the pair get into a steady stride for a short while. Jameson huffs, perspiring heavily.
This heat.
You get used to it.
Ace smiles.
So where is this warehouse then?
Ace stops in his tracks and wipes a layer of sweat from his brow with his hand.
Right here,
he says, looking ahead. Jameson follows Ace's gaze and spots the building. It is a large structure with a red, corrugated tin roof that is covered in rust. It appears to be closed, unoccupied. There are very few lights on. A bright light illuminates a large sign on the wall. The name of the business. D. Fido, Abattoir.
An abattoir?
Jameson asks, confused.
I thought Tafari said it was a logging company.
It's all connected. The logging company provides the infrastructure and the distribution for the bushmeat trade. All illegal, of course. You know, Africans are eating millions of tons of the stuff. Some even consider it a delicacy, despite the warnings that it spreads disease.
Jesus. HIV?
Yeah. And Ebola? Just add it to the list of human illnesses caused by consuming meat. Heart disease, autoimmune disease, stroke, cancer. Not to mention the impact cattle ranching has on the environment. All that methane. Cows just farting like there is no tomorrow. Maybe they know something we don't, huh? The destruction of the rainforests and biodiversity. It's even worse in the Amazon. And then there's slave labor. Veganism isn't just about saving animal lives. It's about saving human lives too. If only people could see the sanity in it, the compassion in it.
Jameson begins to understand the choices that vegans make. To stop eating meat. To not contribute to the industries that exploit animals and destroy the natural world. To find and explore compassion. He considers the food he has been eating since his arrival at Ace HQ. All delicious and nutritious. No animal ingredients. He decides that regardless of the outcome of this case, meat is off the menu for good.
So, what now?
Ace swings his rifle off his shoulder and unpacks it from its case. He assembles it together and loads the weapon.
Now, we break in.
Ace moves quickly to the fence surrounding the premises and begins to climb. Jameson watches, feckless to the events unfolding. Ace drops to the ground on the other side of the fence. He turns to Jameson.
You can wait, or you can come. Make a choice.
Jameson knows he doesn't want to take part in another murder, that he would rather be thousands of miles away back home and not be faced with another disastrous situation. His duty flashes through his mind again. Witness, gather the evidence. Black will be expecting an update. And when the time comes, he knows he might be able to talk Ace out of killing again. He moves to the fence and begins to climb. Once at the top, he drops to the ground beside Ace.
Let's go. Oh, and no trying to talk me out of this one.
Jameson tries to appear neutral.
Not this one,
Ace says, and takes off towards the building. Jameson takes a deep breath and follows Ace. Something begins to vibrate in Ace's rucksack. He reaches in and pulls out his mobile phone. He answers it and listens for a moment.
The devil is in the detail.
How can you be sure?
Ace asks.
TechHead says we are good to go.
He listens and nods.
Yeah, got it.
Ace hangs up and stows his phone into his pack.
That was Penny. She confirmed that our man is inside the building. This way.
Ace and Jameson move to the rear of the building. They find a door. It looks like it has been forced open already. The lock is damaged. They creep inside. They are in a dark corridor that leads to a stairwell. They take the stairs up to another level.
Are you sure the man you're looking for is here? He's here. Our tech head has hacked the surveillance system outside. His car hasn't left the premises.
They pass through large double doors into a chilled room. The room is dimly lit, but their overall visibility is moderate. There is an overwhelming stench of raw meat and blood, causing Jameson to cover his nose with his hand. There are rows of carcasses of various types of indistinguishable animal hanging from hooks chained to an apparatus attached to the ceiling. Jameson grimaces at one that looks very much like a dog of some breed. Ace spots a metal staircase leading up to a large office overlooking the floor below. The office lighting is on, and a shadowy figure can be seen moving around inside.
Up there,
he whispers, and takes his rifle off his arm.
No, don't go in guns blazing.
Ace just stares at Jameson, irked. He holds the gun up in front of him as they slowly and quietly make their way up the staircase. They reach a small landing area which leads to the office door, which is slightly ajar. They creep to the door, and Ace eases it open with the barrel of his rifle, just enough for him to see inside. In the centre of the room is a man sitting in a chair. He is motionless. Ace creeps inside, never taking his eyes off the man in the chair. He notices that the man is awake. As Ace gets closer, he can see the man is in distress, sweating and trembling. His face is bloodied and bruised. He is scared. He stares at Ace intensely. Jameson enters the office and spots the man in the chair. He stands beside Ace. The man looks at Jameson, and then at Ace, and then at the gun, and then behind Ace. Ace realizes that he is looking at someone else in the room. He spins around, raising his rifle.
Father?
Someone asks. Ace's finger twitches over the trigger of the rifle as he focuses on another man. But he recognizes that voice, that face.
Tafari?
Ace says, quickly pointing the rifle away from his son. Tafari is standing with his back to the wall, his hand holding a pistol. Ace and Jameson must have overlooked him on the way in. He begins to edge forward. Ace approaches him and hugs him. Although surprised, Tafari hugs his father.
What are you doing here, son?
Ace asks, pulling back from the embrace.
I thought that would be obvious. I am here to avenge my mother's death. But what are you doing here? I thought you were elsewhere on a mission with Archer.
We were. But once that mission was complete, I intended to come here and fulfill my promise.
Your promise was that we would avenge my mother's death together. Why did you not take me with you instead of Archer? Why would you hide this from me?
I kept it hidden because I was afraid.
Afraid?
I knew this day would come. That we would track down the person responsible for your mother's death, and that you would be thirsty for justice. Bloodthirsty. I was afraid that you would become like me, a killer, a devil. Killing takes a part of your humanity away that does not ever return. I don't want that for you.
That is my decision to make, Father, not yours. You were wrong to deny me of the choice.
I knew what you would choose. I've seen that grief darken you, darken your spirit. I see the rage bubbling away underneath. I feel it myself. I thought I could spare you of becoming a killer. But you were right. I was wrong. You are your own man, and deserve to seek justice in your own way.
Tafari steps forward and lifts the gun towards the man in the chair. The man speaks in a croaky voice.
It is him, Father.
You're certain?
It is him. We have already had a bit of a chat.
Ace turns to the man.
Kazim Ankara?
The man says nothing. He just stares at Ace, terrified.
Answer!
Tafari says, aiming the gun at the man.
Yes.
Ankara says. Ace slowly approaches Ankara.
You were a logger at Timber and Lumber Limited in 2003?
I don't think so. It was such a long time ago.
Ace whips the butt of his rifle across Ankara's face, splitting his cheek. His head snaps back as blood sprays across the room. He flies off the chair, crashing onto the floor, crying out in pain.
Jesus!
Jameson blurts, pacing on the spot. Ace picks Ankara off the floor and sets him back in the chair.
You see, I have a special gift. I can tell when someone is lying to me. I can see it in their eyes.
Ace says, turning to Jameson. Jameson meets Ace's gaze, perturbed by the insinuation. Ace turns back to Ankara.
Every time you lie to me, I will know, and I'll hit you with the gun again. Do you understand?
Ankara sobs as blood trickles down his face. He looks up at Ace and nods.
There. I can tell that you're telling the truth, that you understand me. Now, were you working as a logger for TLL in 2003?
Ankara hesitates. He nods.
A long time ago, yes. But I am manager of T. Fido Abattoir now. No more logging.
And what about murdering? No more murdering either?
Murder? It is only animals. Food, not murder.
It's bad enough that you're needlessly murdering animals. But people's pets?
Pets?
Yes.
Ace sighs, looking at Ankara with a mix of disgust and pity.
This scumbag and his scumbag crew go around rounding up pets, filching felines and poaching pooches. Hell, they've even been known to peculate parrots. Isn't that right, Kasim?
Ankara sits quiet, like a child who knows he has been caught.
But you don't even draw the line there, do you?
I don't know what you are talking about.
Ankara says, shaking his head.
I'm talking about human murder.
No human murder.
I can see it in your eyes, remember?
Ace says, raising the butt of the gun.
No, please.
Ankara cowers.
You murdered someone in 2003, didn't you?
Ankara says nothing. His eyes dart from side to side.
A woman? Deep in the jungles of Nibia?
Ankara shifts in his seat. He looks desperate. Shivering, he shakes his head. Ace whips the butt of the gun across his face again, this time catching the side of his head. He falls out of the chair again to the floor. Jameson cannot watch. He cannot stop this either. He looks up at the ceiling and rubs the back of his neck. The tension causes him to grimace. It hurts him to bear witness to torture and to be powerless to stop it. The feeling of being out of control frightens him. He watches Ace pick Ankara up again and sit him in the chair.
Tell me what happened, Kazim! Tell me what happened in that jungle!
Ankara weeps and holds his head.
Yes!
Ace shouts, threatening him with the butt of the gun again.
I was only supposed to frighten her.
Ankara blurts, cowering and trying to protect his face with a trembling hand. There is a moment of silence.
She was making only fuss, halting our work. We were losing hundreds of thousands every day. I was only supposed to scare her, shut her up. But when I approached her, she was fearless, shouting at me, getting up in my face. We ended up grappling and...
Tafari edges forward, with tears streaming from his eyes.
Before I knew it, my hands were on her throat.
Ankara confesses.
And then she stopped moving and I knew she was gone. I never meant to kill her, I swear. Please, it was an accident. I swear it.
Father, move out of the way.
Tafari says, coldly. Ace turns to see Tafari aiming his pistol at Ankara. He hesitates, but closes his eyes and steps aside.
You don't have to do it, Tafari.
Stay out of this!
Ace snaps.
You heard him. It was an accident.
Jameson goes on, ignoring Ace, trying to appeal to Tafari's conscience. Tafari just stares at Ankara, aiming the gun at his head.
He strangled her. Choked her to death. That's hardly an accident. Now stay out of this, Archer.
Tafari seems to gain conviction and targets Ankara's face.
I have waited a long time for this.
Tafari tells Ankara.
Please, I am sorry. I am so sorry. Please.
Ankara begs.
Once you pull that trigger...
Shut your mouth, Archer.
There's no going back.
Jameson continues, despite Ace's objections.
You become a murderer, just like him. A killer, like your father. Is that what you want? Tafari?
Tafari screws up his face, torn between his vengeance and his conscience. Tears stream down his cheeks. He cries out.
You murdered my mother, you bastard!
The gun rattles as Tafari shakes. His finger squeezes the trigger.
Please don't kill me!
Ankra sobs. Tafari gasps and tosses the gun to the side. It clatters as it hits the floor.
I am sorry, father. I cannot do it.
Ace quickly walks to his son and puts his arm around his neck. He kisses his son's forehead.
It's fine, son. You don't need to. You don't have to do it.
Jameson looks down and locates where the gun had landed and thinks about picking it up. He could arrest all three of them. Is it the right time? He is overwhelmed with emotion, not thinking clear. Jameson looks at Ace, who is still clutching his rifle. He decides against any arrests at this juncture. Ace pulls away from Tafari and approaches Ankra and grabs him by the scruff of the neck. He quickly pulls him onto his feet and begins to march him out of the office, past Jameson.
Okay, Ace, what are you doing?
Jameson asks, nervously.
Where are you going?
Ace doesn't speak. He marches Ankra down the stairs. Tafari slowly walks to the office window, overlooking the floor below. Jameson joins him at the window. Ace is standing over Ankra, his rifle aimed at him. Ankra is taking off the last of his clothes, underwear too.
What the hell is he doing?
Jameson asks, bewildered. Tafari does not answer. He too looks confused. Ace leans over and grabs a stainless steel hook hanging from the pulley system in the roof. He quickly slams it deep into Ankra's back. Ankra cries out. Ace quickly pulls on the levering system which winches Ankra up off his feet, who flails and writhes on the hook, gagging, his hands desperately grabbing at air.
Jesus Christ!
Jameson yells. He turns to Tafari.
Are you just gonna stand here and let him do this?
Ace is now manoeuvring Ankra across the room. Tafari, although looking uncomfortable, remains silent. Ace hits a button on a large control panel beside him. A large stainless steel meat grinder directly below Ankra switches on and begins to turn with a loud mechanical whir.
Oh no. Stop him. Tafari?
Again, Tafari says nothing. He now has a cold look on his face. Acceptance. Ace manoeuvres Ankra over the grinder. Jameson quickly turns to leave and confront Ace.
I may not have it in me to kill the man myself.
Tafari says flatly. Jameson halts to hear him.
But I can watch him die.
Well, I can't do either. You know I can't.
It is too late to stop it now.
Jameson hears Ankra frantically shouting something in Akan. And then a piercing high-pitched scream that sends a deep jarring chill down his spine. Ace, however, watches stone-faced as Ankra screams and writhes in agony as his legs get caught up in the machine and begin to be torn and mashed. He shakes his head quickly, back and forth, his eyes bulging, with a look of surprise, as though he is in disbelief that this is really happening to him. His mouth is stretched open wide, his tongue protruding and lashing around uncontrollably, as his groin and lower abdomen are slowly lowered into the machine and begin to shred. Ankra gargles a final chilling scream as blood sprays from his mouth like a garden sprinkler. And then there are 3 loud gunshots. Ace quickly spins around to see Jameson on the stairs with a disturbed expression on his face and Tafari's discharged gun clasped in his hands, aimed at Ankra. Ace turns back to Ankra, whose head drops as he dies from the gunshot wounds. Ankra's twitching body disappears into the machine with a horrendous crunching, squirming sound. Ace switches off the machine. He turns to Jameson. Jameson, clearly in shock, turns the gun on Ace. Ace stares into his vacant eyes.
Put the gun down,
Tafari says, from the landing above. Jameson, distant, does nothing. There is a tense pause as Jameson holds the gun pointing at Ace. Eventually, Jameson seems to comply and slowly lowers the gun. Ace approaches Jameson, cautiously, as Tafari descends the stairs. Tafari carefully takes the gun out of Jameson's hands.
I can't do this anymore. I can't do this. Not this. Anymore.
You are in shock.
I think it's time to head back to the US. Back to HQ. I'll join you there soon after.
What more do you have to do? The man who killed my mother is dead. You have fulfilled your promise.
The devil in me isn't quite finished here.
Ace grins and looks back at the meat grinder.
Go.
Ace watches Tefari gently take Jameson by the arm and try to coax him down the remaining stairs. Ace turns to approach the grinder.
You,
Jameson says, stalling. Ace turns to see Jameson staring at him like a scared child, trying to confront a monster hiding in the closet.
You really are the devil.
Chapter 22. Not exactly a whale of a time. An unknown ocean. In the murk of the deep depths of a vast ocean, Jameson floats, motionless. He is alive. His eyes are wide open, but the salt does not sting. Seemingly, there is no need to breathe either. There are no sharks. He is not eaten. He is alone. He just drifts in the powerful undercurrents. It is peaceful, calming.
But wait.
A dark shape in the distance. Something approaching. Something large.
Oh no. A monster. It's huge. Heading straight for me. But wait.
It is elegant. Graceful. It is a humpback whale. The whale swims to him and slows its approach. It slowly glides next to him. Jameson is a couple of feet away from its head. The whale's wise and soulful eye watches him curious, and Jameson peers into it. The whale sings its hauntingly beautiful song, as if talking to Jameson, and he understands.
Fear me,
the whale says. Jameson does not feel threatened. He trusts the whale implicitly, as if he has known the beast for a long time, like they met in his childhood. He swims above the whale and finds a ridge made of several barnacles to grip onto. The whale sings and drives its huge tail downwards. The whale takes off with speed through the water. Jameson holds on, exhilarated. The whale slowly makes its way to shallower waters towards light. As they break the surface, Jameson grips onto the whale with one hand and fist pumps the air with the other, and the whale exhales a spout of condensed air and mucus. The whale sings again, but it is not a happy song. It is panicked, afraid.
What is wrong?
Jameson asks, but then he hears the roaring sound behind him. He turns his head to see a large whaling ship cutting through the water, chasing them. He spots a man stationed on a large harpoon cannon, aiming right for them. Jameson quickly turns back to the whale.
Dive! Dive! We have to dive!
He yells, but there is a loud bang and a whoosh from behind him. The harpoon impales Jameson through his shoulder and into the whale, pinning him to the creature. They both cry out in agony and begin to flail and thrash in the water. Then more agony as the winch tugs on the harpoon and begins to pull them in. They crash against the side of the boat. Jameson spits blood from his mouth and desperately tries to punch the hull with his fist. He looks up to see a man aiming a rifle at them. Jameson outstretches his hand in a futile attempt to create a shield. He shakes his head. The man fires, hitting the whale. Again, it cries out and thrashes below Jameson. Then another shot, hitting the whale. The water around them is red with blood. As the whale screams, another shot hits Jameson. The bullet tears through his chest and out into the whale. As he and the whale slowly die in agony, he is still aware of being pulled onto the ship. They both lie on the deck, fading into unconsciousness and death, but not soon enough, apparently. The man with the rifle aims at the whale's head. Is its final word. The man pulls the trigger. He approaches Jameson, who tries to talk, to shout for help, to scream at the man to stop.
Don't do this! Please! No! Stop! Why? Why?
But the man does not seem to hear. He does not understand, nor care. He just lifts the gun and aims it at Jameson's head, and pulls the trigger. Jameson awakens from his dream with a jolt and a gasp. It takes him a while to realise where he is, stretched out on his camp bed, back at Ace HQ.
Nightmare follows nightmare.
Welcome back.
Comes a soft, feminine voice. It is soothing. In a confused moment or wishful thinking, Jameson thinks it is his wife. He smiles and turns his head to find Penny sitting in a chair by his side.
Penny?
You jerked awake. You were dreaming?
Jameson recalls his dream and shudders.
Another nightmare. Yes.
Oh?
Jameson slowly sits up and rests his back against the wall.
Something about a whale. Or I was a whale?
Penny looks shocked.
A whale?
Yeah. We were being hunted. It was horrible.
Penny stares at Jameson. He is troubled, as the recent memories of Africa force themselves back into his mind.
Is he back?
Jameson asks, glumly. Penny is distracted, in thought.
Penny?
She shakes herself to attention.
Sorry, go on.
Ace, did he return to HQ?
Yes, he's home. Safe and sound.
Penny stretches a bittersweet smile across her face.
He
She says, cocking her head to one side.
said Zimbabwe was successful?
If you can call it that. Yeah, a roaring success.
Penny bursts out laughing, but covers her mouth when she realises he is not exactly trying to be humorous. Jameson cannot help but smile. In all the madness, her smile has been a welcome occurrence. For a moment, they catch each other's eyes, until it feels awkward. Jameson turns his gaze away.
And the other mission was successful too?
Memories flash through Jameson's mind. The abattoir, the foul meat, the office, Ankara, Tafari, Ace, the meat grinder, witnessing the White Devil in action, first hand, Ankara's scream and his smashed body twitching and flailing, disappearing into the machinery.
Jesus.
You're awake?
Comes a distant voice. Jameson turns to see Tafari approaching.
Yes, and thank you for getting me back safely. Penny tells me Ace has returned safely too.
Tafari looks to Penny, who smiles and nods.
Yes, home safe. I was actually looking for him.
Tafari says, turning back to Jameson.
Oh?
Yes, I wanted to thank him for fulfilling his promise to me, for bringing justice to my mother's killer, once and for all. I wanted to let him know how much it means to me.
Tafari looks intensely at Jameson, who becomes a little uncomfortable by Tafari's peculiar stare.
Yes, well, should I see him? I'll be sure to send him in your direction.
Jameson smiles. Tafari's expression turns to one of frustration. He huffs and turns to Penny. Jameson turns to Penny and catches her shooting some kind of warning glance to Tafari. He turns back to Tafari, who huffs again and turns and leaves for the exit.
What was all that about?
Jameson asks, turning back to Penny.
He's just emotional. Africa, his mother, the murder.
Penny offers. More memories flash through Jameson's mind, picking up the gun, shooting Ankara.
A mercy killing.
Turning the gun on Ace.
How close I came to killing the devil. A mercy killing. Where is Ace? I have to see him.
He groans, getting up.
Maybe now isn't the best time.
Penny suggests, concerned, rising out of her seat.
You've just been through a traumatic experience.
I'm okay.
Maybe a glass of water?
I'll swing by the canteen.
Jameson smiles and turns and begins to walk towards the exit. Penny watches him as he walks away. She seems desperate to say something. She opens her mouth to speak.
Jameson?
Jameson freezes. He slowly turns around to face her. They stare at each other, knowing, but non-confrontational. He clears his throat.
It's Archer?
They stare at each other for a moment more.
Archer, of course. I just wanted to say...
Yes?
Thanks for not shooting my father.
They stare at each other again, aware of a mutual fondness. Jameson nods and gently smiles. He turns and makes for the exit. Chapter 23. It's all about the consciousness, baby. Ace headquarters. The main platform is alive with activity as usual. Ace are in full swing as they scurry from station to station, discussing and organising and pointing at maps and high-profile players in the world on laptop screens. They seem irrepressible, relentless, busy little terrorists. Jameson enters the platform and soon spots Ace, studying some information on a laptop screen with one of his crew. He paces over.
Ace, we have to talk.
Ace turns to see Jameson.
It's alive!
Very funny.
Hate to tell you this, kid, but you look like shit. Like you've been raped by a rhino. Like death warmed up.
Yeah, well, when you're surrounded by so much death, it can seep into you.
Jameson smiles. Ace sighs.
Melodramatic much? We're always surrounded by death. Death is as much our lives as it is living. We're shielded from it as children, blinkered by our youth. When we get this strange notion that we're invincible, that we will last forever, but then death shows up and gatecrashes your delusion of immortality. It shatters your ignorance to the suffering and death all around you, constantly.
Look, I didn't come here for another one of your screwball sermons. We need to talk.
Ace sighs again.
No, I'm guessing you need to talk. But I do love these little talks. I think they're good for us. I really do.
Jameson looks at the bemused girl at the workstation.
Somewhere private?
Somewhere.
Ace grins, with a sparkle in his eye, as he does an impressive Captain Kirk impersonation.
Private, you say? You should have given me more warning. I could have washed my balls.
The girl at the workstation laughs out loud. Even Jameson fights a smile.
Do you ever stop?
He says, with a wild look in his eyes.
I mean, you're just so...
For God's sakes, Jim.
Ace croaks, now portraying Dr. McCoy.
I'm an activist, not a terrorist.
The girl laughs louder.
Can we just go somewhere and...
Jameson says loudly as he begins to lose his temper.
I just can't do that, Captain.
Scotty interrupts.
Oh, why not just do the whole cast? Next Generation and Deep Space 8 and all the rest while you're at it.
Jameson yells. The girl and Ace freeze, shocked at his outburst.
It's not like there isn't some real serious shit to discuss.
Jameson continues, in full rant mode.
But no, we have to play another one of your self-gratifying games. Well, fuck Star Trek, Kirk, Bones, Scotty, and fuck Spock too.
The platform is still and quiet for a moment as everyone stares at Jameson. They soon return to their activities.
Spock,
Ace says, feigning exasperation, trying not to smile.
What has he ever done to you?
Well, nothing, obviously.
I didn't even do Spock.
I know, but fuck him anyway.
But fuck him anyway?
Not but.
Well, I'm sure old Leonard wouldn't mind you digging him up and having a go at the dry hard shove. But think of the fans, the outrage.
The girl laughs out loud again.
And 9.
Ace says. Jameson shrugs, confused.
Is that supposed to be a sentence? Or am I supposed to make sense of that? Or...
It's Deep Space 9, not 8. But that's what twists my nipples about you. Your attention to detail.
Ace informs him, with an infuriatingly smug grin as Jameson boils inside his flushed hot skin. Jameson tries to regain some composure.
Okay,
he says, quiet and barely contained, as he painfully represses his frustration.
I can see you've had one too many coffees this morning. Morning? Evening? I don't even know what time it is, day it is, what planet we're on anymore.
You're cracking up, man. Losing the plot? Flipping your lid? Misplacing your marbles? Falling apart? Freaking out?
I'm heading out,
Jameson says, fluttering his eyelids neurotically.
I'll be back in a couple of hours. Maybe then you'll be ready to talk like adults?
Ace sighs and nods.
Hey, if you're heading into town, there's this really nice African restaurant. Serves a lovely injera. Montgomery Road. Just down the street from a payphone.
Jameson just blankly stares at Ace.
You can't miss it.
Ace smiles. Now Jameson nods.
And you can tell Teferi and your feathered friend that I've already got a shadow.
He turns to leave as a news broadcast flashes on the laptop screen.
And tonight, we can confirm that there has been another gruesome update to the Ace murders case.
Jameson freezes. then turns to the screen. The news reporter holds her expression steady, but her tumultuous eyes give her away as she reads the teleprompter.
Teenager and huntress Kendra Jones, the online sensation who caused so much controversy by posting pictures of the animals she had killed on her Facebook page, has herself been killed in what local and overseas authorities are confirming to be another Ace-style execution. Miss Jones had been on a hunting trip in Kauai Concession, Zimbabwe, Africa. When she couldn't be reached on her mobile phone, friends reported her missing, and the local authorities began a search. Her remains were eventually found on the savannah, under a large tree several miles from her ranch. Upon further investigation, the authorities were able to confirm that she had been the victim of a deadly lion attack.
The screen flicks to an interview at the murder scene with a young man who looks like an African Freddie Mercury in electric blue coveralls, a clearly nervous crime scene investigator.
When we examined the remains more closely, particularly the bones, the markings and abrasions on the bone are consistent with the bite marks and teeth marks of a large carnivore. In this case, the number of different markings indicate that she was killed not by one lion, but many.
Back to the studio and the reporter.
The commissioner of the Zimbabwe Republic Police Force, Augustine Chahuria, has made the following statement.
The screen flicks to a large, round, bespectacled police chief, kitted out in his royal blue and gold uniform and cap, standing at a press podium, with an African flag and a Zimbabwe flag displayed behind him.
We are confident in ruling out accidental death. A signature calling card was found amongst the remains of Miss Jones. Calling cards have been found at every Ace murder scene. This detail has so far gone unannounced by the Western authorities and media. These calling cards all have the same words, Iquenso Ocha, printed on them. We have been able to trace these words to a Nubian tribe here in Africa. Translated, it means White Devil.
The screen flicks to a picture of Ace's calling card. One corner is stained with blood. The anchor continues her report.
The ZRP have officially released this picture of the calling card, which is being left at each murder scene. And we can now exclusively show you. When asked why this vital detail had been kept from the public, here at home and the world's media, Deputy Director of the FBI, Mark Guerra, had this to say.
The screen changes to an irate-looking Guerra being interviewed outside the FBI headquarters in Washington.
We initially thought that due to the horrific nature of these murders, that certain details would be withheld to prevent unnecessary panic and to wean out the possibility of copycat killers or jokers sending us their own mocked-up cards. We can only confirm what the ZRP have unabashedly stated, and we are now working closely with them to investigate this tragic event, as well as the rest of the international community that have been targeted by the Ace cell. In light of the recent disclosed information by the ZRP, we can also confirm that there is a mastermind behind Ace who goes by the name The White Devil. Finding this so-called White Devil and his terrorist network is now top priority, and we will work tirelessly and ceaselessly until they are brought to justice. We do have a number of strong leads and lines of inquiry that we are investigating, and are confident in saying that we are closing in on Ace.
Like before, Guerra turns to face the camera.
However, we are still urging anyone with any information that can help us catch this devil and take down his terrorist organization to come forward as soon as possible. We are waiting to hear from you.
Like before, Jameson knows Guerra must be talking to him, personally. The screen changes again to the picture of the white calling card. The camera very slowly zooms into the words, Iquenso Ocha. The screen changes to that of businessmen in similar style and colour suits, parading themselves for the Associated Press, awkwardly smiling and shaking hands. They are outside a grand and prestigious building. The anchor reports.
As world leaders meet today in Japan to have their annual G8 summit, terrorism and the ACE organization are very much on the agenda. President Obama had this to say.
The screen changes to a dark, tall, handsome and charismatic man in a sharp Air Force blue suit, without a tie, and with the top button of his pastel yellow shirt casually unfastened. He has a confident, not too far away from arrogant, swagger in his mannerisms.
Obviously, today's summit has a strong agenda, and counterterrorism will be highly regarded on that agenda. My heart goes out to the Jones family at this sensitive time, and I'd like to reassure them, the people of the United States and the rest of the world, that we are using our combined forces to bring organizations like ACE to justice.
The reporter talks over the footage.
And the UK's Prime Minister, David Cameron, also gave a similar statement.
The screen changes to a flushed and pompous-looking man in a formal navy blue suit and pig-pink tie.
The United Kingdom, as well as, I'm sure, all of the countries attending the summit today, opposed to terrorism and extremism, have an iron determination to destroy organizations like ACE and vow to hunt down those responsible for the terrorist act in Scotland and indeed the rest of the world and bring them to justice, no matter how long it takes.
And what about your own state-sponsored terrorism, Davy boy?
Ace yells at the screen.
But no, that's good old British peace and freedom-loving terrorism. They spend millions on weapons of mass destruction, engage in perpetual war, shooting and bombing their way across the globe, until the bloody mad cows come home. And all to further their own ideals of capitalism and financial imperialism. And they've got the nerve to call us extremists?
Jameson finds himself nodding at Ace's logic. The screen changes to an outside view of the hunting ranch where Kendra Jones had been staying.
With hunting ranches all across the world on high alert, and bookings and hunt attendance at an all-time low, Ace's methods may be extreme, but they are proving, in this case, to be effective.
Ace laughs manically. The screen changes again, this time to a tactful shot of a pride of lions hunting zebra on a beautiful savannah in Africa.
Kendra Jones is now the 7th victim of the terrorist group known as ACE, who we now know to be taking responsibility for these crimes by leaving a chilling calling card with the words "White Devil" printed on it at each murder scene. Who is this mastermind, the White Devil? With each event being linked to animal rights activism, and some people already using the term extreme eco-terrorism, one has to question what kind of political or social statement ACE are trying to make when they engage in acts of terrorism and murder. Only time will tell. But in the meantime, ACE are still operating, presumably planning their next attack, and with no destination out of reach, and with the police still appealing for help. The question on the world's lips, as we all look over our shoulder, is who is next?
Ace stretches a Grinch-like grin across his face.
My. They are getting fired up, aren't they? Oh, they'll toe the current line of moral programming when the time comes. But you've got to love the media, just for the free promotion alone.
They're promoting you as a terrorist. It's not exactly cause for celebration. Aren't you in the least bit concerned that the FBI are coming for you?
Ace sniggers.
Oh no, it's the feds! Look out! The feds are coming!
He cries, feigning panic, but there is a flash of anger in his eyes. He looks Jameson up and down.
The feds?
He says disdainfully. Jameson holds Ace's glare.
They should be called the FBC. Federal Bureau of Corruption. Or the FBR. Federal Bureau of Racketeering. Founded by a paranoid homophobe? Hypocrites. Anything with the word federal before it stinks of filthy corruption to me. Federal government. Federal Reserve. Federal Bureau of...
Okay, so they're not perfect.
They're inconsequential. They'll catch me. Or they won't. It doesn't matter. Jesus, you're such a downbeat guy.
Don't you see what that really matters is the ideals that we fight for are already pouring out into the consciousness of the human race?
It's all about the consciousness, baby. I've been looking at the opinion polls. Despite the FBI and the media's definitions of terrorism, which, by the way, is a relative term.
Jameson opens his mouth to protest.
People,
Ace continues,
are actively discussing ACE and debating its methods and its intentions and its philosophy. We currently have more cells around the world than I'm actually aware of. Penny was contacted over our secure server from a brand spanking new Russian cell just last night. She's already given them assignments.
Jameson looks surprised.
Why do you think everything went so smoothly in Africa?
Ace says, seeing the doubt in Jameson's eyes.
And in Canada? Scotland before that. We have people everywhere. Recruitment levels are up. We're actually gaining public support.
Jameson cannot quite believe his ears, and his dubious expression reveals his skepticism.
Take a look at the polls yourself,
he says, gesturing a hand to the laptop.
The numbers are all there. Polls from various news channels, trending social blogs, as well as a couple of official government polls too. Activism is on the increase. Veganism is on the increase. Marine parks and circuses are losing business. Now we would rather set the lions and the orcas free from their slavery than have them do tricks for a morsel. People are working out what we, ACE, are doing here. I have my doubts about our species, but every now and then they surprise me. It may be a painfully slow process, but people are actually waking up.
Jameson studies the information on the screen for a short while. It seems to, somewhat, corroborate what Ace is saying.
Jesus. People are waking up. All this shows is that people are just as mad as you are.
He gets a strong urge to leave. He needs out of there, away from that place, away from Ace's manipulating madness and all the death. He needs the anonymity and isolation of the city, to blend in and disappear, find a quiet place, phone his wife. It has been so long since he has heard her voice. He tries to picture her, but he is disturbed to see Penny's face smiling back at him. He shakes his head and the image away, and as much as he would rather not, he knows he will also have to call Black, to share the new intel, but more so to find out what Black has uncovered about Ace, his background, history, anything that might help draw this case to a swifter conclusion. He cannot decide what to report regarding his time in Africa. If push comes to shove, he could argue that Kendra Jones's death was an accident, albeit a horribly tragic one. But there has been no mention of the abattoir manager, Ankra, on the news. Not yet. Jameson doesn't know if he will mention Ankra at all, let alone his direct involvement in Ankra's murder.
To hell with this! Hell!
He states abruptly.
I'm leaving.
He turns and makes for the steps to take him off the platform.
Be careful out there, kid,
Ace says. Jameson does not respond. He just keeps walking.
You're a wanted terrorist now too, remember?
Chapter 24. Invocation of Hecate. Montgomery Road, downtown Cincinnati.
Black?
Jameson?
Yeah, it's him. Me. It's Jameson.
Sounds to me like you've forgotten your true identity, Agent. And I know that you've definitely forgotten mine. It's Assistant Director Black, sir, to you, son. Now what in the hell is going on with you?
Sorry, sir, of course. I'm calling to update you on the...
You break protocol again? We haven't heard from you in days. Now another murder. Do you mind telling me what the hell is happening to you? Is this how you behaved in your last undercover mission? Because if it is, the assholes that recommended you for this case are going to find themselves out of a goddamn job. Now listen.
Jameson pounds his fist against the booth window.
No, you listen! I'm under extreme amounts of pressure at the moment. So I'm sorry if I haven't got time to come running at your command. I'm deep inside this organization. Not just literally, emotionally too. It's like quicksand. The more I struggle to break free, the deeper I'm pulled under. I'm working with the devil here, for Christ's sake. I'm constantly on edge. I fainted twice. I haven't heard my wife's voice for weeks. And I think that if we don't wrap this case up soon, I'm gonna end up getting arrested myself. Or I'm gonna lose my mind altogether.
There is a pause.
Are you finished?
I don't know. Am I?
Jameson, where are you? I'm pulling you out.
What?
I'm terminating this mission. What is your location?
I'm Cincinnati? What? You're pulling me out? You can't do that.
Of course I can. You sound compromised to me.
No, sir, look, about my outburst...
If you have the intel that you say you do, it should be enough to take them down.
No, listen, sir, I need a little bit more time. It's all a bit more complicated than you think. I'm inside his mind, you see. I think I'm getting through to the man.
Who? Ace Ventura? I've told you before, you're not there to be his goddamn shrink.
Any information on him will greatly help this case, sir.
Black huffs.
Do you know he used to be a detective?
Jameson is surprised.
He was a cop?
No. He was a pet detective.
Is that some kind of sadistic joke, sir? Because...
It's no joke, Agent. He did sometimes work hand in hand with the Miami police for a couple of years. But even back then, his focus was the animals. Pity he can't extend his profound affection for animals to human beings as well. Maybe he's got a little too much affection for animals, if you know what I mean. Maybe he's got a thing for animals.
He's not like that, sir. He's a true animal lover. Passionate. To be honest, I've never known anyone to be so passionate about the plight of animals. He seems to have a kinship with them. Like, he understands them. I mean, he's got this crow, an actual crow that stays with him, guards him while he sleeps, and it trusts him implicitly. It's actually quite extraordinary.
Seems to me like he's the one getting inside your head, Agent.
Jameson bites his bottom lip.
So, what else have you learned about him?
He asks, steering the conversation back to the case details.
After his stint at rescuing sacred bats, football-playing porpoises, and God knows what else, he became a staunch animal rights supporter. Was so for over a decade. During this time, he earned himself quite a reputation for how far he would take his activism. And he also earned himself a long list of criminal offenses, ranging from vandalism to arson, causing millions in damages. Then he disappeared, just after his wife was killed in 2010.
Jameson is disturbed as Black broaches the subject of Ace's wife's death. He can't understand his reluctance to learn more, but he knows he must. He takes a deep breath.
What happened?
It was an accident at some anti-vivisection march in New York, involving a police officer mounting on a horse. Ventura never recovered, went off the rails, and Ace got more violent, more destructive. It soon disbanded, and Ace the man disappeared. He was presumed dead. His daughter,
Penny,
was 16, so she took over the house, took care of her younger brother.
Paul. They're good kids, sir. Really.
It would be a heartbreaking story if it weren't for the fact that, in the end, Ace became a murderer and a terrorist.
You see, it's not quite as cut and dry as that, sir. I knew there was something driving him. Revenge, rage, his obvious confidence crisis, and disillusionment with the system. But he is transcending this stimuli. What he is trying to do has become bigger than his grief for his dead wife. It may well be a classic case of Messiah complex, but he sees himself, as do his loyal recruits, as some kind of vigilante, as someone doing good in the world. Regardless of what the law states, I mean, he's actually starting to gain some support from the public. Have you seen the latest polls? Sir?
Tell me where you are, and I'll have someone come and pick you up. Cincinnati, you said?
Jameson realizes he has said too much, done too much. He is not ready to pull the plug on this case, on Ace, Penny, Paul, or Tafari. He doesn't want to hurt any of them, even Ace. He is disturbed by this admission.
Agent? Jameson?
Black asks, becoming more impatient.
Yes, sir.
Tell me where you are, and we can pick you up. When you have been safely recovered, you can tell me the location of Ace's headquarters, and we can swoop in and take these terrorists down once and for all. You'll get a medal, I'll get a promotion, and then it's back to business as usual.
Black's last three words, business as usual, keep repeating through Jameson's mind. And each time it repeats, Jameson is sure that, although nothing will ever be the same again for him, personally, it will indeed be business as usual. The business of animal exploitation, the destruction of nature, the systematic corruption and fraud, rife in every government, institution, and corporation in the world, the business of war and religious doctrine, and the enslavement of the masses will all keep steamrolling on. A wave of panic washes over him as he pictures the world in a whole new way, like he is seeing it for the first time, or at least a little clearer than before. He realizes that Ace is indeed getting inside his mind.
Business as usual.
We apologize and are sorry for your loss. Now move the fuck on, like we have.
What do you say, Agent?
I'm sorry, sir. You're not pulling me out. Not yet.
That is not for you to decide, Agent. Now tell me your location. That is an order.
I can't do that.
You're risking your career, your goddamn life here, son. Jameson, where the hell are you?
There is no answer.
Jameson?
Nothing.
Jameson!
Thought I'd left, didn't you?
You goddamn crazy son of a bitch. I don't know what game you're playing.
Okay, I'm really gonna go this time.
He hangs up. He takes a deep breath and leans back against the booth door. He knows that he is in all kinds of trouble. That if he doesn't lose his job, it will certainly be his last ever undercover mission. He is shocked to realise that he is okay with that. Relieved that he feels at ease with the idea of leaving the FBI, despite having no backup plan whatsoever. He hasn't felt so indifferent and weary in regards to his job since before he joined the academy. He tries to recall that time, searching for a previous interest or aspiration to replace his current vocation, but his head swims with possibilities of alternative future, not alternative past. He was so clear about the path he was taking in life before he agreed to join ACE, and although he still feels dedicated to the pursuit of justice, there is a grey area that has appeared in his mind like fog, clouding his judgment. He used to feel secure in his understanding of the world and his place in it, and his interpretation of what is right and what is wrong.
Yes! I have been naive!
Jameson blurts out aloud, alone in the phone booth.
And arrogant! To think that I was the law, chipping away at the tip of the greatest iceberg? A good guy fighting for the good guys? Yeah, they're corrupt. The FBI, CIA, IMF, FDA, EPA, CDC, WHO, WEF, and all the rest of those abbreviated organizations. Rotten to their core! But not me. I am a good guy. I just don't know who to fight anymore. How to fight and how far to go. Who to fight for.
Tafari, Paul and Penny, their faces flash through his racing mind. He tries to shake them away.
My wife.
He whispers, desperately reaching into his pocket for more change.
Call.
He freezes and stares into space, troubled and confused. He cannot recall his wife's name.
It's only been a few weeks,
he cries, frantically shaking his head, as if the motion will jog his memory. Jameson's eyes well up with tears.
Oh Christ, I'm losing my mind,
he whispers. Ace's manic, laughing face flashes through his mind.
I'm gonna end up just like him.
He snatches the phone from the receiver, pushes some coins into the slot, and quickly dials his wife's number.
At least I haven't forgotten her number.
He hears the calling tone, and then he hears a ringtone from behind him. He quickly spins around to see a dark-haired young woman standing outside the booth door, holding her mobile phone, with a concerned look on her face. Jameson's hand automatically reaches for her.
Melissa,
he whispers, as his hand presses against the glass.
Not Melissa.
She says, cancelling a call.
It's me, Penny.
Jameson shakes his head as if to reset his vision. He panics and drops the phone.
Penny!
Penny steps back as Jameson exits the phone booth.
He sent you to follow me?
No. I followed you here of my own free will.
How did you find me?
Well, you used the same phone booth.
Jameson huffs.
What are you doing here, Penny?
I was worried about you. You've gone through so much. So many changes.
She smiles at Jameson, a smile that he lets melt his heart.
You're such a caring person. Sometimes I am overwhelmed.
Penny looks down at the ground, blushing.
Do you...
she says, looking up at Jameson.
Want to go get something to eat? I know this great little...
Let me guess. African place? End of the road?
Penny smiles.
Let's go.
Jameson gestures an open arm for Penny to take. She obliges and clasps her arm around his as they take off down the street. Chapter 25. Ground control to Major Jameson. African restaurant. Montgomery Road. Penny scoops some Monsieur Watt up with the last piece of injera and pops it into her mouth. She sits back, happily chomping, satisfied with her meal. Jameson forks the last of his meal into his mouth and falls back in his own chair, smiling.
Wow. So good. So filling. An Ethiopian dish?
Yeah.
I never would have guessed I'd end up loving traditional African food.
You mean you've never tried African food before?
Well, I ate some local cuisine when in Africa recently, and one other time with Tafari, in here.
Penny looks momentarily concerned, but she tries to hide it with a smile.
So, your trip to Zimbabwe, Ghana, was your first time in Africa?
Yes.
Penny's smile fails. Her eyes don't match. They show her concern. Jameson becomes uncomfortable as he reflects on the memories of those African missions. He looks down woefully at his plate.
Sorry. I know that was a traumatic time for you.
I'm okay. Still coming to terms with it all.
Social media is going crazy over Kendra Jones. I think generally people are sympathetic, but there are a lot of people who are saying she got what was coming to her, that the Lions won.
Don't remind me. I've seen the polls.
You seem outraged by the support we have generated.
Are people now condoning murder?
Haven't they always? Your visit to the abattoir should have taught you that. Murdered animals hanging on hooks all around you. And then there are wars, invasions, collateral damage, scarcity, public executions, capital punishment. So it's okay for the public to condone killing people and animals for whatever reasons the state drum up. But it's not okay for you to kill the man who murdered Tafari's mother.
What? I didn't kill him. Ace?
No, not Ace. The White Devil was going to kill him. There is a difference, believe me.
Ace is the White Devil.
Obviously, but my father, he changes, switches, like he becomes someone else. Something else.
Yes, he becomes someone capable of torturing a man to death in the most awful, inhumane way imaginable.
My father didn't kill him, remember? Yes, he was in the process, but you shot and killed him.
It Ace. Sorry, the White Devil was torturing the man, luring him into a meat grinder for Christ's sake. I had to put the man out of his misery, his agony.
Why? Don't you see this is why we're gaining public support? Some people deserve to die. Vigilantism is accepted in many parts of the world. The law is lenient and the public condone it. Tyrants, bankers, elites, murderers, rapists, drug dealers who get away with their crimes. The ones who can buy their freedom or seem to slip through the net, like Ankara. When the law, the state, fail to provide justice, people take it into their own hands to seek recompense. No law, no reasoning will change that.
Yes, but there's taking the law into your own hands, and then there's torturing people to death in a meat grinder.
It's no more gruesome than our heroes in the armed forces using napalm, cluster bombs, or tomahawk missiles, or torturing prisoners of war, or the creeping insanity of Gitmo, or the CIA waterboarding detainees until they drown, or strapping a man to a chair and firing 2,000 volts through his body, or stoning a woman to death in the street, and so on. We tolerate torture and murder all the time, just as long as we can justify it through our selective moral code.
Jameson smiles and just shakes his head.
You've got an answer for everything, don't you?
Penny smiles.
Do you want me to answer that? I was taught well.
Penny says, staring deep into Jameson's eyes.
By my father.
Okay.
Jameson nods.
So you're not in the least bit concerned that your father minced a person? Or burned a person's eyes out? Or spiked a man's medicine with an acid that burned him from the inside out? Penis first?
Yes, it's brutal. He is stronger than I. I couldn't take the examples that he is making to that level, to be that creative. But like he says, sometimes it takes a psychopath to kill a psychopath.
Jameson shakes his head.
Besides, The people my father target do deserve to die. They are self-serving scum that do nothing but harm the animal kingdom, our environment, and the rest of the human race. A royal, a bank manager, and a laird. Overprivileged, money-swindling criminals ready to plunder and pander to their peers for profit. All three of them were avid supporters of lifting hunting bans and weakening animal rights legislation. The P&G torturer? Say no more. And the master criminal, Wang Xian, also an endangered species killing pedophile. These people are inhumane, beyond reason and rehabilitation. Need I go on?
And the McDonald's CEO? Hardly a master criminal. He seemed nice. A family man.
Oh, come on. How many families has he helped destroy through peddling McDonald's disease? How many animals' lives were snuffed out while he was on their payroll?
And should we leave out Minister Shiat? Minister Shiat? It doesn't seem right not to mention her.
Why? She willingly took responsibility and gave the go-ahead for the barbaric and needless massacre of hundreds of thousands of seals, year in and year out, despite the public outcry and the warnings and recommendations of conservationists, wasting money and resources on an unnecessary and inhumane dying industry.
Jameson shakes his head again, at the turmoil in his conscience.
So what has all this murder achieved?
Are you walking around with your head up your ass? We've helped put the nail in the coffin for the sealing industry. Public condemnation is at an all-time high. No one has stepped forward to fill Shiat's position, and it looks unlikely that anyone will. We hacked the Canadian government's Department of Fisheries and Oceans mainframe, read their personal emails. They know their ship is sinking, and no one wants to affiliate themselves with the hunt. The same goes for McDonald's. Their profits are plummeting, despite their superficial renovations and their, "Oh no, don't worry, we're different now," much better, honest PR campaigns. The fear that the White Devil is creating is working. It's bringing light to the injustices served on animals by human activity and greed. The White Devil's methods may be extreme. Yes, it does worry me what my father is capable of. Yet it is what we are all capable of, given the right conditioning or circumstances or trauma. But he's no terrorist. He does not target innocent civilians. We are very selective with our targets. By ridding the world of these psychopaths, he's sending a message of zero tolerance.
Okay, I get what you are saying. He's a vigilante, a good murderer. The thing that bothers me is once the good psycho has killed the bad psycho, in the end you're still left with a psycho. And who deals with the remaining psycho? Another psycho, in a never-ending chain of psychos and death.
Well, you dealt with Ankara. Do you feel like a psycho?
Jameson sighs and lowers his head.
You know, I'm not sure what disturbs me most. The fact that I shot and killed the man, or finally admitting to myself that a part of me wanted to kill him. Just watching him sitting there, cowering below the towering mountain of shit that he had created from his god-awful rancid bowels. I couldn't help but consider his life. Logging, stripping the rainforest, destroying ecosystems, destroying biodiversity, and countless species of wildlife. Forcing Tefari's people off their land. And of course, murdering Tefari's mother. And then he became the manager of an illegal abattoir, not only killing more animals, but people's pets. My moral programming had me on autopilot. Because underneath, a part of me was thinking that this man has spent his life causing death and destruction and misery. I was ashamed to admit it. I remember looking at his bloody, whimpering face as he begged for his worthless life. I shouldn't have tried to stop Tefari.
No.
Penny says, and she leans over the table and strokes one side of Jameson's face. Jameson is surprised to find himself resting his own hand upon hers, and how natural it feels.
I'm glad you tried to stop him.
Penny smiles.
I see the toll that the devil is taking on my father. I see the inner turmoil and pain. I'm glad Tefari does not have to go through the same thing. And so is he.
Yes.
He told me so. Don't get him wrong, Tefari is glad that Ankara is dead. But he realizes that he is no killer.
Jameson smiles through his sadness. Penny gently pulls her hand away and sits back in her seat. There is a pause as they reflect on their conversation.
You called me Melissa when you first saw me?
Penny says delicately.
Yes, I suppose I did.
Penny sits quiet, patiently.
When I turned around in the phone booth, when I first glimpsed your face, you just looked uncannily like someone I know.
Yes. Tefari told me about this special girl.
Jameson looks troubled.
Not so special?
Penny asks.
Oh, she is special. It's just, I had temporarily forgotten her name. Scared me for a moment. But when I saw your face, it came right back to me. Like that.
Jameson says, clicking his fingers.
I just can't figure it out.
Penny's expression reverts to her previous concern. Pained.
So, this special girl, her name is Melissa?
Jameson stares off into space, trying to recall his wife's face. He searches his memory, which takes him back to his apartment. She is in bed, stirring from sleep. He searches for her face, but his mind settles on Penny's face. He shakes his head in confusion.
I don't know. Am I losing my mind? I can't recall my own wife's name. Seems like now I can't picture her either.
Jameson begins to get restless in his seat.
This is ridiculous. I have to phone her. Straighten my memory out once and for all.
He rises out of his chair to leave, but freezes, and then slumps back down in his seat, looking more baffled than ever.
Something wrong?
I've only just realized. Before, when I was in the phone booth?
Yes?
Penny says, looking worried.
I called my wife's number. The phone rings behind me. I turn around and you're standing there?
Yeah?
That's just a weird coincidence, is it?
Perfectly plausible happenstance.
Jameson stares into Penny's eyes, but she holds his gaze.
Can I borrow your phone? I'd like to make a call.
Sorry, I've no credit.
They stare at each other for a moment more.
Well, can I at least look at your phone?
Penny begins to look uncomfortable.
Why? That's such a weird thing to ask.
Is it? Can I see your phone? No, you fucking weirdo. Seriously? I could say it's just as weird to refuse to show it to me.
Penny stalls for a moment. She reaches into her jacket pocket and pulls out her mobile. She holds it up for Jameson to see. Jameson rolls his eyes and extends a hand to take the phone from her. Penny pulls her hand back.
Penny, let me see your phone,
Jameson says, losing his patience. Penny holds it up, next to her.
There, you can see it. Now, can we just pay the bill and...
She starts looking for the waiter. Jameson surges forward and snatches the phone out of her hand.
Hey!
Penny protests. She tries to reach for it. Jameson is already swiping the screen to unlock the phone.
Give me the phone!
Jameson looks down at the screen.
Don't look at it.
Penny says, her voice softer, almost pleading. But it is too late. Jameson has already seen the screensaver. A picture, a close-up shot of his wife. The name and her face finally connect in his mind. She is posing and cuddling someone else, a younger-looking Penny. They look strikingly similar. Jameson looks up at Penny, confused.
What the hell is this?
Now, Jameson, just listen to me.
Penny says, her voice trembling.
It's Archer, remember? That's twice you've called me Jameson today.
Penny's eyes glisten with anxiety.
That's my wife, Melissa,
Jameson says, looking to the screen and then back to Penny.
What are you doing in a picture with my wife?
Jameson frantically thumbs his way to the mobile's menu and finds a folder named My Images Videos and opens it. He quickly flicks through more images of his wife. Close-ups, almost selfie style.
What?
Are you stalking my wife or something?
No, please. Listen.
He finds a video and plays it. His wife addresses the camera.
Hey, you sweet, sweet husband. Thank you for my Christmas present. A new phone. I love it. Just wanted to tell you that. And I love you.
The video ends, and Jameson looks up at Penny.
Did you hack her phone and steal her pictures and videos?
No.
Then explain this!
Keep your voice down.
Hang on. This is my wife's phone. I recognize it. I remember now. She sent that video to me, to thank me for buying it for her.
Penny hesitates, nervously.
Yes.
Yes? What do you mean, yes? What do you know? You stole my wife's phone? Where is she? What have you done with my Melissa?
Please, calm down.
Calm down? I'm about to make the biggest scene this place has ever seen. If you don't give me some answers, where is my wife?
Penny takes a deep breath and lets it out.
I didn't want you to find out this way.
Jameson pauses, trying to work out that statement. He shrugs.
I know who your wife is, but do you?
Jameson looks more confused than ever.
Of course I do,
he says, screwing up his face.
It's Melissa. Melissa,
he repeats, as the name begins to sound more true.
Yes, my wife, Melissa.
When was the last time you saw her?
Jameson recalls the memory of the last time he saw his wife. In their apartment building, she was in bed. He kissed her goodbye, but in his memory, as he pulls away from her embrace, he sees only Penny's face. Or is it Melissa's face? Is Penny Melissa?
No!
Jameson blurts, looking dazed. He finds a moment of clarity and studies the picture of his wife's face.
Melissa is my wife. It's always been Melissa. I don't know why I thought you were.
Jameson looks at the phone and then at Penny.
But it still doesn't explain why you have her phone.
Penny grimaces.
Don't you remember at all?
Remember?
You gave it to me.
I don't recall, actually. Why would I give you my wife's phone?
Because it's special to me.
A tear rolls down Penny's cheek.
Why is my wife's phone special to you?
Because
Jameson waits on tenterhooks.
your wife
Yes?
is my mother.
Jameson just stares blankly at her, continuously shaking his head.
What?
He blurts, in a deranged chuckle. Penny nods her head. She seems genuine, sincere.
My wife? Is your mother?
He says, looking confused again.
But forgive me, your mother died, did she not? Years ago.
Yes,
More tears stream down Penny's face.
as did your wife, Melissa. Remember?
Jameson shakes his head in disbelief.
My wife is alive.
Please, keep your voice down.
I saw her a few weeks ago. Kissed her goodbye as she lay, alive and well, on our bed, in our apartment.
Your apartment? Where?
New York. That's none of your business.
Jameson's memory quickly recalls his conversation with Black.
New York.
Black had explained that Ace's wife had been killed in New York.
Another coincidence?
He utters under his breath and to himself.
And how do you explain the picture of Melissa and me? You said it yourself, we look the same.
Maybe...
Jameson stammers, searching for an answer.
Photoshop?
It's the last picture we ever took together, before she was killed in the protest.
My wife is alive! She's...
He is back in his New York apartment again. It is earlier in the memory. The television is broadcasting the news, but the report is not about Minister Sheett's murder anymore. It is about a protest in the streets of New York below. The protest is heating up, and the riot police are moving in. Jameson's mobile chirps. He checks it.
I'm so tired. Can't you just wait another few hours? Come back to bed. snuggle and snooze.
His wife asks.
Melissa, Ace are assembling. I've got to go, my love. I wish you would come. It's really heating up down there.
Jameson says, in this new and clearer version of his memory.
I'll join you later. I'll call.
Of course.
He leans in to kiss her goodbye. He pulls away. It is Penny's face. But not Penny's face. A more defined and mature-looking Penny. Penny's mother.
Be careful, Joshua.
She says. But in this version of his memory, even his own name feels aberrant. Melissa smiles. Penny's smile. Jameson breaks out of his memory for a moment. He gazes at Penny.
You have your mother's smile,
he whispers, as his own eyes begin to well up with tears.
Yes. Yes.
But if she is your mother,
Jameson says, tentatively pulling the carpet from under himself,
and she is my wife, then that must make me your...
Jameson is back in his apartment, inside his memory again. As he turns to leave his apartment, he catches sight of his reflection in the mirror. Only his clothes are wrong. Instead of a suit, he is dressed in black cargo pants and a black polo neck sweater. He looks up. It is not even his face anymore, and his heart sinks with an overwhelming fear when he recognises that face.
Then that must make you...
Penny says, distracting Jameson and reaching over and gripping his hand tightly.
My father.
Jameson lets out a vacant laugh as he disappears back into his memory. The man looking back at him in the mirror is Ace Ventura. His mind jumps to the memory of kissing Melissa goodbye. He pulls away.
Be careful, Ace.
She says.
Excuse me,
Jameson says, vacantly, getting up.
I have to go see a man about a face and a wife and a life.
He stumbles back, tipping his chair, which clatters to the floor. A waiter notices and begins to approach.
Father, wait.
Penny says, getting up. But Jameson turns and makes a quick beeline to the exit.
Father, wait!
Penny tries to gather her jacket to follow him, but the waiter confronts her, demanding she pay their bill. After fumbling around in her purse, she throws a few notes down onto the table and hurries towards the exit. She rushes out into the street to see Jameson getting into a taxi.
Father!
She calls out and runs after him. But the taxi is already pulling away and does not stop.
Damn it!
Penny cries as she watches the vehicle drive away at speed. She turns and spins, searching up and down the street for another taxi, but there are none.
Damn it!
She cries again as she runs back into the restaurant to call a cab. Chapter 26. Man eat man. Ace headquarters.
Where is he?
Jameson yells, clambering up the stairs onto the main platform, bringing Ace to a sudden halt in their operations. His voice echoes around the platform and deep into the tunnels and subtunnels. Jameson scans everybody on the platform. Their confused, anxious and somewhat bemused expressions obvious from face to face.
Where is that crazy son of a bitch?
Then, as suddenly as they had froze, everybody begins to laugh and cheer, some clapping their hands.
What the hell are you cheering for?
Jameson says, screwing up his face. He shakes his head and stumbles forward as some of the crowd direct his attention to a workstation. A laptop is broadcasting breaking news. The slightly dishevelled anchor on the screen looks like she cannot really believe what she is reading.
And we will be bringing you updates on their conditions all through the night. Again, we are reporting the shocking news that the G8 summit in Japan has been brought to an abrupt end as world leaders, including President Obama and UK's Prime Minister David Cameron, are rushed to hospital after consuming human meat, served to them for dinner by confused staff, who are currently being questioned by Tokyo's Metropolitan Police. It was only after several members of the summit complained of stomach cramps and illness that local authorities were called upon, and after immediate suspicion of poisoning, the summit members' food was tested and was confirmed as consisting of 100% human flesh, and the gruesome truth was uncovered. There is speculation that the human remains served to the summit leaders is connected to an ongoing murder investigation in Africa's Kumasi metropolis, involving an illegal bushmeat processing warehouse manager who, according to the official statement by the KMP, was fed through one of his own facility's meat grinders. And I'm just receiving an update on that investigation. The KMP have confirmed that the calling card of the notorious vigilante killer, the White Devil, was found at the scene. And the eco-terrorist organization, now known globally as ACE, have leaked a statement officially claiming responsibility for both crimes. The chilling statement goes on to say that no one is untouchable. You are all accountable for the slaughter. An enemy of the animal is my enemy, even if that enemy is the animal named human. The news has been greeted with mixed results across the world, with some people taking to the streets in New York to London, to Moscow, to Paris, celebrating and rejoicing in a fashion and on a scale never seen before. Governments across the world are considering curfews and martial law as local authorities are stretched to breaking point amidst what some experts are calling mass revolutionary hysteria.
Jameson's head begins to spin as his mind tries to fight what he had just learned from the news report. His legs become weak and shake, and with one sudden surge and belch, he folds over and vomits the remains of his half-digested dinner. Everyone gasps, and the room falls silent. As Jameson fights to regain his breath, the news reporter goes on.
Yuri Haji, who is head of Japan's NPA, has made a statement to the press stating that they have now also joined the hunt for the White Devil and his ACE organization in an international cooperative to bring this terrorist group to justice. But with public opinion split and the rapid growth of many cells appearing across the globe, one has to question how the authorities are going to cope with this challenge to their order.
Jameson slowly raises his head and scans the room again with strained, bloodshot eyes, everyone watching on in silence. He spots Ace at the back of the crowd, standing at an entrance to a subtunnel. He just smirks and shakes his head at Jameson and turns and takes off down the tunnel.
Don't you walk away from me!
Jameson yells, pointing and taking off towards the tunnel. He pushes his way through the crowd and follows Ace. As he gives chase through the subtunnels, he catches only a glimpse of Ace as he turns corners, always just out of sight. Jameson enters Ace's private chamber. He edges forward. He glances at Ace's sleeping area, but there is no one lying back in the hammock. There is no sign of Ace. Jameson spots Edgar, perched and observing. Without giving it much thought, Jameson walks over and scratches the back of Edgar's head. He is distracted in thought, and it is only when Edgar begins to chirp intimately to him that he realizes he is petting the bird. The bird tilts its head and seems to look into his soul. Jameson just smiles fondly at the charming creature.
I see you two are getting on a lot better.
Comes a voice from the darkness. Music begins to play. Jameson turns in the direction of the music. He scans the back of the chamber, searching for a shape in the darkness. He eases forward.
When a man sees things and hears sounds that's not there, he's headed for the rubber.
Are you kidding me? Country? Listen, kid. Country has got its place.
The voice argues from the darkness.
Why are you hiding in the shadows? Are you afraid to face me?
A demented chuckle echoes through the chamber.
But it is you who is hiding. It is you that is afraid to face me. I'm not afraid. I'm here, aren't I? Oh, you still don't get it, do you? You were never here. You aren't even here right now. In fact, you never existed.
Jameson screws up his face in confusion.
What kind of mumbo-jumbo bullshit is that you're talking? Poor little Agent Jameson, still playing his juvenile game of cops and robbers.
Jameson tries not to gasp. He tries to remain straight-faced, but inside, he knows he is afraid. It is the first time Ace has called him out for who he really is. He is truly compromised. A part of his rational mind quickly regrets not disclosing his location to Black.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Jameson lies.
Oh, please. Did you have another nice conversation with Black in the city? Same booth, was it?
Jameson wonders if Penny has called Ace and informed him of their meeting.
I had dinner with Penny, actually.
You stay away from my daughter, Jameson. Do you hear me?
She followed me, actually. She cares about me. She seems to be a good person, if a little mixed up.
What do you know about her?
I know she is intelligent, kind, passionate. But I also know that she's in over her head with all this murder and hysteria. And for reasons I cannot fathom, I know she loves you, would do anything for you, even if it means following the devil into the depths of hell.
You think you see her? When you can't even see what's right in front of you?
Well, come out of the dark. Face me then.
I'm talking about the genesis of the new human being. The new order that is naturally emerging.
Huh. The so-called revolution? There's nothing natural about it. You've brought out the worst in people. They're celebrating murder and treason in the streets.
It's consciousness, baby. There is no stopping it. It is the overwhelming, uncontainable, most powerful force in the universe.
It's anarchy and violence orchestrated by you.
What do you know about anarchy? Anarchy does not mean chaos, you know. It comes from ancient Greece, meaning without ruler, leader, authority, but not without reason. Anarchy is law and freedom, without force. Not like the despotism we live with today. Anarchy is entwined into the very fabric that makes us human. A symbiotic relationship. It's been happening, growing, long before you and I were even born. I've just been fine-tuning it, giving it some coherence and direction. And it will continue to grow, long after we are gone. The old ways, the priests, the popes, the elites, the master criminals, the soulless corporate entities, their time is over. They've had their chance, and they have brought us to the precipice of our own destruction. But we want life. We choose life.
We choose life by causing death? And you say I can't see what's in front of me?
Violence begets violence. And sometimes it takes violence to end violence. You said it yourself. The only excuse for violence is self-defense. When you're faced with a powerful enemy who wants to subdue you, wants to curtail you, your life, your business, those who want to use and abuse you and your family. They might even want to end your life sooner than scheduled. At what point are you allowed to defend yourself? When you've got a boot on your skull. Every revolution that this world has known, with a couple of exceptions, has been a violent, bloody struggle.
So that's what all this is? Your attempt at a revolution?
It's the inevitable revolution. I mean, we are altering this planet, changing the environment, changing the climate. Not just as a consequence of the Industrial Revolution, but literally orchestrating weather, earthquakes. Did we really think that meddling to this degree wouldn't have its consequences? And dire ones at that. Smashing atoms and opening trans-dimensional portals? Our curiosity and attraction to power is unquenchable. Knows no bounds. Pulls all the strings. Pulls out all the stops. It's glorious. Yes. But it's also extremely dangerous. Do you know before they tested the first atom bomb that there was a growing concern amidst the scientific community and in the administration, including the military, that the explosion would knock the Earth off its axis? Literally, causing a mass extinction event. Still set it off, didn't they? And now, there's nukes aimed at every city on the planet. The people truly orchestrating this world have their foot on the floor, but no hands on the wheel. All the grassroots movements of the world, the Greens, the vegans, the anti-war, anti-establishment groups, the truth seekers and the enlightened, those who fight for peace, compassion, and true justice. Not the petty revenue-building laws of the sea and commerce, the true laws, human law, common law. We're all transcending the old destructive ways. Progress demands it of us. Logic, the vegans, for example, are showing us the way. A simple choice. The desire to sustain our meat consumption will bring about the destruction of the natural world and the annihilation of our own civilization. Humans have to evolve.
evolve our consciousness and our conscience towards compassion and non-violence. Animals live in an ancient balance with wider nature. But humans are completely out of sync. We threaten all the other animals of the world, even ourselves, soon to become our own extinction event.
Are you really that batshit crazy?
Hey!
Ace screams. His voice echoes around the chamber, making Edgar jolt and flap his wings in alarm.
Never mention the B word.
Jameson just shrugs at the darkness before him.
Would you listen to yourself? Non-violence? Compassion? Where were these ideals when you hunted and killed 3 men in the Highlands of Scotland? Or caving that poor woman's head in on a Canadian ice shelf? Or mincing a person and feeding him to the most powerful and dangerous men in the world? Where's compassion there?
That's not compassion, silly. That's art.
Art? So you're an artist now?
Besides, the removal of key people will have a wider compassionate effect on the world.
And just how many more need removal before you have your glorious utopia? How many?
Okay, a few more.
A few?
There's just so many. The Apples, palm oil CEOs, the major meat racketeers, Tyson, etc. A couple of cartels and cabals to take out. A few more royals, politicians, media moguls, a shitload of bankers too. A few bothersome billionaires who have become the bane of our lives. Hashtag Kill Bill. And some kitty fiddlers in the elite Hollywood circles. I'm thinking a particularly explosive gift wrap present under their trees this Christmas. It's gonna take me a while to get through them all.
Jameson sighs and shakes his head.
Okay, listen. I admit, I've learned a lot from you. There, I said it. You have changed me, opened my eyes to the bigger picture, but haven't you learned anything from me? That this vigilante murder marathon you're on is not the answer for the world. Not for the world, for you and your pain, or your family. What about their pain, Ace? Please. All the killing. It has to stop. You can't do this.
I can, and I will.
No, you won't.
What is this? A pantomime? Oh, yes, I will. You can't stop me.
Oh, yes, I can.
Jameson yells, roused with frustration and anger. He stumbles into the darkness with arms outstretched.
No.
Comes Ace's voice, closer to Jameson's left ear.
You won't.
Jameson feels a sharp blow to his head. As he registers the considerable pain, his legs give out from under him. He crashes to the platform floor.
Not you. Not Black. Not anyone can stop me winning this war.
Ace says.
Don't you see? We must win, or we lose. Everything.
Jameson's eyes roll back in his head. As he loses consciousness, Porter Wagoner's singing voice is the last thing on his mind.
Now they've come to get me, but they find I'm a screaming pretty words, try to make them rhyme. How in the rubber room, a psycho. I'm in the rubber room, 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 the
Chapter 27. The Great White Bat. The Void. Jameson awakens to pitch blackness. He bats his eyelids and opens his eyes wide, trying to see something, anything. He begins to panic.
Am I blind?
He tries to call out for help, but as he tries to yell, he hears no sound. He yells again. Nothing. He realizes he can't even hear his own breathing.
Deaf too? I must have taken a harder knock to the head than I thought.
He quickly gets up onto his feet. At least, he thinks he is on his feet. He can't feel the platform or anything below his feet, as there appears to be no ground. He appears to be floating in a void. He pumps his arms and legs.
Am I moving? Am I even here? Real? Alive?
Jameson panics again.
Am I dead?
He sees a faint glimmer of light in the distance. He is relieved to realise that he is not blind after all. It appears to be moving closer to him.
Or am I approaching it?
But there is no whale this time. He is not in the void of the ocean. He can now recognise a large, flaming fireball. As it draws closer, he identifies that the ball is actually the Earth.
The Earth is burning.
Suddenly, tribal drums can be heard, their beat pulsing and hypnotic. Jameson is again relieved that he is not altogether deaf either.
Where are the drums? The drummers?
He tries to call out again, but still no sound. No sounds of his own breathing. Images begin to quickly approach him, from out of the darkness, beyond the flames, and flash through him. Images of gruesome faces, masks, symbols. Jameson knows these images, knows them to be African.
How could I know this?
The masks are war masks, coated in resin and painted with bright colours. Red, purple, gold. He recognises the markings. Tribal.
What you do?
There is a prominent symbol. It too is African.
Suman?
He is convinced he knows its meaning, but can't seem to recall as he becomes more and more distracted by new images flashing by him. The dark silhouette of a man dancing around a fire pit in the most ridiculous and comedic fashion he has ever seen.
Come on, girls. Big finish.
Now drinking from a cup, Jameson can taste the foul liquid, now a psychedelic kaleidoscope of colours and shapes, so much so he instantly feels nauseous. He belches and vomits. His vomit floats off into space, and still the images come. Forest hunting, learning stealth and how to stalk, and now images of animal torture, butchery, flesh and blood. Jameson vomits again. More colours, a wash of gold, violet, deep reds and greens, businessmen laughing and shaking hands. A woman's face.
Eddie? No. Melissa.
And now a thundering gallop. A powerful, dark, chocolate-coloured beast bearing down on him. A Tennessee Walker. It snorts. Its eyes fixed on him, wild and fearful. Jameson can see a skeleton hand on the reins. The other bony hand, holding a large, gleaming scythe. Death, straddling the horse, is dressed in a police uniform. He swings his scythe down towards Jameson. More colours, pink and silver. The symbol, again. The still, dead eyes of the woman. The still, dead eyes of another woman. Tafari's mother. Blood. Jameson looks at his own hands. They are coated in blood. Animals, suffering and screaming. Now humans, writhing and screaming. Ace's victims. He tries to scream.
I'm sorry!
Jameson sees beyond the flames. There is someone on the other side of the fire. He moves around the fire and approaches. The figure of a man, naked, painted white, with his back turned, is twitching and moving in a peculiar bird-like manner. There is something sinister about this man. As Jameson gets closer, he can hear an awful ripping and tearing sound. The man extends his arm, his hand clutching a handful of hair, attached to a severed human head. A headless body collapses at the man's feet. Jameson is terrified. As the man slowly turns to face him, light from the flames flickers onto the severed head and illuminates a face. To Jameson's horror, it is his own face. He now peers at the man's face. It is Ace. Ace reaches up and digs clawed fingers into the skin under his chin. He begins to tear the skin from his own face. Jameson is so paralysed with fear that he cannot look away. Ace tears his face off to reveal another face underneath. A hideous face, not human, animal. Its lifeless, beady eyes and wrinkled face. It opens its mouth wide to reveal sharp fangs
and as it lets out an almighty screech, two large, ridged wings unfold and spread out from its back. It is a great white bat, man-sized. Jameson has never been so afraid. It screeches at him again and beats its huge, grotesque wings, flying towards him. Finally, Jameson awakens from the nightmare with a jolt and finds himself in darkness. For a moment, he thinks he is restarting his dream all over again. But as he gasps for a breath, other senses return. He can hear his breath. He can feel the cold concrete of the platform under him where he lies, and he can certainly feel the throbbing pain in his head. He looks around and can see the chamber beyond the darkness. He slowly gets up and walks back to the hammock. He lies back in it and rests for a moment. He hears someone approaching. Quickly, it is Penny.
Goodness, you're okay. God, you left in such a state.
She says, running to Jameson's side. She holds his hand in hers. She notices a large bruised bump on Jameson's forehead.
What happened to you?
She asks, concerned. I'm okay, but I think I've been unconscious for a while.
Unconscious?
Yeah, your father, your real father, attacked me.
What?
Penny says, shaking her head, confused. Jameson begins to rise out of the hammock. He gets to his feet, but is unsteady. Penny puts an arm around him for support.
Where is he?
Jameson asks, holding his aching head. For a moment, the image of his severed head from his dream flashes through his mind. He tries to shake the image away.
Are you okay?
Just another nightmare.
Do you want to tell me about it?
Jameson thinks for a moment.
Aye. Flames. The world in flames. So much pain. Horror. Oh man, your father. He looked like a bat.
Penny looks disturbed. Her eyes glisten as she fights back tears.
A bat?
She says softly. Jameson can see her distress. He cups a hand around Penny's face.
Yes, the great white bat.
Penny smiles.
Or, to be precise,
she begins.
Crepuscular Chiroptera.
She and Jameson say in unison. They smile at each other, but Jameson is confused as to how he would know such information.
Yes, but to my people.
Comes another voice. Jameson and Penny turn to see Tafari approaching.
Shakaka.
Jameson quickly bends down onto one knee and lowers his head, but then looks deeply bewildered by his response.
Sorry about that,
he says, slowly and sheepishly, rising back up.
Not sure what happened there. Some kind of reflex action?
Tafari smiles warmly.
I used to love this game.
Game? What game?
Tafari smiles a wicked grin at his sister. Penny just rolls her eyes. Tafari turns to Jameson.
Shakaka,
he says. Jameson again bends onto one knee.
Hey!
He protests, quickly getting back up, shooting Tafari a miffed expression. Jameson raises an eyebrow as he watches Tafari open his mouth to repeat the word.
Shitake?
Jameson bows again. He looks up, bemused that he has been duped. Penny and Tafari just giggle.
I said shiitake. You are bowing to a mushroom?
Tafari laughs. Jameson slowly rises up with a wry smile.
Very funny. I'm not even sure why I'm bowing in the first place.
Jameson adds, clearly confused. Tafari's smile quickly fades away. He looks to his sister. Penny's smile fades too. She looks at her brother with a lost, helpless expression.
I used to play that game with my father,
Tafari says, gazing at Penny. She gently shakes her head at Tafari, but he is resolute. He turns to Jameson.
But I do not do much with my father anymore. Not since you showed up.
Jameson is affronted.
Well, what is that supposed to mean?
Tafari turns away.
Nothing. Never mind.
Listen, if this is about the mission in Africa, I thought we had...
Forget I said anything.
There is a quiet lull. The reference to Africa recalls the symbol from Jameson's dream to the forefront of his mind.
Perhaps you could answer something for me?
Tafari says nothing.
Sesawu Suban?
Tafari turns to him, surprised.
Sesawu Suban?
Yes, a symbol. Came to me in a dream. Maybe it's something I saw during our recent trip to Africa, but somehow I know the symbol's name.
It's just the meaning I don't get.
To my people, the Wachati, Sesowu Suban, is the symbol of life transformation. It is comprised of two separate Adinkra symbols. The first is the morning star, which can mean a new start to the day, a new beginning. This is placed inside the second symbol of the wheel, representing rotation or independent movement.
Jameson can feel that he is on the edge of a major discovery. The symbol and his dream bringing him closer to a truth that gives more context to Ace's transformation. The character change, the man to the devil. The image of Ace tearing his face off to reveal the bat or the monster underneath. Ace's last words claw their way across Jameson's mind.
You can't stop me winning this war. No one can.
Jameson can only guess what Ace has planned next.
I need to find Ace. He's planning something. Something big.
Tafari just drops his head. Disappointed.
Something big?
Penny asks, shocked.
How do you top poisoning the world's most powerful and influential leaders in the world?
Is this all a game to you both?
Penny and Jameson are both stunned into silence by Tafari's outburst.
On to the next mission, shall we? Bloody James Bond secret agent terrorist vigilantes to the rescue. What mischief can we get up to next? Playing these games.
Tafari turns to Jameson.
I loved you for it. Always the games and fun with you. You would not have it any other way. And after the deep sadness of my mother's death, only you could make me smile again.
Tafari.
Penny tries to interject.
No, Penny. You are sharing the game. You are happy to play along.
Jameson smiles, somewhat relieved. He turns to Penny.
I'm assuming our episode in the restaurant was part of the game too?
Penny opens her mouth to explain, but she is cut off by Tafari.
I miss my father. I need him still, especially in these uncertain times.
Tafari looks intensely into Jameson's eyes.
Where is my father?
Tafari, aren't you listening to me? I'm looking for him too. Nobody wants to find him more than me. Believe me.
Tafari laughs for a split second, but it soon sounds like contempt. He nods at Jameson.
Still playing the game,
he says.
What game? That I'm an undercover FBI agent? That I'm not really David Archer? I think we're all beyond that pretense by now. But listen, I'm on your side. I don't want to harm any of you. But I am certain that Ace is planning something so diabolical that by his own words, we'll win this war.
Jameson and Tafari turn to see Penny, beaming a huge smile.
I can't help it. It's exciting.
This is serious.
That is why I came in here.
Tafari says, turning to Jameson.
To find you. To tell you. The game, it has just gotten a whole lot more serious. And dangerous. For us all.
Penny steps forward.
Tafari, what are you talking about?
The Prime Minister of England, David Cameron, is dead.
Penny gasps. Jameson is mortified.
Yes. Let that sink in.
Tafari says, addressing them both.
And many more from the summit are in critical condition. Obama might not even make it through the night. Now, ask yourself. The world has now become more anarchical. We are seeing the spread of vigilante-style cleansing from cells across the world. The public are rebelling and protesting like never before, taking to the streets. People are fighting for compassion and justice, some for their own agendas, and some for their very lives. As the existing powers that be gather their armies, are you so sure that this is the revolution that you are willfully striving for?
Jameson pulls his head out of his hands.
I have to find Ace,
he blurts, and quickly takes off for the exit. Jameson can faintly hear an argument beginning between Penny and Tafari from behind him as he struts.
Oh, well done, Tafari. Delicately handled once again.
I thought you said you were making progress with him.
I was, but you rushing him into truth is like pushing him in front of a moving bus.
And you think that indulging him is not doing him any harm?
But his own thoughts begin to talk over them.
Well, They're obviously having a domestic, sibling rivalry thing. Obviously concerned about their father. But there's no time for petty squabbling. I must find Ace. They have to stop him before he strikes again. This ends tonight. There will be no more bloodshed. There will be no more blood on my hands. No more killing. Tonight I end this. This isn't about my job, the FBI, anymore. It is bigger and beyond me and Ace now. This is about right and wrong. Truth. True justice. The pieces are slotting together, and the picture is becoming clearer. I know I can reason with Ace. Once I've explained it all, the troubled and turbulent events that have led to this juncture in his life, once I've pointed out the overriding contradiction of the devil, he'll understand. He has to. I must find him.
Jameson tears out of the chamber and takes the tunnel that will lead him to the main platform.
What I need,
he tells himself with a grin,
is an ace to find an ace.
Chapter 28. Denial is a powerful thing. Ace Headquarters. Jameson bursts out of the tunnel and onto the main platform, which is a hive of activity as Ace busy themselves with various tasks and research, and skids to a halt. Ace do not seem to pay him any mind.
Where is Ace Ventura?
Ace carry on, with one or two shooting him a fleeting glance. Jameson begins to hurry from one station to the next. There are laptops with news reports silently playing on the screen. He scans some of the headlines. President Obama on life support machine. UK in shock as Prime Minister David Cameron dies of food poisoning. Brussels calls a state of emergency as students storm parliament buildings. The people of Iceland sack their 5th government in 3 years.
No change there then.
Police clash with animal rights protesters in Brazilian, French and Chinese streets. Widespread public rebellion and refusal to pay taxes. Authorities and military in many parts of the world prepare for further civil unrest. The Pope's plea for peace falls on deaf ears. Ace mania spreading across the globe. Is this the end of human civilization as we know it?
Jesus.
The next laptop has a list of business HQ addresses. The next, a list of home addresses of bankers, judges, politicians, investment firm CEOs. The next station is littered with building schematics. The next, maps, schedules, rotas.
This is getting out of hand.
He spins around, his eyes darting as he observes Ace.
All right, can you all listen to me for a moment?
He says, raising his voice. Ace keep operating.
Does anyone know where I can find Ace Ventura?
Still, Ace keep on operating, regardless.
All right, everybody just stop!
Jameson yells at the top of his voice. Now Ace take notice and cease their operations. They all turn to him.
That's better.
He smiles.
Now, just who in the hell is in charge around here?
You are, of course.
Comes a voice from the group. A voice Jameson recognises. He watches as a man makes his way through the crowd, out into the open. It is Assistant Director Black.
Black?
Jameson gasps. Black smiles and nods his head. Penny and Tafari exit the subtunnel and join the congregation.
What the hell are you doing here?
Jameson asks, confused. Then he panics.
Everybody, run! Get out of here! He's FBI!
He says, dancing on the spot and scanning the platform for a lurking SWAT team. He spots Penny and Tafari, who worriedly watch on.
Penny! Tafari! Go! Before they take us all down!
Jameson cries. But to add to his bafflement, they do not move.
Nobody is here to take us down.
And I'm no more FBI than you are,
Black says, his face pained. Jameson desperately stares at him. He can see deep concern and care in Black's eyes.
What are you talking about, Black? Of course you're FBI!
Black shakes his head.
No, I'm not. I want you to listen to me. Try to remain calm. I am your...
Black begins. As he glances over at Penny, Jameson notices her, giving him a reassuring nod.
Your therapist.
There is a tense, silent pause as Jameson tries to convince himself that he had heard correctly.
You're... my therapist?
Black nods. Jameson cannot help himself as he begins to chuckle.
Well, that's... ridiculous! And you just so happened to turn up here.
Penny blurts and steps forward.
Called him here, actually.
Jameson's smile disappears and his expression turns to confusion.
You called him here?
Yes. You see, after our conversation in the restaurant, I was worried about you, so I...
Just invited him over to join the party!
You have to believe us.
Black says.
Believe you? That I'm not an agent for the FBI, that you aren't, in fact, an assistant director and my commanding officer, but my therapist?
Jameson turns to Penny.
That I'm your father?
He turns to Tafari.
Which would make me your father too, I presume?
Tafari just nods, sympathetically. Jameson laughs hysterically.
What a wonderful fictional world we live in! First Ace is my father, now I'm the father?
Black approaches Jameson, who panics and scoops up a pen from a workstation. He holds it out in front of him, as though it was a samurai sword.
Don't let my laughter fool you. I'm in no way finding any of this amusing. So don't come any further. I'm warning you.
Black stands still, a few feet away from Jameson.
Please, listen. We have been trying a new type of therapy on you. Indulge in your fantasies, and it has been working. It has had a curative effect on you.
Shut up!
It's true, Father.
Penny says, stepping forward again.
Don't call me that!
Jameson says, pointing his pen at her.
That awesome brain of yours has created all of this. Ace, Archer, even you, Jameson. Some people might call it split personality, but I see you as simply having a powerful imagination. So powerful, in fact, that the lines between the characters that you have created have blurred. The therapy has been working, but it has also created an unforeseen side effect.
Tafari steps forward now.
Look into my eyes, Father. How I have longed to call you that. Father, not everyone shares Penny's innate ability to just run with your creativity, to accept your interchangeable alter egos. I put my faith in this so-called therapy, but now I see that I was wrong to do so. We all were.
That is not fair. What else were we supposed to do? Have him committed?
We could have looked after him, protected him from his creations.
That is exactly what we're trying to do.
Can we stop talking as if I'm not standing here in front of you all?
There is a silence again, as everyone takes a moment to recompose.
Can someone please explain to me, plain and simple, what the hell is going on around here?
Jameson asks, his voice trembling with emotion.
Penny approached me after the accident.
Jameson sighs and turns to Penny.
Melissa, my wife?
Penny nods. Jameson turns back to Black.
When Melissa died, you were broken. For years off the rails. We thought we were going to lose you too. Through your grief, you developed an alter ego. Something born out of your pain, but also your anguish, your rage.
The devil.
Whoa, hang on.
Jameson says, frantically shaking his head.
I know where you're going with this.
We knew you couldn't control it. You. But when you reformed Ace, we mistakenly thought you were back to your old self. We couldn't have foreseen what would come next.
The killings.
No, wait a minute. Now I'm responsible for those murders? Bullshit!
But then, you, Jameson, showed up.
What?
You were the voice of reason, of morality, a counterbalance.
The goodness in you, to fight the badness.
The angel to the devil.
Jameson lets out a dry and deranged chuckle.
You expect me to believe this preposterous story? Maybe you've got it all the wrong way around. That it's you, all of you, who have the overactive imagination. That you are crazy, not me. My name is Joshua Jameson. I'm an undercover FBI agent, have been for several years.
Jameson seems uncertain, scanning the platform floor, as if searching for his memories. He tries to recall his training with the FBI, his previous undercover mission, his life prior to the memory of the last time he was with his wife. He looks up at Black.
Are you going to stand there and deny that we have been in contact over the phone during my time on this case?
We have been in contact, yes. But you've been contacting me at my practice. Like we said, we've been indulging you. I've been trying to encourage the Jameson character because he represented the better side of you. Law and order and conscience. Penny and I helped shape Jameson, gave him an identity, a backstory. We knew the mystery, the role, would appeal to the detective in you. We thought if we could play a part in Jameson's story, we could help you infiltrate your own life, Ace's life, so you could reach Ace and help him find his humanity again. I took the role of your superior to try to maintain some control and communication.
We have all been carefully watching you, Father. Even Ace has been watching you. The real Ace. But he had his suspicions all along. You were too smart for your own good. But I think Ace knew what we were trying to do. That we were trying to nurture Jameson, to help him become dominant over
the devil in you.
And what of these side effects you mentioned?
Jameson shrugs, still unconvinced.
Like we said, the blurred lines, the deep battle within your mind that is being waged over your soul. But as Jameson and the devil fight it out, the real Ace inside is disappearing, more and more.
So, let me get this straight.
Jameson smiles.
Ultimately, what you are saying, without actually saying it, is that Jameson and the devil are the same person. Vis-a-vis, I am Ace Ventura, that I am the White Devil.
Everyone remains silent. Black just gently nods his head. Jameson begins to clap his hands. He smiles, nodding to everyone.
Well done. Of all the insidious, diabolical schemes, I see what you're trying to do here. And let me tell you that, yeah, it's clever. You nearly had me convinced. In fact, I'm still toying with the idea. Am I the devil? Ace Ventura? So you make me believe I am him with your elaborate ploy and MK Ultra voodoo.
Jameson says, nodding to Tafari, who huffs at the allegation.
You've probably been drugging me. I mean, what's in all that vegan food anyway? Psychotropic mushrooms may have been manipulated into my mouth. Nobody here could bear the dreams I have been having, the nightmares. And now you want to pin the blame on me? What have I ever done to you people? Okay, I'm FBI. I'm a fraud, a threat even. But not any longer. I'm no threat to any of you. And I'm certainly no killer, no murderer. I am no hideous great white bat, great white devil. That's not me. And I'll prove it. I'll find Ace. He's put you up to this, hasn't he? Are you here, Ace?
Jameson scans the stunned crowd. No sign of Ace.
Father, please.
Penny tries.
Where is he, Penny? You would know. You're his right-hand man, woman, daughter.
Right-hand man is fine.
Penny shrugs, shaking her head.
Ace is standing right in front of me. You have to let him through. Let Ace through.
Enough!
Father, you are sick. You have to let us in. Let us help.
The only way you can help me is by telling me where the devil is.
It's you. You're standing here, in front of us all.
He's gonna blow.
Someone from the crowd whispers over a tense pause as early 90s synths can be heard emanating from an anonymous laptop.
Where is Ace?
Jameson bellows, and he lunges at Black. He spins Black around and grabs him around the neck. Jameson quickly holds the pen up to Black's startled face. Everyone gasps as a charismatic crooner declares, "I'm going slightly mad," in the background.
Someone better tell me where Ace is, or I'll do it.
Jameson says in a threatening tone, holding the pen closer to Black's face.
I'll draw on his face, so help me, I'll do it.
There is another tense pause. Then someone else from the crowd bursts out laughing, and then quickly stops.
I'll draw something awful, abhorrent.
He's not here.
Penny announces, loudly. Jameson turns himself, and Black, towards her.
Ace,
She goes on.
he left already.
Tafari shoots a disgruntled expression at Penny. She just raises a hand at Tafari, acknowledging his objection.
Penny.
Jameson smiles in relief. A tear rolls down his cheek.
Thank you.
He is on a mission, but he didn't disclose too much information to me about it.
Any information would be helpful right now.
I did catch a glimpse of him poring over a map of Cleveland, downtown.
Cleveland? What could he be planning there? What is there in that district?
I overheard him talking to himself. Something about a car rental place on Superior Avenue.
Got it.
Someone yells as they peer at a map of the area on a laptop screen.
Access car rental on Superior Avenue.
What's so special about that place? What's the animal connection with car rental?
Roadkill?
Someone from the crowd suggests.
What else is in that area?
Not much.
Comes another anonymous voice.
A cathedral, coffee shops, a few banks. The Federal Reserve Bank is there.
That's it. The Federal Reserve Bank.
Jameson realizes.
Well, what's the animal connection there? And do you think you can let go of me now?
Jameson releases Black, who slowly turns to face Jameson.
Listen, I'm sorry about that.
Only my pride was hurt,
Black says. But there is a level of emotion in Black's eyes that Jameson can't understand.
I wasn't really going to draw on you.
Jameson smirks.
Well, maybe just a cock and balls.
Black just stares at Jameson, unimpressed.
I'm knitting with only one needle, unraveling fast, it's true.
A wee cock and balls?
Jameson smiles, surprised and delighted to be getting a thrill from winding Black up.
No.
He points to Black's head.
There, on your forehead.
The animal connection?
Penny interrupts, approaching Jameson.
I can't put my finger on it yet, but I just know that it's right.
Jameson begins to make his way towards the main tunnel, to the outside world.
Where are you going?
Superior Avenue.
Jameson stops in his tracks and turns to address Ace.
And I think we have all heard enough of Freddy now, don't you? I mean, what is this? The extended mix? Great song, but in poor taste, given the circumstances.
Ace looks to one another, bemused. The music resumes.
No? Just gonna let it play right through to the end, huh?
He huffs and turns and makes for the main tunnel.
I'm coming,
Black announces, taking off after Jameson.
Like hell you are.
I'm coming too.
Penny yells, joining Black.
Both of you are staying here.
You might need our help. Even to corroborate that you and Ace are not the same person?
Jameson pauses and takes a moment to consider.
It could be dangerous,
he warns.
We can look after ourselves.
Penny says, standing beside Black. Jameson resumes his stride.
Do not slow me down.
Penny and Black take off after Jameson.
So, that is it? Back to the game?
He's not ready. Not yet.
Tafari, take care of Paul.
Of course. Be careful.
Penny and Black catch up with Jameson. The closing lines of the song can be heard echoing down the tunnel.
So, what do you intend to do when we find Ace?
Black asks Jameson, nervously glancing at Penny. Jameson looks dead ahead with determined eyes and picks up his pace.
I'm going to find him. Stop whatever it is he is planning. And banish the devil. Once and for all.
Chapter 29. Soup des Heures. Interstate 71 Freeway, Ohio. Jameson drives at a steady speed along the I-71, in silence. Black sits up front, with Penny sitting in the middle in the back seat. Jameson is in deep thought. He peers at his own face in the rearview mirror.
See? Jameson, not Ace. I don't know what game these people are playing, but I don't like it. Trying to get into my mind, twisting the truth, manipulating reality, trying to make me take responsibility for those horrendous murders with their schizo fantasy that I am Ace. Like I don't know who I am? An invention? I invented myself?
He quickly checks in the mirror again.
Definitely Jameson. I'm not Ace. How could I be?
He adjusts his head so he can now see Penny sitting in the back.
And her father? Come on.
He studies his own face for a moment.
That would make me the youngest father on the planet, if it were true.
He studies Penny's face.
Nothing like me. And I think I would remember her birth, let alone the conception.
A disturbing memory flashes through Jameson's mind. He is somewhere in a bright, white room. He looks down at his hands. There is blood on them. He looks up to see Melissa. She is lying still on a bed.
Blood on my hands. It's Melissa's.
Oh God, what did I do?
Jameson whispers.
Huh? What?
Black asks, turning to face Jameson, who is still in his daydream. He looks up in the dream and looks upon Melissa's face.
She is smiling?
You're veering,
Black says, with some alarm in his voice. Jameson snaps out of his memory and realizes he is dangerously close to the verge. He quickly corrects his steering.
Sorry about that. I was miles away. Probably not what you want to hear from the driver of any moving vehicle.
A lot on your mind?
Of course. Such as, while my identity is still up for debate, I've come to realize that we haven't properly established yours. Who are you really, Black? FBI? A therapist? How am I expected to trust you? Or anything you say? And yet, here you are, along for the ride. Let's start with, is your name even Black?
Black sighs and glances over his shoulder at Penny.
Why are you looking at her?
Jameson asks, catching Black's glance.
Father.
I told you not to call me that.
Why do you ask questions when you're clearly not prepared to accept her answers?
You've been lying to me since the first day we met.
Oh, have I? And when exactly was the first day we met?
I can't recall the exact date, but it was the day on the Bureau's jet. When you brought me in on the Ace case.
That's not the Bureau's jet. That is my own private jet.
Oh! So it was your jet, was it? Psychiatry must pay a substantially better wage than law enforcement. Just who do you do therapy for? Hollywood stars?
Yes, actually. But doctor-patient confidentiality prevents me from...
Oh, come on. Not even a couple of names?
Angela Jolly, Mel Gibbon, Jim Carrey.
Are these details really so necessary?
And that most certainly was not the first time we met.
Oh, no? When was it then?
Well,
Black hesitates, becoming emotional.
How old are you now?
How old am I? What has that got to do with anything?
Luke, we've been driving for 2 hours. Why don't we stop at the next service station and recharge with some food? Some coffee?
Black huffs and looks out of his window.
Sure,
Jameson says, and signals to pull off the freeway. He finds a service station and parks the car in one of the few provided spaces. They exit the car. They enter the service station, which doubles as a diner called Finkel's Food. Jameson notices a sign above the door which reads, "No Mexicans" or "Marinos." The diner is small and dingy, and the black and white checkered laminated floor looks like it could do with a good clean. It smells like deep-fried anything and everything. There are a couple of empty booths. The tabletops are painted orange, and the upholstery on the booth looks like aqua-coloured faux leather, which is cracked and fraying. They pick a booth and take a seat. Jameson and Black take the window seats, facing each other. Penny sits next to Black. They are all quiet and gaze out of the window. Patsy Cline drawls out "crazy" from some horribly tinny hidden speakers. A young waitress shuffles over with her long autumn brown hair tied back with a red rubber band. She looks like she could do with a good night's sleep. She holds a small notepad in one hand and a pencil in the other.
What can I get you?
Penny reads the waitress's name badge.
Hello, Lois?
She smiles. The waitress just stares at Penny, emotionless, pad and pencil poised.
That's a lovely name.
Penny adds.
Thanks. I was named after my mom, or maybe it was my dad. I always get mixed up about that.
So, both your parents are named Lois?
No.
Lois says, bluntly. Penny averts her eyes for an awkward moment and spots a strange painting on the wall. It is a dark and sinister painting of a diseased-looking dolphin breaching high out of a black and oily ocean with a demonic jockey straddling its back who bears an extraordinary likeness to a famous NFL celebrity.
Wow, what a disquieting picture.
Lois turns and looks at it.
Yeah, I think it's titled Die Dolphin Dan, or is it Dan Die Dolphin Demon? No, wait. It's definitely Die Demon Dolphin Dan. My mother, who was in a mental institute at the time, painted it. Or was it my father? I always get mixed up about that too. It's called art therapy.
Penny, Jameson and Black all gawk at the disturbing image with dubious expressions. They all slowly look away in unison.
How sweet.
Penny says, turning to the waitress.
Lois, tell me, do you cater for vegans?
She inquires, smiling. The waitress just stares at Penny as though she is trying to decide if she is to be the butt of a joke.
Vegan? Is that someplace in Europe?
No. We're Americans. American vegans.
What's a vegan?
You know, vegans?
Penny says, trying to hold her smile.
Vegetarians? No meat?
Lois stares blankly at Penny.
I could do you a cheese sandwich.
No, see, vegans are kind of like stricter vegetarians. We can't eat cheese either.
Cheese isn't meat.
Well, it comes from meat or a cow, doesn't it? And vegans don't eat cows, so no cheese.
Scrambled eggs?
No eggs either. See, I should explain that vegans...
Why do you keep saying vegans?
Do I? Keep saying vegans?
Penny blushes.
Oh, of course. I just said it again there.
Makes you sound like you're from another planet or something. Like this creepy film about people grown from alien pods I watched once with my boyfriend Joe. Well, ex-boyfriend, since I caught him with that slut, Susan. I mean, it kind of rhymes with vegan. Susan, vegan. Actually, I'm pretty sure she is the vegan, since her best friend Chloe found her with that cucumber and told me and a few other people, Sophia, Abigail, Logan, Michael and his boyfriend, of course, about it. I mean, her being a vegan and all, maybe she was eating it, but we all just assumed she was sticking it up her...
Sorry, can we get back to ordering some food?
The waitress just stares disdainfully at Penny and flutters her eyelids. Penny spots a crudely written sign. She points to it.
$2 for soup des jour?
The waitress just rolls her eyes, as if affronted by Penny's stupidity.
Soup des jour,
she says, crudely.
It's French. Means soup of the day.
Ah, oui. Soup du jour.
Penny says, eloquently with a little French flair. Lois just stares blankly at her.
Do you want the soup of the day or not?
What is the soup of the day?
Chicken.
Chicken?
Penny smiles.
See, I think we need to go back to the start and go over what vegans can and can't eat.
Fries? Now that's potato, and everyone knows that a potato is a vegetable, not meat.
Lois stares at Penny smugly, like she has thwarted her in some way.
That's right, Lois. Most people do know that. Fries would be swell. Only, do you know what your fries are cooked in?
Lois looks momentarily rocked as she internally searches her mind for the answer. Her smug expression returns, indicating her success.
They're cooked in oil.
Yeah, but what kind of oil?
Lois glares at Penny, who holds her smile. The waitress huffs and skulks off towards the serving counter. She rummages noisily behind the counter, searching. Penny turns to Jameson and Black.
She's just checking the oil. Everyone okay with fries?
Black just smiles distantly and nods. Jameson looks on edge and says nothing. He just rubs his temples with his fingers.
Not in the mood for fries?
Penny asks Jameson. Lewis returns to the table, and Penny smiles at her in anticipation.
The fries are cooked in lard.
Lewis informs her.
Alrighty then.
Penny says, turning to Jameson and Black.
Scratch the fries.
Can we just have a pot of fucking coffee and 3 mugs?
Jameson blurts loudly. They all stare at him, shocked.
Sorry,
he says, recomposing himself. Penny, with raised eyebrows, turns to Lewis and inanely smiles.
3 coffees, please.
Lewis feigns a smile at Penny and then glares at Jameson.
Sure thing. 3 coffees.
She looks from one to the other.
And 3 mugs.
She quickly walks away. Jameson sighs and continues to rub his temples.
I almost killed her.
He reaches up and grabs a salt shaker.
Almost smashed her skull in with the salt here. I mean, is it wrong to feel that way?
He shrugs.
Yes, okay, it is wrong, but how hard is it to eat out as a vegan? It's enough to drive any compassionate and non-violent vegan to murder.
He slams the shaker back down onto the table.
Is it just me, or does anyone else feel like they're in some kind of sadistic Monty Python sketch? On acid? Does anyone else feel like that?
Perhaps you should keep your murder fantasies to yourself.
Especially as she's coming back.
Lewis returns with a pot of black coffee and 3 mugs. She places the mugs down on the table and pours 3 coffees.
Sugar is in the bowl,
she says flatly, turning to Penny.
But let me guess. You're sweet enough already.
Do you have any soya milk?
Penny asks. Lewis just stares vacantly at her and shrugs. Penny notices Jameson slowly reaching for the salt shaker.
Just sugar is fine.
She smiles at Lewis. The waitress rolls her eyes and returns to the serving counter. With a redundant bucket and mop next to her, she immediately busies herself with her mobile phone.
Should have gotten the coffees to go,
Jameson grumbles. They drink in relative peace, each consumed with their own thoughts and worries. Penny pays for the coffees and says goodbye to Lewis, who smiles for the first time.
Bye-bye, vegans,
she says, cynically waving. They exit the diner and spill into the parking area.
I think we won her over in the end.
Penny smiles. Jameson cannot help but laugh.
She smiled at us.
Penny points out.
She was smiling because we were leaving,
Black says. They all chuckle for a moment. They all stop to appreciate a large and bright full moon, boldly dominating the clear night sky.
Maybe we'll turn into werewolves?
Black asks, walking on towards the car. Penny and Jameson join him.
Or maybe something worse,
Jameson says, distant again. They climb into the car and sit in silence. Jameson starts the engine and pulls back onto the freeway, onward to Superior Avenue. Chapter 30, Floor 30, Downtown Cleveland. The journey has taken close to 4 hours, including the stop at the diner. Jameson, quiet and contemplative, sets the car to cruise as they ease down Superior Avenue.
This district is a capitalist's wet dream.
Penny scowls.
Banks, business, and bullshit. The architecture is modern and predictable. Grandiose and towering office blocks. harboring the next generations of aspiring psychotic rapists.
Jameson finds himself nodding to the sentiment. Black slowly looks at Penny, disconcerted.
Sorry. Did I say that out loud?
Black turns to Jameson. Jameson turns to Black. Floor 30, Jameson whispers. Black slowly faces ahead, looking more anxious than before. The roads are empty, except for a few vacant parked cars here and there. The streets appear deserted.
Whoa. This place is dead.
Penny says. She peers out of her window at a looming grey building.
The Federal Reserve Bank.
She announces.
What an utterly joyless, uninspiring building.
They carry on down the avenue and pull up alongside a grand cathedral. They all exit the car.
Now that is a building,
Black says, looking up at the cathedral's bell tower and spire. The stonework is comprised of orange Tennessee crabtree limestone.
Must be close to 200 years old.
Black turns to see Jameson and Penny looking up, but at a completely different building on the other side of the street. It is the car rental building. It is a tall modern building comprised of tinted glass and black marble.
That's a lot of stories.
Jameson sees a dark figure on the roof, standing close to the edge. Some kind of fabric flaps in the breeze.
Surely not a cape.
What are you looking at?
Black asks, looking up and straining his eyes, and eventually his neck. He groans and rubs the back of his neck with one hand.
What's the matter with you?
Jameson says, noticing Black's discomfort.
An old injury from another life.
How tough can being a therapist be? So let me guess, you injured your neck from sitting on your ass all day, nodding at nutcases?
Jameson slowly nods his head at Black in a condescending way.
And how does that make you feel? Oops, time's up. My receptionist will process your payment. Same time next week.
Black is affronted.
There's a little more to therapy than that, and the injury was from a previous occupation.
Oh yeah? Military?
No.
Black says firmly.
Construction?
No,
Wrestling?
What? No, look. Maybe we should just...
Professional water skier.
This is all just hilarious. Fun and games to you. Always was and always will be. Still pushing my buttons. God damn it. You haven't changed a bit.
Jameson and Penny are shocked by Black's outburst.
Just trying to guess your previous occupation,
Jameson says, raising his eyebrows.
Seeing as how you don't seem to want to tell me, is all. No need to shout.
Black, still a little worked up, glares at Jameson for a moment.
You were wrong about my last job. I wasn't a water skier, but it did involve water.
Jameson finds himself glaring back at Black. There is care in Black's eyes, but also a deep resentment, and Jameson is surprised to realise that the feeling is mutual.
Water, huh?
Jameson says distantly as he slips away into a hidden memory. He is on the bridge of a ship, on a turbulent ocean. A storm is raging. A young boy is strapped to a chair. Jameson is the young boy, and he is terrified. The waves are enormous and roar as they crash over the bow, onto the deck and against the windows.
Maybe
Penny blurts, snapping Jameson out of his vision.
we should concentrate on why we are here.
She looks around the area.
And maybe find out why this place is so dead. It's actually quite creepy.
Black huffs and returns his attention to the cathedral.
Maybe it's the rapture.
Jameson watches the figure on the roof for a moment.
We have to get up onto the roof of that Axis building,
he says, scanning the entrance to the building. He points it out.
Let's go.
Jameson starts moving with pace, and Penny and Black quickly follow.
Why onto the roof?
Black asks, shooting a nervous glance at Penny.
I know he's up there. Floor 30.
Who is up there?
The devil.
Jameson pushes the door open. They enter the building lobby area. The lights are on. A monitor is displaying a welcome message from the car rental company. There is no one at reception. No one in the lobby.
Like I said,
Penny frowns.
creepy.
Jameson spots the elevators.
There,
he says, moving towards them. Penny and Black follow. He hits the elevator call button and waits.
By devil, you mean Ace is up there?
Of course.
Jameson shrugs.
Floor 30.
Back on the platform? You said you were going to banish the devil. Once and for all?
Yes?
Jameson shrugs again.
Banish Ace? What do you intend to do?
Stop him. Any way I can. The murder has to stop.
Any way I can? Does that also mean murder?
Jameson snaps his head around to face Black, ready to shoot the idea down. But he finds himself uncertain of his own intentions. He can't give Black an answer. He just turns and faces the elevator doors as the elevator arrives at the lobby floor. An electronic ping sounds as the doors open. They pour inside. Jameson hits the button for the top floor. Floor 30.
30 floors? How big a building does one car rental company need?
It's their corporate headquarters.
The ping sounds again. The doors close and the lift starts moving.
What has all this got to do with animal liberation?
They all ponder the question as the elevator plays Jump They Say by David Bowie on carefully concealed speakers. The elevator comes to a stop, pings, and the doors open. They all ease out onto floor 30 and freeze.
Now what?
Jameson spots a staircase leading up with a sign on the wall next to it. An arrow pointing up with the words, "To the roof." "There," he says, nodding at the sign.
Floor 31. Of course.
They take the stairs to the roof, where the devil awaits. Chapter 31. Like a glove. Axis Car Rental, headquarters. The fire exit door bursts open in perfect synchronization with the opening bar to Climbing Up the Walls. Jameson, Penny and Black rush out onto the roof of the Axis building. Jameson immediately skids to a halt. Penny and Black fall in behind him. The dark silhouette of a man against the backdrop of the full moon, with his back turned, dressed in a long black trench coat that dances and flaps in the cool breeze, stands alone upon a small safety wall which surrounds the outskirts of the roof. He is holding some kind of device in his hand. "There he is," Jameson says. He slowly edges towards the wall. "Who?" Black cries. "The devil." The silhouette chuckles.
Whatever happened to Ace?
"Good question," Jameson says, approaching the edge but maintaining distance between himself and Ace.
I am the key to the lock in your heart that keeps your ties in the basement.
Jameson climbs up onto the wall.
What the hell are you doing?
It's okay. I just want to talk.
Be careful,
Penny says, distraught.
please.
You'd better listen to them, kid.
Ace says, his face now lit up in the moonlight. Jameson realises that Ace is dressed in exactly the same black cargo pants and sweater from the memory of his New York apartment with Melissa. Ace removes his coat and lets it drop to the street below.
It's a long way down.
Jameson automatically looks down and lightly swoons, almost losing his balance. Penny gasps. Ace sniggers, but Jameson regains his composure.
I'm okay,
he calls to Penny. Jameson and Ace turn and face each other.
Either way you turn, I'll be there. Open up your skull, and I'll be there. Climbing up the wall.
They glare at each other, knowing it was always coming to this.
So why are you here?
Ace asks, grinning.
I'm here to stop you. Stop me? From doing what exactly? Standing on a rooftop? Enjoying the night?
Ace draws in a deep breath and exhales.
I know you're up to something. Something more sinister.
My, you are a sucker for melodrama, aren't you, kid?
I thought I made it clear not to call me that.
Well, what do you want me to call you? Archer? Jameson? Father? Ace? Do you even know who you are anymore?
Of course I do.
Sure you do.
Ace glances at the bump on Jameson's head.
Pretty nasty bump.
Yeah, no thanks to you.
Nothing to do with me.
Ace shrugs.
More lies. Then who gave me the bump?
As I recall, you were wandering around in the dark.
And?
And you walked into the wall.
Penny bursts out laughing.
Bullshit!
Jameson declares, turning to Penny.
Good one, Father.
She smiles at him, still chuckling.
Please don't call me that.
Penny's chuckling fades. She tries to hide a frown. Ace notices.
Your own children can't even convince you of the truth. She's come all this way.
Ace says, gesturing his hand towards Penny.
Forever faithful. Forever loyal. And now she is standing here, standing by you, again, worried sick about you. And still, you deny her?
Jameson gazes down at Penny. She looks up at him with fearful eyes.
Father, please, come down from there.
She says, her voice trembling. Jameson feels overwhelmed with emotion, with uncertainty. His mind returns to a previous vision. Melissa, lying on a bed, smiling lovingly up at him. There are tears of joy in her eyes, and blood on his hands. It's Melissa's blood. A nurse lays a newborn baby onto Melissa's chest. Melissa looks down at her baby, crying with happiness. The blood is from the delivery. Penny's birth.
Wait a minute.
Jameson gasps, pulling himself from the memory. He points at Ace.
Penny is your daughter.
That's right.
Ace smiles.
I helped bring her into this world.
What?
Jameson asks, confused.
Then why do I have your memories of her birth?
Ace shakes his head, his expression between pity and sorrow.
Why do you think?
Jameson shakes his head uncontrollably as the foundations of his reality begin to crumble. Wails a man's hideously beautiful voice from somewhere before he proceeds to scream down the microphone.
Listen, son. Please listen to your daughter.
Don't ever call me that.
Ace yells, glaring at Black.
You lost the right to call me son. A long time ago.
Jameson looks to Black, who is devastated, and then back to Ace, shocked.
Black is your father?
Again, Ace just shakes his head.
He's our father.
What are you talking about?
Jameson says, screwing up his face at the idea.
That's ridiculous. That would mean you and I are related.
You just won't accept it, will you? The truth staring you right in the face.
Ace turns to Black.
Why don't you tell him your real name? Assistant Director Black. Sir Daddy-O?
Jameson turns to Black, who is gazing up at him, emotional and desperately shaking his head.
The goodness in you doesn't recognize me at all.
Jameson can see that look in Black's eyes again. Care. A father's deep concern for his son.
My father?
Jameson's memory takes him back onto the deck of that ship on stormy seas. Waves crash into the windows of the bridge with such force that they might implode any second. As a man, the captain at the helm, fights with the wheel and struggles to keep control. The captain is Black.
It's true. I am your father,
Black says, as tears stream down his face.
It can't be. I never knew my father.
Oh no. And what do you remember of your mother?
Jameson opens his mouth to speak, but no words are spoken. His mind takes him back to the childhood memory, to the bridge of the ship, strapped into that chair. He watches the captain jam the wheel hard to port to try and take an exceptionally large wave head on. He calls to someone for aid, and a woman joins him at the helm and grips the wheel. Jameson recognises the woman from his dream and now knows her to be his mother. The ship is too slow to make the manoeuvre, and the wave crashes into the ship side on, smashing through the windows and the bridge door. The whole ship tips onto its side. The cold ocean pours into the bridge until it is fully submerged. Jameson is fully submerged,
Holding his breath, he helplessly kicks his arms and legs. He panics, trying to unfasten the straps. He thinks he might drown. But then the ship rolls back onto its belly. The water pours out of the cabin, through open doors and windows. Jameson finally exhales and draws in a breath of air. Black, his father, clings to the wheel, tightly, drenched, coughing and spluttering, catching his breath. Jameson quickly scans the bridge for his mother, but she is gone. Jameson pulls himself away from the memory and slowly looks up at Ace.
That's right. She's dead.
No, Jameson mumbles. He looks at Black, who is gently weeping.
Tell me it's not true. I am so sorry.
Lost at sea.
Penny says softly, clearly weeping too. Jameson cries out into the night and breaks down for a moment. The sound of a piano being played can be heard, perhaps coming from the cathedral. A melancholic accompaniment for Jameson's heartbreak. A soulful crooner begins to sing softly, shrouded in reverb.
Sing me to sleep, sing me to sleep. I'm tired and I want to go to bed.
She should never have been on that ship.
He scowls, glaring at Black again.
None of us should have been on that ship. Not that ship.
It was an accident. How was I to know?
Oh, cut the bullshit, Dad. If you were counseling yourself, your diagnosis would read a heavy case of denial.
Ace turns to Jameson.
Like father, like son.
Jameson grimaces through glassy eyes.
That's not fair.
You knew that storm was forecast, but you just kept chasing them down, didn't you? Couldn't let them get away, could you? Couldn't let them give you the slip, could you? No whale gives Captain Ventura the slip, even if it means putting his family in mortal danger. Isn't that right, Dad?
Jameson turns to Black.
I don't know what to believe anymore. Tell me straight. No denials, no lies. Who are you really, Black?
Black stares deep into Jameson's eyes. He straightens up his posture and clears his throat.
My name is John, but my surname is not Black. My name is John Ventura. I am your father.
Jameson stares into the man before him and knows he is sincere.
He's telling the truth.
Penny confirms.
Half-truth, estranged father, would be more accurate.
That was your choice. Never mind.
A choice you forced me to make. It was less of a choice, more of an inevitability. You think I wanted anything to do with a murderer? Like you?
John exhales a breath, as if he has been punched in the stomach.
For Christ's sake!
Jameson says to Ace, through tearful eyes.
That's a bit strong. It was an accident, albeit a devastating one, but surely you can see that.
I'm not talking about poor old Mumsy, or fish food, as I like to affectionately call her. You're a sick son of a bitch.
Ace just grins.
You do realize you just called your own mother a bitch?
He shrugs.
Of course Mumsy's death was an accident. You don't have to tell me. I was there. I'm talking about the other murdering. Daddy's dark desire to destroy whales for $30.
Jameson recalls the dream he had, the ocean, the humpback, the ship that chased them down. The ship was his father's ship, a whaling ship.
Ah, it's coming back to you now.
Ace smiles.
I remember being on that deck, watching those magnificent creatures, the blood, dragging them aboard, the gunfire.
Jameson looks to his father.
Captain Ventura, you were a whaling boat captain.
John looks genuinely regretful.
Why do you think I got the hell out of there as soon as I was old enough? Why do you think I feel so strongly about animal welfare? Not just whales, but all animals. Seeing my father
orchestrating mass murder all through my childhood? There's your white devil, he cries, pointing at John. There's the original. My inspiration. My role model.
I never forced you to take part. Not like my father did with me when I was a boy. To me, it was just normality. A living. Tradition, even. But I knew the effects the hunts were having on you. Knew you were different. That it pained you. Deeply. That you would never accept it. And ultimately, that you would never accept me for what I was. I knew I was losing you. Losing your respect. And, of course, everything with losing your mother. I was too slow to change, to fix it. Then she was gone. You followed soon after. I lost you both.
John breaks down. Penny wraps a consoling arm around him. Jameson looks down at them, emotional and forgiving.
Hey, John. Sounds to me like you need to find yourself a good therapist.
Ace smiles.
Can't you see his heart is breaking? Don't get all sentimental, kid. You lost your mother because this man was on a murderous quest to waste some whales.
I gave it up! Sold my ship! My father's ship!
John yells, angry at Ace's unrelenting bitterness.
Went and studied natural medicine and psychology. Became a therapist. I wanted to help people. Do something good in the world. All that murder, you're right. I see it for what it was. But I've been on the path of redemption ever since. I only wish I had done it all sooner. Maybe then...
John wells up again.
I would not have lost my family.
You haven't lost us. We're here, together now, aren't we?
Penny looks up at her father and shrugs.
4, 5 of us?
Jameson shakes his head. So you are a therapist?
Yes. Penny found me, online. Contacted me through my practice. A little while after Melissa's accident.
Melissa. Jameson and Ace whisper simultaneously as the solo piano plays on. Jameson looks down at the streets below him, but they are not empty anymore. They are full of people, hundreds, maybe thousands, with banners and flyers and drums, some singing and some slogan chanting. It's a protest. He is not in Cleveland anymore. These are the streets of New York. The protest is rowdy. Riot police have cordoned off streets, kettling a small group of protesters. Tempers are flaring and tension is high. Protesters begin testing the line of police, pushy and shouting. The riot police hide behind their riot shields and gas masks as tear gas is fired into the crowd. Now the police move, pushing back the protesters, looking for arrests. In the confusion, some of the protesters become isolated. Jameson spots a man, frantically searching through the murk of the gas. Jameson spots a woman 100 meters or so away from the man. She is disorientated, her hands out in front of her, her sight obviously impaired by the gas. Jameson catches movement, something moving fast towards the woman. It is a horse with a police officer mounted on its back. Jameson can see the trajectory of the horse as it tears towards the woman, closer and closer. Neither the woman or the mounted police officer can see through the noxious mist.
For Christ's sake! Look out!
Jameson screams down to her. It is too late. The animal proceeds to plough through the woman, knocking her down. Powerful legs and hard hooves trample the woman as the officer struggles to gain control of the beast.
Oh no!
Jameson cries. The man in the street is running towards the scene. He drops to his knees beside the woman, who is lying face down in a pool of blood. The man turns her over. Jameson's vision seems to zoom closer. He knows her face. Those glacial blue eyes. Those cold, dead eyes. Melissa. Jameson bursts into tears. The man looks up and screams. Jameson recognizes the man's face. It is his own face. Ace Ventura's face. They seem to peer at each other for a moment, across time and space, lost in the insanity of overwhelming grief. 3 riot police close in on Ace and are soon wrestling him onto his stomach. As they try to handcuff him, he just gazes at Melissa's dead eyes. Jameson gazes at her eyes. The sparkle that made him fall in love with her from the beginning, gone. Forever. Jameson screams into the night. No! He breaks down again, and the piano begins to quieten. You see, Ace says, standing next to him, looking down.
Those cops just murdered your wife in the street. Look at them. Brainwashed automatons in arrest mode. Not one of them concerned with the corpse lying there next to them. Not one of them calling an ambulance.
Jameson rubs his wrist.
Oh, you remember that too? One of them knelt on it so hard it broke before they dragged you off into the back of a van to be processed. Took 2 hours before they finally confirmed she was dead. Some of them even joked about it. The irony, they said. Poor bitch protesting for the rights of animals, and then an animal ends up killing her. Do you remember?
Jameson closes his eyes and nods.
Those bastards.
He scowls.
And you want to put the fate of the world in their hands? The police, the FBIs and CIAs of this world? And I tried to get justice for her. Demanded it. Did it their way. Through their laws. Their system. And what happened?
The officer responsible walked free.
You're damn right he did. They let a murderer go free because he was one of their own. It's one rule for them and another for us.
Jameson pulls himself away from his memory-induced vision and looks up at Ace.
You know,
Ace says,
I was born from that event. I maybe had no sense of my emerging identity at the time, but the devil rose out of the ashes of that event, and the broken man I became.
And look where it's led you, Jameson says, as he braces himself for the battering ram of truth that is breaching its way into his mind.
On a rooftop, having a conversation with yourself.
Look who's talking.
Who is talking? Ace? The White Devil? Jameson?
We're all one and the same, maybe.
And that is what I can't accept, because that would make me a psychotic murderer. Like you. I am not the White Devil. I am not that kind of man.
Jameson's mind recalls the memory of Ankra, watching him being lowered down into the meat grinder. Only the perspective is different this time. It is his own hand on the grinder controls. Jameson panics and pulls himself out of his memory. Ace sighs.
It's 1 step forward, 2 steps back with you. Do you know that?
Okay, if we are one and the same, like you say, I want us to know that if we are to carry on together, as Ace, I will not take another life. Surely all this White Devil madness has run its course.
The White Devil could still be useful.
This is a deal breaker. I'm not being Ace if it means being the devil. I will do everything in my power to stop you, hinder you, and generally be a jobby in your soup.
Ace laughs out loud.
Waiter, there's a jobby in my soup. And you say I'm the crazy one? What the hell is a jobby?
Jameson looks confused for a moment. I don't know, he says, shaking his head. Maybe I picked it up in Scotland?
Look, I need my life back. I need Ace back. All of him.
What a peculiar thing to say.
Peculiar is definitely the right word. My life is complicated enough without Archer's and Jameson's. There are too many hands on the wheel. Too many cooks in the kitchen.
But hang on. You created me.
I realize that. I just don't know how to get rid of you. Don't take that the wrong way. You have kind of taken over. You and the devil, I guess. Even though I am strangely grateful to you both. But I feel the devil's appetite is insatiable. And you? Well, you're deeply in denial about who we are.
Ace and Jameson stare at each other for a moment, sharing a silent agreement that this conversation is particularly odd.
No, I get it.
Jameson shrugs.
At least more so than I ever have. Ankra, I imagined the White Devil murdering that man. It couldn't be me. I'm not that kind of man. I'm a good man. A lawman. So I imagined someone else committing those murders. All of them.
Jameson's memory takes him back to the slaughterhouse, holding the gun, pointing it at Ace. Only now, he is holding the gun to his own head, and Tafari is telling him to put it down.
Put the gun down.
Penny flashes into his mind.
Jameson, thanks for not shooting my father.
Jameson is on the brink of truth,
He can feel all the pieces of a carefully constructed puzzle coming together to form a complete picture, a complete story. A story he knows he can hardly believe, but one he knows he must believe.
Ace smiles. Welcome back. You've been gone for some time. Do you know you actually believed you were a 20-something FBI agent?
Jameson shrugs and chuckles.
I don't know what happened.
He smiles nervously.
I was convinced I was Jameson. Joshua Jameson. I don't know. Now it just feels weird to even say it. Jameson? No, I'm Ace. Ace Ventura. I get it. FBI?
Father, are you okay?
Penny asks. Jameson nods and holds his hand up to her.
I'm fine, sweetheart?
He shrugs. He turns back to Ace, who wears a devilish grin.
So, I'm Ace, you're Ace, we're both Ace, and the White Devil, who is also Ace.
Ace says nothing. He just stares at Jameson, grinning.
We are all the same man who is talking to himself. I am talking to one's own self on a rooftop.
Jameson looks slightly bewildered by his own statement.
So, are you imagining me, or am I imagining you? Or do we take turns, or...?
Ace nods.
Sometimes I'm in control, aware. Sometimes not. Like a blackout. Sometimes I know what you're thinking. Sometimes you are a mystery. Sometimes we interact. It's complicated, but I imagine it works both ways.
I don't know if I can get used to this. It's like I'm never quite sure who is real, and in the moment...
Jameson smiles. Ace continues to stare.
So, what am I really doing up here?
Ace raises his hand, holding the device. He turns to the skyline and points it at the surrounding area.
You see, all this time then, you have been lying to yourself? Thinking you were some young and fresh-faced goody-two-shoes lawman? I have also been lying to myself. I've been telling myself for so long that I believed it, that my fight is for the animals of this world. And that much is true. But the devil has blinded me to something that has always been a big part of my core. To help the innocent. To save them. So, I lied to myself. And you, Jameson. When I said my fight is solely for the animals. It was a lie to say that I care not for my own species of animal. My fellow humans. Because I do. I really do. Okay! It's a kind of love-hate relationship. I love to hate them. No, it's just... humans are cruel and insane. Yes. But then they go and do something amazing. And I feel my icy heart shatter. And there is a part of me that knows that they too are worth saving. Worth fighting for.
Well,
Jameson smiles.
That's great news.
I care that when I look out at this district, for example, I see the temples of enslavement used to control us, weaken us, and hold back the revolution in consciousness that is happening on this planet.
Okay.
Jameson screws up his face, uncertain where Ace is going.
That's not so great news?
Take a look,
Ace says, pointing the device at a particular building.
The Federal Reserve Bank, Cleveland branch. Just one of 24 in the United States. The Federal Reserve System has been oppressing innocent humans through debt and holding back progress through the corrupt monetary system for far too long. And here,
Ace points to the cathedral.
Religion. The most segregating, pernicious dogmas of delusion ever to be conceived. Enslaving innocent humans with the ideas that we're all sinners from birth. While priests, dishing out the divine commandments on one hand, have the other up the cassock of the nearest altar boy. They're probably in there now, dressed up in their fancy dress costumes, teabagging a choir boy to death as part of some twisted sacrificial ceremony to oppose some supernatural behemoth. Evil hypocrites!
Ace screams down to the cathedral. His voice resonates around the bell tower and rings off the bell.
Quiet! Or the evil hypocrites might hear us and call the police or something,
Jameson says, looking down at the cathedral for signs of life.
No, they won't. There's nobody in there. I've had the place cleared.
What? Wait, what do you mean, cleared?
Ace, Cleveland Cell. We swept through the area. The banks, parking lots, the cathedral. It's all been cleared. And no,
Before you freak out,
nobody was killed. A few injured, yes. But they just wouldn't come quietly. See, Jameson, you're not all that bad. I meant it when I said I'm grateful to you. Sincerely, I understand it now. That you've been trying to protect me all along. That it was never I, Ace, that was your enemy. It was the devil. You were trying to protect me from the devil all along. You've been like a mechanism for slowly recalling the traumas in my life. Traumas I had suppressed. And with each memory you uncovered, I, in turn, was able to deal with each rediscovery. You helped me to transcend the pain, to find restraint. Penny and, okay, Father of the Year and Therapist Extraordinaire over there, were right to let you flourish. To let you be a guide out of the darkness.
Well, I'm glad I've been of some use. And you helped me to vent?
Jameson shrugs.
Let off some steam, if I can call it that.
See, your naivety and optimism,
Your blind faith in humanity.
that we can overcome and be a force for good in this world? Well, a little of it rubbed off onto me. What can I say? You showed me there can be another way, other than the White Devil's murderous vendetta, where people don't have to die in a hideous yet ironically pleasing kind of way. So Ace are under strict orders tonight. No killing.
Well, that's reassuring to hear you say that, Ace. Or me, I should say. But I'm still not grasping why the area has been cleared at all.
So no one dies in the explosions, of course.
Explosions? Jameson gasps. He glances at the device in Ace's hand, a detonator.
Still not catching on.
Ace smiles, turning to Jameson.
I'm going to blow up some buildings.
What?
What?
Can I press the button?
That, Ace says, with a beaming smile, pointing his finger at Penny.
Is my daughter.
Penny blushes and waves at him.
For Christ's sake, Penny!
John says, surprised at her eagerness. He turns to his son.
Murder, bombs, and buildings? Ace, where will this madness stop? How many more people have to die at the hands of the devil?
Ace turns to his father. As he does, he drops his hand, holding the detonator, by his side. Jameson nervously glances at it again.
Didn't you hear me, Pop? No killing. Okay, you're right about me. It is all fun and games. And I've created this. All of this. The biggest game of all. But I'm being serious this time. No killing. I'm trying to change. I'm trying things Jameson's way.
Ace turns to Jameson and catches his eyes fixed on the detonator in his hand. Jameson quickly looks up.
Blowing up buildings, huh?
He says, his smile failing to hide his anxiety.
Yeah. Controlled demolition.
Ace shrugs, carefully studying Jameson's eyes.
Going to 9/11 then. If you're me, you should know which ones. Right.
Of course. But there's obviously some kind of delayed reaction. Like our consciousness hasn't aligned properly yet, or something.
Ace just nods at Jameson.
The Federal Reserve Bank, the Cathedral, and 3 other surrounding banks. The names of them will come to you, no doubt.
There is a moment of stillness and silence.
This is going to send such a huge message to the world. Do it, Father.
Penny, enough! Ace, I'm your father, and I know that doesn't mean much to you right now. But know this, I love you. I always have, and I would very much like to get to know you again. All of you, my family. But not like this. Vigilantism and terrorism?
You can use whatever ism you want to try and understand what we are doing here. But what you don't grasp, sitting pretty in your privileged and blinkered world of riches and quackery, trying to convince Hollywood stars that they are not the deluded megalomaniacs that they most certainly are, that this is not terrorism, this is war. And when we win this war, and we will, and we write history, the people who stood up in the face of such adversity, in the face of such monstrosity,
in the face of their own annihilation, will be hailed as heroes, freedom fighters, and liberators.
So you're just going to blow up some buildings? What do you think that will achieve?
Like Penny said, it's a message. Lead by example.
Can't any of you see this as madness? How do you intend to fight a war without killing?
I'm gonna give it a try.
Ace shrugs.
But first,
He smiles.
blow stuff up.
Don't do it, son. You're going to get someone killed. Can't you see you're making the same mistake I did? By dragging your family into a dangerous situation? Your daughter could be killed in the blast. Don't you care?
Of course I care!
Can't you see you're sick, son?
Ace huffs.
Hey, wait a minute.
Penny protests.
No, you wait. He's up there still talking to himself, Penny. Dissociative identity disorder. That's the clinical term for it.
Maybe you should listen to him.
Jameson says to Ace. Ace shakes his head, disappointed.
You're supposed to be me.
On my side. On our side.
You know, it's funny. You'd think that since the big revelation, the dawning that we are indeed one man,
Ace Ventura.
that one of us would disappear, or we'd come back together. Spiritually, or something.
Jameson laughs nervously, his eyes taking another involuntary fleeting glimpse of the detonator.
Maybe it just takes some time. I mean, who knows how the human brain works, huh?
Ace just smiles.
Unless you're still not convinced fully that there's still a tiny bit of doubt that you are, indeed,
Ace Ventura?
No, listen. I accept it. All of it. My childhood, the whaling ship, my mother's death, blaming and hating my father. But I don't hate you, Father. Not anymore.
Jameson looks at John, who solemnly lowers his eyes. John looks up again.
I don't blame you,
Jameson says.
for her death.
John's eyes well up.
Do you mean that?
He asks.
Yes, but Ace... Sorry. I was right about one thing.
Oh, yeah.
All those whales? What an asshole.
I second that.
Penny says, smiling. John nods.
I deserve that.
Growing up around all that cruelty, all that death, I knew I could never be a part of it. I knew I had to be the opposite of my father, to be a protector of the innocent, a liberator of animals. I soon became a pet detective. I remember, there was this one case where I had to rescue some lady's dog. The disgruntled ex had taken it out of spite kind of thing. Anyway, she was ever so grateful to see that little dog again, and she had the biggest pair of...
Whoa there! Ace blurts, cutting Jameson off.
Okay, we get it. It's all flooding back. Our daughter is standing right there. We had some crazy times, didn't we?
Jameson smiles at Ace.
Yeah,
Ace says genuinely.
we did. And then there was the snowflake case.
Jameson says, recalling the memory of the Miami Dolphins mascot.
What a bunch of exploitative, meat-headed dicks. I mean, who the hell has a real dolphin for a mascot? Exactly.
Jameson smiles as more memories flood his mind.
That's where I met Melissa.
Ace sighs.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Memories come thick and fast to Jameson. He suddenly feels deeply hurt.
Oh, that poor raccoon. And Spike.
Jameson grimaces. Ace wipes a solitary tear from his otherwise carefully composed face.
Rest in peace, buddies. The monastery. Africa. You can say it. Bat.
Ace cries as his body uncontrollably trembles.
Okay, I take it back. Never say the B word. Ever. Tefari's mother.
Ace smiles again.
Of course. The princess. Beautiful. Irresistible. Obviously.
I remember returning to Miami. Melissa and I rekindled our relationship. We set up Ace. Together.
That's right. Becoming vegans. The activism. The protests.
Penny!
Jameson blurts, turning his attention to her.
Then you arrived.
Yes.
Penny beams.
And Paul.
Of course. We were happy. Until Tafari's mother was killed. Ace reminds Jameson. Yeah. A bittersweet time. Tafari officially joined her family. And then there was the protest. In New York. It was an accident. You do know that. What? Ace says, becoming enraged. You just witnessed again what happened. In vivid detail. And you're gonna stand there and try and tell me it was an accident? If I am you, you should know that I believe it was an accident. I never used to. I remember the court case, the resentment. I remember escaping from the pain through alcohol and drugs. Losing track of time, of myself. It all gets a little blurry. Jameson turns to Penny. I must have been a terrible father. I'm so sorry.
I don't blame you, Father.
Penny says, with tearful eyes.
None of us do. As a child, you witnessed the death of your own mother. And as an adult, you witnessed the death of your wife, the mother of your children. You lost both mothers of your children. The hardest part was watching you self-destruct and not knowing how to help you. And that's when I contacted your father. I knew he was a therapist. I just didn't know what else to do.
It's fine, Ace says, smiling at his daughter. You did the right thing, Jameson reassures her. And listen, he says, turning to Ace. I don't blame you for what I became, the devil that I became, the killings. I forgive you. Ace looks spooked. Okay, stop. You're freaking me out with all this talk. I'm not looking for your forgiveness or your understanding. I did what I had to do. I believed in what I was doing. The scum I was eradicating, they did deserve to die and not be processed through a system that is flawed, bought, and corrupt. There is no other way to bring justice to these people. The Royals, the Rothschilds, and the Rockefellers, the Mafias, Vanguard, BlackRock, and other corporate criminals of this world. Their time is coming. Jameson opens his mouth to speak. It won't be by my hand, Ace continues. I'm trying it your way, remember? But this revolution is well underway. The war is in full swing. I can't control everyone, and I certainly can't be held accountable for their actions.
Now who's in denial? If you press the button on that detonator, you said it would send the world a message. But what kind of message?
Ace thinks for a moment. That the old systems and institutions of abuse and slavery must be destroyed.
Exactly. You're inciting your followers, or any other person just nutty enough to go through with it, to rebel.
Yes, Ace shrugs.
By blowing up buildings.
I think you're missing the bigger picture here.
No, I think you are.
Look! Ace pulls his glare away from his father and faces Jameson. Why don't you just give me the detonator? What? Ace says, pulling it towards his body slightly. No, I'm in two minds here, actually. Or is it three minds? No, it's one mind. Look, it's all becoming clearer and clearer to me. I get it. I'm Ace Ventura, and it's you that is the imposter here. What? Ace says, taken aback. You're seriously creeping me out with that kind of talk. I'm Ace Ventura, and I agree with my father. We're not blowing up those buildings. Now, give me the detonator. Ace looks to Jameson, then to John, and then back to Jameson. Nice try, Jameson. Ace smiles. There is no Jameson, remember? Only Ace. Now I demand you give me that detonator. Ace just laughs hysterically. If you've got it all worked out, why are you demanding that I give you the detonator? When really, you're asking yourself for it. Ace laughs again, as Jameson struggles to come to terms with his ever-updating reality. Of course. I have the detonator already. I have all along. Jameson looks down at his own hand and is shocked to find it clutching the device. Ace panics as he notices. Shit, that kind of backfired, he says, and lunges at Jameson. They grapple with each other precariously on the ledge.
Careful!
Ace grabs the device as he struggles with Jameson. They stare into each other's strained eyes
willful, determined, and at odds with each other.
Let go!
You let go! For Christ's sake!
John shouts.
You'll fall to your death!
Jameson manages to tear his hand, holding the device, away from Ace's clutches. Jameson laughs at his small victory. He has not noticed that he has pressed the detonator switch in the process. A red LED bulb lights up on the device. Ace notices.
Whoopsie,
he says, staring at the detonator. Jameson looks at the device.
Oh boy,
he whispers. There is a moment of tense anticipation. Jameson shrugs.
Shouldn't there be a boom? Or...
He is interrupted by the sounds of extremely loud explosions as buildings all around him blow up in fast, bright fireballs. The shockwaves hit the access board, causing it to shake. Penny and John are knocked off their feet. Ace and Jameson struggle to keep their balance. Ace loses his footing and begins to fall over the side of the building.
Gravity!
Jameson tries to grab him, and as he does, he is pulled over the edge with Ace. Ace manages to grasp onto the ledge by his fingertips, and Jameson manages to grab hold of Ace's boots. They both gasp and strain in their imaginary struggle to hold on.
I can't hold on for long.
Ace cries, desperately readjusting his grip.
You'll have to climb. Climb up me.
Jameson swings precariously from Ace's feet. He manages to pull himself up a little and grab onto Ace's cargo pants, which begin to slowly slide down Ace's legs.
Whoa! Hang on there!
Ace cries. But it is too late. As Jameson's weight and gravity do their work, Ace's pants are pulled down around his ankles, exposing his bare bottom to the world. Jameson notices and can't help but laugh.
Commando!
He calls up to Ace.
Of course! And now the whole world knows it too! Nothing to be ashamed of! We've got an ace ass! Ace? Very funny!
Ace says, trying to readjust his grip again. His arms are weakening.
What isn't so funny is the fact that I'm slipping. I can't take both our weight!
Jameson knows it. He knows they are both facing death, that if he holds on any longer, he will weaken Ace until they both fall. The piano returns, and the haunting, yet strangely nonchalant, solitary voice begins to sing again.
Sing me to sleep, sing me to sleep. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. Sing me to sleep.
Jameson knows he may have to sacrifice himself to save Ace.
You were being honest when you said you're going to try things my way. No killing, right?
Yeah, I meant it.
Promise me you will stick to it. Promise me you will banish the devil from your life. From our family's lives.
It won't be easy.
Promise me!
I promise.
Father!
Comes a voice. It is Penny.
Perhaps I am the white devil after all. Because there's one more life I have to take.
What are you saying?
You look after her. All of them.
Ace realizes Jameson's intentions.
Just hold on.
Ace gasps. As he uses the last of his strength, his arms beginning to shake uncontrollably.
We can both make it. We can continue Ace. Together. Protect our family. Together.
If I hold on, I'm just gonna get you killed. If not here and now, eventually. If you're true to your word and stick to your promise, I've done all I can do.
Ace loses his grip in one arm, and it falls by his side. He cries out in pain and anguish as he clings onto the ledge for his life with one hand.
Just take my hand!
He calls down to Jameson.
Climb up!
Jameson manages to reach up and grab Ace's hand. Ace looks down at Jameson's calm face. They stare into each other.
No killing.
Ace nods.
No killing.
Ace feels two strong hands clutching his other arm. He looks up to see John holding onto his forearm, struggling to pull him up. Ace smiles down to Jameson.
It's Dad. He's got us.
But Jameson is pulling his hand free. Ace shakes his head.
No. Don't do it.
Pull him up! Pull him up!
Penny squeals.
I can't. He's just too heavy.
Penny tries to help.
Don't feel bad for me. I want you to know. Deep in the cell of my heart, I really want to go.
Ace squeezes every last drop of strength into his hand.
Even facing your own death, you still won't let go.
Jameson smiles.
We're almost there. Just hang on, kid. I've got you. I've got you.
Jameson's hand pulls away, and he falls, quick and silent. Ace reaches up and looks at his own empty, trembling hand.
Like a glove.
John and Penny slowly pull Ace up to safety, and they all collapse onto the rooftop, out of breath. Penny cuddles her father, weeping.
Ace,
John asks. Ace nods.
Yeah, it's me, Jameson.
Ace breaks down and hugs his daughter.
He's gone.
There is another world. There is a better world. Well, there must be.
John nods. He gets to his feet. Penny helps Ace onto his feet, and they look out at the destruction. The cathedral spire crumbles and falls to the ground, creating a giant pile of rubble and a cloud of dust, and the bell clangs loudly as it hits the road. A neighbouring building that used to be a bank topples onto the Federal Reserve Bank and crushes what is left of it. Fires bellow out large plumes of black smoke into the night, and the distant wail of police sirens and car and business alarms sound like a symphony of electronic wildlife.
Awesome.
Penny smiles. John shakes his head. He turns to Ace.
And what of the White Devil? I don't think we'll be seeing much more of him either.
Ace looks up. Something is flying towards him through the bellowing smoke. For a moment, he panics.
Bat?
Penny looks up and notices. She squints.
Edgar?
A small white bird majestically breaks through the smog with beams of light flashing around it and lands on the ledge in front of them all. Now John notices.
Oh my God, is that a sign? A dove?
The side of Ace's mouth turns upwards, stretching into a knowing grin.
Not quite. That's a true albino pigeon. I haven't seen one in a long time. I'm gonna take that as a good omen.
John clicks his fingers.
I've got it. What about the White Angel?
Ace considers the suggestion for a moment. He looks at Penny. They both turn to John.
Too cheesy.
So, what now?
Well, we head back to HQ. Back home. Take it from there.
Son?
Yes, Father.
Maybe you should pull up your pants first.
They all look down to see Ace's pants still around his ankles and begin laughing hysterically until tears roll down their cheeks.
Good call.
Ace smiles.
But before I do, there's just one more thing I have to do.
He shuffles forward and carefully climbs the wall again. He stands up straight, silhouetted by the moon, facing the city and the smouldering ruins of the district. Ace slowly turns around, bends over, reaches back, parts his arse cheeks, and draws in a long breath. The howling holler of Tarzan can be heard echoing through the chaotic streets of the concrete jungle below. The end.
Die after day, they send my friends away to mansions cold and grey, to the far side of town, where the thin men stalk the streets while the sane stay underground. Day after day, they tell me I can go, they tell me I can grow to the far side of town, where it's pointless to be high, 'cause it's such a long way down. So I tell them that I can fly, I will scream, I will break my arm, I will do me harm. Here I stand, foot in hand, talking to my wall. I'm not quite right at all, am I? Don't set me free, I'm as heavy as can be. Just my Librium and me, and my EST makes 3, 'cause I'd rather stay here with all the madmen than perish with the sad men roaming free. And I'd rather play here with all the madmen, for I am quite content they're all insane as me.
Where can the horizon lie when a nation hides its organic mines in a cellar? Dark and grim, they must be very dim.
Day after day, they take some brain away, then turn my face around to the far side of town, and tell me that it's real, then ask me how I feel. Here I stand, foot in hand, talking to my wall. I'm not quite right at all. Don't set me free, I'm as helpless as can be. My libido split on me, give me some good old lobotomy, 'cause I'd rather stay here with all the madmen than perish with the sad men roaming free. And I'd rather play here with all
Jim.
Are you there, Ace?